Good morning and welcome to Live Every Day. I am your host, Liv Harrison. You are listening and watching and chatting on Backchannel. This is the only place you can do that. This is it. So I'm so glad that you're here. Today is Wednesday, May 25th. It is 8:01 on the East Coast. Here in Texas, it is 7:01. And I want to say good morning. I'm so glad that you're here. I really am. Good morning, April, hi. Good morning, Steve. So good to see you guys. That's my Indiana Steve. Nathan's here. Andrea, Araya, Steve, News, Doug, Damien, April, Rachel, hi, Quinn, and Fitz. Good morning. Web chat user. And I got a bunch of no-namers. No-namers, thank you for being here. You can tell your device your name. You can also go put it in the chat if you want. And if you're asking, where is the chat? I'm glad that you're asking. It is at backchannel.tv, B-A-C-K, backchannel.tv. You can chat there. Now, if you have that will be perfect for you. If you have maybe the app or the T-Rexa app. I can't say her name. She gets very fussy. Or maybe the T-Rexa in your home or an Echo Dot. That's where you can go and join the chat. And literally you can chat with me right now, real time. I can see what you write and I can respond. That's what makes this so cool and different. Now, if you've got an Alexa, I said her name. Okay, sorry if she did anything in your homes. If you've got an Echo Show or maybe Fire TV, Fire Stick, well, you can actually talk to that device. You can speak to it. Your magic word is say. You say, Echo, say, good morning, Liv. My name is Bill. And it will write that for you. Good morning to Mindy. Hi, sweet Mindy. Nathan's saying good morning. And to me, to Anna, to Mindy, to Quinn and Fitz. I love it. Jonah, hi. Welcome. I want to say hi to all of my subscribers. Those of you that have an Echo Show, Fire TV, it's in the bottom left-hand corner. It'll say subscribe, unless you're already subscribed. Now, when you subscribe, that means you are subscribed to this show, just this show, no one else, no big deal. We're going to be giving away today $25 to Amazon gift card just for being a subscriber. That's it. That's all you got to do. How crazy is that? $25. So anyway, I want to say thank you to the ones that are here. Nathan, Araya, Steve, News, Doug, April, Jonah, Stacy. Thank you for subscribing. I hope one of you wins today. Jonah won last week, so that's exciting. Jordan, hi. Good morning. First time here. I'm so glad you're here. Hi. Okay, and Anna says we'll do it the same way we did it last week. In the second hour, at the top of the second hour, we will draw a name by putting it. Anna has like a little computer system. She puts everybody in it. She spins the wheel. It's digital, and it will choose a random subscriber. So there you go. Everyone say hello to producer Anna. Hi, Anna. Good morning. How are you, sweet friend? I hope everyone's doing okay. So today is What Wednesday on the show. Good morning, Stacy. And Anna says, good morning, everybody. What Wednesday on the show. Now, I'm going to start off. I didn't clean the outside of my cup yesterday. That's fine. I'm going to start off with a hot cup of coffee. Here's the thing. This show is 2 hours today. Every day, Backchannel starts at 6 a.m. Eastern. So all the times are going to be East Coast times. Okay, ready? 6 to 8, you got the Haley and Allison show. Now, this morning they were not on. Okay, no big deal. Who cares? Everybody needs a little break. They got stuff going on. Allison's traveling. She's flying in from Canada. They both live in the UK, so we still love them. They're fantastic. 6 to 8 is the Haley and Allison show. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, which is today. But funny enough, the rest of the week, this show is going to be from 8 to 10 Eastern. Live every day. That's right. This week, I will be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 8 to 10. So welcome. Glad you're here. After me, you'll see them a little bit later. You're going to have Get On Up with Jam and Renee. From 10 to 12 every day, you've got Jam and Renee. From 12 to 2, you have the Anthony Davis show. From 2 to 4, you've got your pal Hal, and from 4 to 6, Mario Smith coming home with The Drive. So that's your lineup. That's what will be happening. You always have someone that you can hang out with, someone you can talk to, someone you can listen to, someone that you can have community with, someone that makes you feel like you aren't alone in this world. And let's get to it. It's pretty hard to be here this morning in the state of Texas, knowing what absolute tragedy happened yesterday in my state, in the wonderful part of West Texas. Actually, it's more like the South, but they are saying West Texas. Uvalde, Texas is somewhere that I know, somewhere that I have had the privilege of knowing a lot of people from the Uvalde area, if not from that town. One of my best friends in college, sophomore year, was dating one of my roommates. Was she a roommate then? Maybe it was junior year. Could have been junior, could have been sophomore, junior, whatever. It doesn't really matter. And they were dating, and he was from Uvalde, him and his brother. And their sister-in-law teaches at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, in the city of Uvalde, in the town. Sadly, as many of you, I'm sure, have heard the horrific and tragic news, an 18-year-old man sadly decided to go in and cause harm to many people. 19 beautiful children are no longer here, and one of their teachers, and I believe another adult. So at this time. So this is what is happening in the world today. And I know that this is a fun show, and as it should be. April's asking, what is the game for today? And we will get to that, friend. Oh, really? Okay. Thank you, Anna. We will absolutely get to the game. We always play it on the 15. So when it says 7:15 in Texas, 8:15 on the East Coast, we will be playing a game. Today we'll be doing 1-star national park reviews. Anna said the grandmother has passed. So sad, so scary. End of school. And just to let everybody know, I was a teacher. That's what my degree is in. I have a post-baccalaureate degree in early childhood, started as a kindergarten teacher. I taught 4th grade. Most of the 19-year-old babies from yesterday were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grade. I've taught every single one of those. So it's a tough day, and I want you all to do whatever you do, whatever that looks like, to honor what's going on, and we'll leave it at that. We will leave it at that because we're not going to get political on this show, but I do want to talk about it because they deserve to be talked about. Anyway, the rest of today is, and this is really sad, believe it or not, today is National Missing Children's Day. That just seems cruel. But it is. It's Sing It Out Day, Towel Day, National Wine Day, National Tap Dance Day, National Brown Bag It Day, and National Senior Health and Fitness Day. So let's ask a question, get you going on backchannel.tv on the chat, and all my hello YouTubers and Facebookers. What kind of wine do you like? It's National Wine Day, which I have a friend that sells wine for a living. It's really fun to watch her post for sure. My favorite wine is Pinot Noir. I love it. I love Pinot Noir. No, she's not, Anna. She sells for a company called One Hope, which is a really cool company because every bottle of wine proceeds go to a nonprofit. And if you use them for like a company, you can actually decide which nonprofit they will, donate to. Nathan says, thank you for having the courage not to ignore the topic. We are here to understand that your energy may be subdued as you may be distracted for obvious reasons. Oh, thank you. Mindy says, we'll say Nathan. And Muscat Canali is his favorite. Really? That's your favorite? I had no idea. Yeah, no, listen, I'm I'm still going to be me. We're still going to have a show. That is entertainment, friends, but we can do both. It can be a both and. It doesn't have to be an either or. Cheers, everybody. May 25th. All right. So what else? Anybody else have a favorite wine? Anna, do you have a favorite wine? I love red wine. Love it. I really do. And I got to say, I do much better with white, as in it doesn't affect me like red wine does. Red wine makes me a little more fun, but my favorite is Pinot Noir. And I kind of just got into wine in the last couple of years, to be honest. To be really honest, it might even be the pandemic that I started really understanding wine. Maybe. I'm not sure. Anna says she only likes the sweet stuff, Moscato or Riesling. Oh, those are good. Listen, those are gateways. I started with Moscato, moved up to Riesling, moved into the whites, into the reds. Mindy says, I really appreciate your willingness to acknowledge the reality we are all experiencing and to still show up and hold on to the good things. We drink Pinot Grigio and Sèvres Blanc. Grass Puddle loves sparkling wine. Good morning, friend. Good to see you. And he's saying hi to Mindy. Yeah, listen, here's the thing. Reality is reality. Ukraine, Russia happens every day. COVID happens every day. Today is the 145th day of the year, and there have been 212 mass shootings. So this is part of our day. It is, whether we want to talk about that or not. And the reality of yesterday is the reality of yesterday. You know what I mean? And so we can do both. We can absolutely honor the fellow human beings and also continue to do what we need to do. I believe in that. Stacy says, if you want to make medication, you cannot drink wine at all. That may be like part of my problem, Stacy. I do both. Again, I'm very into both and. GP says he went to a winery last night and spent too much. Now, are you shipping that wine back to your wife? That's what we want to know, GP. We really, really do. We want to know that for sure. Yeah, I'm trying to think if I have a favorite white. I mean, I like a Chardonnay. I don't know if there's really a wine. I don't think I'm a huge Chianti fan, but to be really honest, I don't know if I've had Chianti in a really long time. I always love the idea of it. Like I could be at an Italian restaurant and they have the Chianti bottles, on the table. And I love that. Mindy says, I've made terrible life choices. If selling wine was a career path, where was that option on career day? GP says, of course, 2 cases of wine. See, that's why she keeps you around, GP. You send her cases of wine. Here's a funny story about Nathan, my husband. He hates wine. Hates it. So naturally, when we went to school at Texas Tech University, which he transferred there sophomore year, he was at Baylor in Waco and transferred, and which I joke all the time because Tech has better academics. They don't. It's a Texas Tech University compared to Baylor University. Anyway, so you got to listen, know your lane. So he came to Tech, and West Texas has a lot of wineries because of the humidity and the dryness and the clay. I don't know. So he got a job at a winery, hating wine, like not even drinking it, as a tour guide. And I think that's hilarious. Anyway, you guys, April, are you still here, April, for a game? She probably left. She's been coming on and then leaving. She doesn't stick around for the first 15. GB says, Mindy, no wine in your job. You have wine in your job, Mindy? You go home and can drink it. Anna says, if you haven't seen the Parks and Rec episode, wine tasting, go watch it ASAP. Oh, I haven't seen that. All right, well, it's time for a game, Anna. Time for a game. Yeah. So, you know what I'm talking about, Mindy? I'm talking about Laura Bomer. Laura works for One Hope. So, make sure that you check her out on Facebook. Today's her Wine Wednesday. It's great wine, by the way. It really is. I've bought it many times and I bought it as gifts. And I think we've done it corporate. Okay. Anna says, okay, folks, I've given you a word/park bank for this one. Oh, wow. So these are 1-star reviews. 1-star reviews. If you are new here, welcome. Good morning. Hi, Jordan, listening out in North Carolina. I'm glad you're here this morning. This is easy. Go to backchannel.tv, you guys. BACK channel.tv. Anna has this on the screen. I will say it. So let me say it, Anna. Those of you with screens, make sure you memorize this. This is like the SAT. Not really. Here we go. Your choices for today are Arches National Park, Yellowstone National Park, Yosemite National Park, Zion National Park, Mount Rainier National Park, and Joshua Tree National Park. So these are 1-star reviews about national parks. Here's how this works. These are real reviews. Real human beings left these 1-star reviews about national parks. We're going to read them aloud, or you can read them on your screen, and then you guess which park they were describing by their review. Yes, Laura Bomer, Mindy. Can you believe that? So she was Laura Spinner in high school. Anna is making this easy on us. She is. She knew I needed a little softness today. Thank you, Anna, for reading the room. All right, here we go. Number 1, go to backchannel.tv, speak to your device. You can go to YouTube. You can go to Facebook. Here we go. 1-star review, National Park. Narcissistic, selfish people posed right in front of the ark for their personal picture. That's hilarious. Narcissistic, selfish people pose right in front of the ark for their personal picture. Well, geez Louise. Crass Funnel, St. Louis. Yes, the St. Louis National Gateway Ark. Yeah, Anna did make this. Oh, I already read that. Your 70s National Park. What does that mean, Stacy? I say arc. Am I saying that correctly? Arch. Is this a St. Louis Arch? And then, actually, what is it? St. Louis Arch or Arc? Heart. So it's Arch for both? Oh. Is it really? Did I say that wrong? GP, you're not making fun of me for not saying arch. It's arches in St. Louis Arch. Golly. How is that true? Why do I say arc? Who says arc? Nathan says Arches National Park. See, this is going to be hard. Indiana Steve says must be Arches National Park. Does anybody else say arc? Who says that? Why did I say it? Why do I say that? What else do I say? There's a lot of words I say that I'm like, I don't know where that came from. We'll blame it on Louisiana. It's because I'm from Louisiana. And my dad's 100% Italian. Do you like my earrings? I think it has to be Arches National Park as well. So many bingo spots. That's me being really, really kind today. I just assume it's your accent that says it that way. I don't have an accent, GP. I don't have an accent. What are you talking about? Arches National Park. But we will accept Arches. I'm just kidding. Oh, for the love. That is hilarious. Jeez Louise. Sheila, hi. Good morning, friend. I'm so glad you're here. Hi. Arc and arch are different things. Arch pertains to a partial circle. So isn't it the St. Louis Arch? I mean, wait. Isn't it the St. Louis Arc? Right? That's a partial circle. Well, aren't all arcs partial circles? Everyone has an accent. I don't have an accent. People from cities in Texas don't have accents. Houston, Dallas, Austin, none of us have accents. There are things I say, but that's just because I just say them. Arc and arch. We do not have accents. No, we don't. I get told that all the time. Everyone has accents. This is what Anna's saying. I can't right now. Mindy says that's a different thing. You can only visit 2 by 2. Mindy coming in with a Bible joke. That's hilarious. Arc is more about geometry. I still think the St. Louis arc is geometric. Hi, April. I'm glad you're back. We're playing the game. Ohio is the most neutral accent. Are you kidding? You guys totally have a Midwest accent for sure. All right, here we go. 1 star. 1 star. Which national park are they describing? Good for a night trip, maybe, but heck on earth for summer's day. Good for a night trip, maybe, but heck on earth for summer's day. What national park are they talking about? Peter, listen, I'm from Louisiana, which if you have your bingo card, you get that spot twice. When I moved here, holy smokes, my accent was so thick. So thick. It's fine. I don't know if Texas considers itself the entire South. Deep South, yes. Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, for sure. Ask Sue. People get sent to Central Ohio for voice training for accent. That's what I'm talking about. So my friend Sue is a master linguist, has a master's in it, does it for a living. She's one of the best in the ever. Hi, JD, listening out in Washington. Hi, good morning. I mean, the answer to their view is the entire South. Thank you. That's funny. I thought you were talking about accents, but both are funny, actually. Mindy says Joshua Tree and Peter. GP says, although night trip for some areas is still debatable. Yeah, I would. April says Acadia. Anna says, I think your accent is very neutral, but I've met plenty of people in all of your cities named with crazy accents. But honestly, they're usually not from there. Like they've usually found their way there. When I got here, I had an accent. It was awful. But normally, if you meet someone from Texas and they don't have an accent, they speak like I do, it means they're from a big city. You know what I mean? But if they're from East Texas, and East Texas sounds very different than West Texas. Hi, GD. Hi, JD. Don't get mad at me, JD. Mwah. Sorry about that. Good morning. Good morning. Southern Ohioans sound like they're from the deep South. It's wild. That is weird. Joshua Tree National Park. Mindy, you got that right. That's fascinating. Of all the national parks to say you should visit at night. Interesting. That's really weird. Okay, that's really weird. Hi. Hello, everybody. Okay, here we go. 1 star review. I need my back channel people to help me out. Oh, Nathan guessed Zion and Stacy guessed Yellowstone. Sorry. And Steve guessed Joshua. I skipped all of that. I was defending my accent. It goes through the desert. Thanks, GP. But they're all kind of deserty. Let's see. Yellowstone. Good morning, Doug. All right, here we go. It was like a juicy piece of steak presented on a trash can lid. Who would write that? Oh, Doug, you always have the best drinks in the morning. I'm having coffee, friend. Cheers. It's okay, Stacy. I got there. We should all give each other grace. You subscribe, JD? Thank you, friend. You are so awesome. Thank you. Thank you. All right, 1 star review. It was like a juicy piece of steak presented on a trash can lid. What national park? Okay, Liv, this is from Peter. Although Mindy guessed Yellowstone. Any other? Come on, back channel. Where are you, friends? I need you to tell me some names of national parks. Oh, use Peter's question later. Don't read it right now. Okay, I'll read it later. This review is bonkers. It's weird because here's the thing. None of them taste like steak. You shouldn't be eating national parks. None of them look like steak. I think it could be Yellowstone too, Doug. That's the only thing I could think of. Because Yellowstone, I think, is trippy. You go to Yellowstone, everybody's like, it's the best, it's the best. And then GP St. Louis. Where are you right now? Are you in St. Louis, GP? How is Anna doing today? April wants to know. Anna says to Peter, stop derailing things, Peter. Doug says Joshua National Tree. I don't know. I'm going to say Yellowstone. If it's Yosemite, I will be so mad. Okay, Anna, I'm ready to be so mad. Mount Rainier. Am I saying that correctly? Mount Rainier. Is that with an accent? Mount Rainier National Park. Well, hi, y'all. Mount Rainier National Park. Isn't that like up in the north? Isn't that like Washington? We need Scoutmaster Nathan to present this game. Yeah, for sure. That's bizarre. If that's true, that's a gorgeous park. Wait, where is that, Anna? Can someone tell me where Mount Rainier is? It is in Washington State. That's what I thought. What are you talking about? It's like a steak put on a trash can. What? Peter, I'm an influencer, but only for this show. I will read your question later, Peter. My boss told me to wait. The mountain is in Washington. Does not seem fair. That's bizarre. Okay, Doug, we'll see you in a sec. Good morning, Sheila. We should have a game where GP is like, where's Waldo? That's a good game. We guess where GP is. It is pretty up there. Up here? Where are you? Oh, are you back in Seattle? GP, you love playing this game. All right, here we go. 1-star review. It's like a bigger version of Central Park, only with bears. I think I know what this one is. It's like a bigger version of Central Park, only with bears. Although, to be fair, I'm sure there's a bear that walks around Central Park at some point, whether it's a guy in a costume or whatever. Jellystone. Right. Yes. Mindy, I agree. I would guess, JD, what are you guessing, friend? What are you guessing? Steve says Yellowstone. Mindy says Yosemite. I think Yosemite. There's a lot of green space in Yosemite. Yellowstone's weird. JD, you live in Spokane, Washington. So do you go to Mount Rainier? Am I saying that correctly? I feel like my mouth is breaking. I feel like my mouth is broken right now. I feel like it won't cooperate. Yosemite? Stacy's saying Yosemite. I agree. Spokane or Spokane, JD? JD, Anna wants to know, is it Spokane or Spokane? It's Spokane. Spokane, Washington. You've heard it both ways? Rainier. Am I not Rainier? How am I? Listen, in all fairness, and I never do this, and I never admit this on the air. I took melatonin last night. I was so upset about everything that was happening here in Texas. I took melatonin. And I got to say, I don't think my energy comes back the same when I wake up when I have melatonin. If we could do the show at like, I don't know, 3:00 today, that'd be great. Could you guys come back? GP saying Yellowstone. Yellowstone? Huh. I would not have said Yellowstone National Park. Indiana Steve was right. GP was right. Nathan was right. All the men folk were right. I'm offended. It should be Yosemite. I think it's Spokane. When you were in Spokane, people said Spokane. JD, please tell us, is it cane with an E or can, like how you pronounce it? Stacy, you think Yellowstone's the best park you've been to? I think that's great. All right, 1-star review. Trees block views and too many gray rocks. This makes me not like America. Like, this makes me not like humans. Trees block views and too many gray rocks. Are you kidding right now? I don't think we have a Redwood National Park, Peter. Am I saying Rainier? Nobody will correct me. Grasswell says it's 5:30. Let me wake up some locals and ask. So you are in Washington. You are in Washington. Mindy says that's Yosemite. Yeah, that might be it. Trees block views and too many gray rocks. That's got to be Yosemite for sure. which that just makes me angry. I don't know how you go to Yosemite and hate it. Yeah, Steve says Yosemite. You've already corrected me. You didn't pay attention to what I said. Stacey, be nice. You didn't tell me how to pronounce Rainier. I'm talking about Rainier specifically. Is that how I say it? Rainier? I think it's Rainier. Nathan says Acadia. You got a flight today, but yes. Are you flying back home? GP, why do you do this? Really, of all the days, could you be nice to my brain? Please be nice to my brain. Okay, thank you, April. She says Spokane. I think it's Spokane. JD hasn't told us yet. If it's Spokane, that's Rainier. No, this is you being nice to me, GP. Rainier. Yeah, that's better. Rainier. Are you in Rainier? Yes, that's the right way to say it. I was saying Rainier. Yeah, I was adding a syllable. Rainier. Sorry. I know how to say that word. With a cane, JD, say yes or no. I'm going to say it one way and you say yes or no. Spokane. Yes or no, JD? Spokane. Stacey, I love you. You're like my favorite friend. Give me 2 hours. I could probably get there. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what JD says. All right. Trees, block views, too many gray rocks. What do you think? Yosemite. Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite national park. No, so it is Spokane. JD, I'm going to say it this way. Spokane? Spokane? Yes or no? You are my favorite, Doug. Doug, you are my favorite. You two are my... Okay. Anna was right. It's Spokane. Spokane, Washington. I did not know that. Am I the only one that says Spokane? God, now I feel so ignorant. Sheila, you know you're my favorite. Okay, a lot of people say it the way I do. Okay, well, now we know Spokane. Spokane. Just like Adidas is actually Adidas, but nobody says that. Thank you, Doug, for saying I'm not ignorant. I know. Thank you, Stacy. You're a sweetheart. You know I love you to pieces. All right, here we go. 1-star review. Scenery is grand and huge and up in the air and distant and impersonal. I got bored fast. This is the last one. What do you call people from Spokane? Spokaneans. Spokaneans? Spokans. I don't know. So you are in Seattle. You're back in Seattle. Thank you, Sheila. You're going to look it up, Doug? Doug's going to look it up for you, GP. Scenery is grand and huge and up in the air and distant and impersonal. I got bored fast. Now, I've heard a lot of people say they get bored in national parks. Does that hurt my insides? Do my organs cry? They do. They do cry. Spoken people. I like that. I think they should be called the spoken people. Nathan gets an LOL, GP. Never going to give me credit for being funny. Never going to give me credit for being funny. Mindy's guessing Zion. Where are my back channelers? What are you guessing, friends? What do you think? We have one guess. Arches. Because I just learned today it's the St. Louis Arch in Spokane. Do you guys come here? Should we rename the show Let's Teach Liv? Is that what we should name it? Liv Learns. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Liv Learns, where I learn how to be an adult on the air. No name. Hi. Welcome, listener. We got 2 no-namers. You guys, you can go to backchannel.tv, BACK, and join the chat. Stacy's guessing Zion. I know. Noah's Ark. I know. I got it. I learned arches. Okay. So Nathan says the arches. Mindy says Zion. Stacy says Zion. Doug says you're game for that. That's hilarious. Anna says there's a podcast by a random comedian where he and his co-host take turns giving a huge speech, presenting about a topic, and the other one has to guess if it's real or not. Oh, that sounds perfect for us. All right, let's see, Anna. I guess I'll go with Zion. That sounds like a good guess. Zion National Park. That could be a segment. Yeah, you'll pop on and teach me something, and it could be really intense. And then I have to guess if it's serious or not. That'd be hilarious. And I have to pronounce it. Hello, Rebecca. Hi. You agree? You say St. Louis Arch? Because wait. No, I say St. Louis Arc. Jeez. I know. I get it. I get it. I mispronounce it. Everyone write Texas Tech and say, take back your diploma. My parents do every week. They send a weekly letter and say, send us back our money. Okay. Anyway, we nailed it, Stacy. High five, friend. Doug, you're listening to the Toledo Police Department? Wow, that's kind of crazy. I love it. You guys, welcome. Welcome. It is 7:37 here in Texas, 8:37 on the East Coast. I already talked about my earrings, GP. I gave y'all like 7 bingo things in a row. In a row. Where were you? These are actually handmade from Italy. Just to let you know. They're someone took fabric. What do I say? Crocheted. Can't think of the word. These are crocheted from Italy. I saw it on Facebook. Anyway, Nathan said that was like the fastest game today. Well, that's because we went through the actual game. Unlike yesterday, where we were talking about cereal, which is crazy. All right. Yes, Doug, I would love to know the frequency that you're listening to on your radio. I don't know what that means, but sure, you can tell me. You can absolutely share that with me. Yeah, Anna says it's because the last 2 weeks we've done 45 minutes on Food Wars. I just love how foodie everybody is. You know what I mean? Thank you, Mindy. They're like a rose gold, which I thought would go. This is a new top. I've been trying to buy like new tops. This is a new top. I don't know. Sleeveless is very new for me. Not even a year. I'm not comfortable with it at all. And this is me trying to force myself. Cereal, I could use some puffins. You were listening yesterday, GP. You were listening. Look at you, friend. Gotcha. That is so funny. Anna says, as someone who crochets, it impressed me when people crochet earrings, teensy tiny crochet hooks and yarn. Wild. Yeah, she's really good. Some I like and some are a little crochet-y. You know what I mean? They look like a doily. Maybe everyone's like, those look like doilies. Oh, good. Doug, I'm glad your mom is on a train ride. That is fantastic. Oh, yeah. Answer your question. Peter, thank you. I knew I was trying to. Could you tell I was remembering something? Yes. Oh, you put it in the run of the show? Anna put it in the run of show. That's crazy. Okay, here we go. This is a question from our favorite listener, Peter. Do you see how I do that? Each one of you are my favorites. Liv, you're in a contest and you're going to be forced to live in one of the 50 states at random. But you can prevent 3 possibilities. Which one do you pick to never live in? Easy. New Mexico. I freaking hate New Mexico. I do. Wait. Pause. Yes. Thank you. Pause. I used to hate New Mexico. New Mexico, we're good. We're good. New Jersey. New Jersey's dead to me. Done. I used to defend that state. Sheila knows it's okay. She's okay with it. I used to defend that state to the death. My father was born in that state. I grew up going to that state. No longer. It is everything everyone says. New Jersey. Did you want to hear me say that, Peter? You are my favorite. GB says you were going to say Oklahoma. Oklahoma is your least favorite state? Okay, 2 more states. Jersey's my absolute least favorite, hands down. God. I have so much hate for that state. I don't know if I can have more. Hi, Magnite. Hello from Mississippi. Totally get it. That's why we moved out. That's why I love you, Sheila. And you know all my other stories. So just strictly worse, Florida. Nah, not Florida. Nathan doesn't like Mississippi. His whole family's from Mississippi. Mississippi's hard for me. Hi, Kathy. It is. I'm just gonna be honest. It is a hard state for me for sure. I'm not a New Mexico fan. I'm really not. I'm really not a New Mexico fan. I've never liked the food there. I've had some weird experiences there. I don't really like any of the towns there. Could I have seen it wrong? I'll tell you this, with New Mexico, I have a feeling I could be persuaded. I could be persuaded about New Mexico. I don't hate it as much as I used to. I'm really trying to check in with myself. Yeah, New Jersey for sure. Least favorite ever. Huh. I don't like Mississippi. I really don't. I don't like anything about it. What's another state? Nathan, what's another state that I don't like? You went to New Mexico to go to Oregon? I believe that. New Mexico does have great burritos at Allsups, but you can get those in Texas, friend. GP, just letting you know. I have to think. I don't know. What are your 3 least favorite states, you guys? What are your three states that you don't want to live in? This is like you don't want to live there. You don't want to live there. I've been to all 50 states. Mindy says I haven't been to all of them, so there are some blank spaces. I have questions about Kentucky and West Virginia. I thought about West Virginia. West Virginia came in my brain. Sheila says New Jersey. She lived there her whole life. Stacy says Missouri. That's fair. I'm not a huge Missouri fan. JD says LA. I love Louisiana. Flipping love Louisiana. New Mexico has better burritos than Allsups. Come on. What could be better than Allsups? Chivalrous Dinosaur. Good morning. Hi. New watcher. Texas is the best. Where do you live, Chivalrous Dinosaur? Sheila said New Jersey again. Nathan said I would pick Wyoming, New Jersey, Connecticut. Connecticut to live. Yeah, Connecticut, I have reasons to not like right now for sure. But then I have such great reasons to love Connecticut. You live in San Antonio. Lots of love to you this morning. Lots of love to you this morning, Chivalrous Dinosaur. Yeah, let me know, Doug. Let me know for sure. Grassful says Kentucky's pretty. West Virginia is great for camping. Are you a camper, GP? Oh, you live by there. All you Pennsylvanians, Ohioans. Anna, what are your 3 states? Rebecca says North Dakota. Yeah, I don't want to live in North Dakota. I don't want to live in Mississippi. I don't want to live in New Jersey. I cannot live in New Jersey. I can't. Absolutely refuse. I cannot live in Mississippi. Can't. Refuse. What else? North Dakota would be close. Wyoming would be hard. Wyoming would be hard. It's the least populous state. I need people. Vermont is the second least, but it's gorgeous. I could just go outside and pretend I'm in Austria. That's what the Von Trapps did. Hi, Miles. Hello. Did you know that? Did you know Captain Von Trapp bought a mountain for Mrs. Von Trapp, for Maria? They're buried in Vermont, the Von Trapps. Did you know that? Nathan says Nebraska, Kansas, Iowa, Oklahoma, North Dakota, South Dakota, because no people. Yeah, I'm not a huge there's a lot of states I'm not a fan for. But to live, I couldn't deal with the people in certain states. I just couldn't deal with it. There's cultures in states that, but I believe that. I believe that there are state cultures. You know what I mean? And I just couldn't do it every day. You're talking about living there every single day, dealing with a culture. Deep South is hard for me. Mindy says South Dakota. She loves South Dakota. Vermont is so small, you can go see people in Massachusetts. Rebecca says I won't live in New York or California. I could absolutely live there. Nathan says those are obviously all my favorites. Nathan likes places without people. Miles says hello. Jelani Lloyd, hi. Oh, Stacy, I'm sorry. Stacy had an accident happen to her in Missouri. South Dakota would be great to go to. It would be great too. Oh, to live in? Anna says, I still haven't been to the Southeast states, never been to Louisiana, Mississippi. Louisiana is great. I love the culture of Louisiana. I really do. I love South Louisiana. I was born and raised in North Louisiana. South Louisiana is something special for sure. It really is. So if I had to live in Louisiana, I would live in the South part. I would. Not that I want to live there. I don't want to live in Alabama either. Miles. Yeah, I don't know, guys. I don't know where I could not live. Those two are for sure. I guess I don't have a third. All right, good question. Peter, did you tell me your answers? Did you tell me West Virginia kind of comes up? My answers totally deal with the culture of the humans that live there. Really and truly. That's my issue about living somewhere. Yeah, there's a lot of great places to visit, but it would be hard to live long term. Hi, Katie. Good morning, friend. Should make boudin bread on the show. I've never made boudin bread. Actually, I've never made boudin. We have a lot of boudin kolaches here in Texas. This is about as close as we get. You guys, I don't know if you are flying. I know GP is flying a lot. He travels a lot. I fly a lot. I travel a lot. He does it for work, as do I-ish. Stacy says she has a sister-in-law named Katie. Oh, that's sweet. Anna says, thought of you. There's a random Cajun place I passed a bunch of times last month. Maybe we'll have to try it when you're in town for lunch and have me tell you if it tastes Cajun or not. Ooh. I have a crawfish boil I'm going to on Monday. That is how Cajun I am, you guys. All right, listen. I want to read this about the calm flight attendant who delivered a baby. Oh, do they? I'm not a big, here's the problem with Cajun food. I don't eat seafood. I don't eat meat either, but I do eat boudin. Boudin in Jennings, Louisiana at Boudin King. Phenomenal. That's the best boudin. For sure. All right, here we go. Calm flight attendant helps deliver baby after mom goes into early and unexpected labor mid-flight. This is every pregnant woman's nightmare. I don't care if you're on a plane, train, car, if you're walking in a Target, the last thing you want to do is have your baby in A, public. No, I'll reverse that. A, early, B, public. This is awful. But thank you. Thank you. All right, let's read it, Anna. Let's see. As if flight attendants don't have enough. The baby couldn't wait. Frontier Airlines said in a statement, a flight attendant jumped into action. This is What the What Wednesday, you guys. So this is a definite What the What story. A flight attendant jumped into action after a passenger went into early and unexpected labor during a recent Frontier Airlines flight from Denver to Orlando. Now that's a little haul. You know what I mean? That's not next door. Fortunately, flight attendant Diana Geraldo remained calm as she helped the mother to the back lavatory. How in the world did she deliver back there? And assisted performing the heroic task of delivering the baby mid-flight. This is a nightmare. Singing the crew's praises, Captain Chris Nye said that Geraldo was exemplary in providing care for the passenger. I would think so. Quote, this was a job well done, and I was happy to see everyone working together to successfully deliver a newborn on an aircraft, Nye said. Mindy said this seems to be happening more and more. Which part? Babies in the air or babies early? GP says that's why he won't fly pregnant. I don't, you know what? I gotta be honest, GP. I've never had boudin bread. Anna says, unless you're talking about kolaches. OMG, there was another article about a mom who delivered her baby on the side of the road and got back in the car with her kids and drove to the hospital. Anna, pull that up. Are you kidding me right now? That is what. Babies in the air. I don't understand. Like, I really don't. Also, what did they land the plane early? I feel like everybody would be like, nah, it's okay. We could go to Orlando in a second. Like, let's get her off of the plane. Steve, I hope the woman wasn't the pilot. That's how we women roll. I mean, seriously, Stacy. Oh my gosh. Can we read that one, Anna? You found the article? Let's read about that one. These poor women. Okay, so that's what Mindy was talking about. Her 5 kids were in the car. Stop it. Oh, for the love. What the what story. I got to see this. I got to read this. This is insane. Trying to get to Disney. I mean, it's a small world after all. That's what I would be singing. What do you do as a passenger? Oh my God, she's beautiful. Not that that matters, but how cute is she? Guys, go to backchannel.tv. And if you've got a device that you can look at this picture. This is from today. She's a farm wife. Woman delivers baby on the side of the road and then drives the car. Holy smokes. Gator Zone. Okay, talk about a wild ride. On Sunday, when was this? May 17th, 2022. Kentucky mom Heather Scatz gave birth on the side of the road while her 5 children sat in the car. She said, quote, I was having light contractions before we left, so I figured I had time to run an errand. Was the errand delivering your baby? Y'all, she's only 34 years old. 34 years old, and now she has 6 kids. Noting that her due date was 3 weeks away, oh my gosh, she labored for hours with her older children. I thought I wouldn't have the baby in my arms until 8 or 10 hours later, she said. But suddenly, Scott's contractions intensified and started coming very close together, an indication that labor has begun. Danger zone. Yes, Stacy, for sure. Holy smokes. This is what she wrote on Facebook. It's hard to read. Well, I had a wonderful water birth planned at home, and just as I've had in the past, I'm going to get a little closer. That didn't go as planned. I was literally driving in the car. This is her words. And the kids, when I felt like I needed to pull over, got out of the car, went to the other side in the grass, and literally had a baby. It was so quick. I can't even understand what's happening. I only thought these things happen in movies. I then proceeded to drive to the house with him, still attached, where my midwives were arrived 10 minutes later. And then we had to pick the grass off of him. She says, I'm still in shock that I delivered my own baby on the side of the road, but he's perfect. All the kids are happy to have him here. And today was a day I will never forget. My husband is not too happy about missing it, but at least he was on the phone with me when I called to say I'm going to have a baby on the side of the road. And 5 seconds later, he came out. Just for reference, when I started driving, I was having light contractions. In previous births, I didn't have a baby in my arms till hours, like 8 hours later. I was literally just out of the barn feeding horses 20 minutes before he came out. It was that fast. And no, he still doesn't have a name. Have to keep the tradition alive, although Austin wants to nickname him the Flash. They should name him Dashel. Call him Dash. That's crazy. Yeah, Nathan says, real life Ma Eagles. Mindy says, everyone sit tight. I'm going to go give birth. Joey, get your sister some goldfish. Scott said if she was driving faster, she started driving faster in hopes that she could get home to have a water birth as planned. But it quickly became clear that she didn't have enough time. She had a grass birth instead. She said, I pulled over, assured the kids everything was okay, and then grabbed my phone and got out of the van. Now, here's what's scary. She's the only adult. She grabbed her phone. So what if she needed assistance? I guess she'd scream and a kid would come outside and grab her phone. She said she was in a squat position on the ground when her water broke. This is insane. Is Grass Pedal her husband? I put my hand down there and his head started coming out with his body. She said, I didn't even have to push. It was so quick. I was on the phone with my husband, Nick, and 20 seconds later, I was like, he's here. She was able to catch the little boy who weighed 7 pounds. He started crying right away. He opened his eyes and looked at me, and I said, yeah, buddy, that was fun, huh? Oh, sweet baby. There's pictures. Stacy, I don't think she had time to get help, friend. It sounds like she did a really great job. I'm really proud of her. The baby was still attached to her placenta inside of her body. Holy smokes. She got back into the vehicle where her children, Kaylin, who's 13, Annalie, who's 11, Austin, who's 6, Luke, who's 3, Alyssa, who's 2, were eager to meet their new sibling. Scats and her husband are also the parents of Leela, who died of cancer when she was 4 years old in 2016. Anna, are you kidding me? Quote, I wrapped him in a blanket and drove him close to my chest. I think the kids were in shock. They were pretty quiet. Once they finally got to the house, Scats delivered her placenta in the shower with help from her 13-year-old daughter, Kaylin. Soon after that, Scats' midwife arrived. Holy smokes. That is unbelievable. Anna says, yeah, how do you react as a kid, even if you were around for the water births? Oh my gosh. She said, I think having a home birth in the past taught me how to trust my body, explaining how she was able to remain calm, knowing that the process really helped. That makes sense. She said her and her husband are still working on a name. They're considered Porter or Wolf. The street names where he was born. I think Grass Puddle. Oh, that's what Nathan was saying. His name should be Grass Puddle. I see. Yeah, seriously. Thanks, Caitlin. Maybe a future midwife for sure. Let me see what everybody's saying. Okay, so that was a crazy what the what story. That is what the what. Yeah, Mindy, she's a total beast. Amazing. And she is a farm wife. That's true. Everyone, yeah, okay, I read that. Yeah, Nathan says she's a real life Ma Ingalls for sure. Peter says, my cousin lived in Hawaii and would go off into the ocean by herself, give birth, and return with a baby. Are you allowed to do that? Are you allowed to have babies in seawater? Like, is that okay? That's amazing. Wrote a book on it? Peter, we need to know the name of the book. Wow. Minnie said, remember that feeling, overwhelming need to push. There's no stopping it. I never got to feel that. So we're calling the baby GP 2.0 on the show. That is incredible. Wow. Miles says, my mom is a farm wife. She also has 5 kids and is 37. Miles, your mom is incredible. Tell her thank you for being amazing. JD, wow is right. Woo! That is a what the what, you guys. And it is bringing us to the top of the hour. I tell you what, it makes you have perspective, everything that's going on. And here's what I hope you come away with as we go into the second hour of this show. Is that there's a lot of great that happens in the world that is shocking and crazy and mind-bending and incomprehensible, and a lot of not so great that happens in the world that have the same feelings. It's a both and. So even as we go into the second hour of this day and of the show on this day, not the second hour of the day, and we are still continuing our conversations and what we're doing, all these things can coexist at the same time. We can still honor what's happened in Uvalde, Texas, and honor these incredible women who are giving birth in grass puddles and oceans. Unbelievable. Wow. That is a wow. That is a what the what. Kearney, hello. Welcome, friend. So glad you are here watching out in New York. Let's see. Stacey says she's having honeycombs for breakfast. Oh, it's good to know. Nathan said, delivered on plane. This mom says, hold my beer. Grass birth mom is solo with 5 kids and driving home for placenta delivery. I can't comprehend that. Yeah. Oh, Mindy says it's not a great feeling, that whole wanting to push thing. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it is. I am sad that I didn't get to experience that. Both my kids were C-section. Hey, I got to have kids, right? That is the positive. Oh, Doug is eating barbecue Pringles. You guys kill me. Y'all, let's take a 1-minute break. We're going to come back for the top of the hour. During this 1-minute break, you can go to backchannel.tv, get on the chat. And if you've got a device that you can talk to, like Kearney, you do, in the bottom corner, you can see a button that says subscribe. Hit it now. Because if you subscribe in this next hour, we are picking a winner for a $25 gift card to Amazon. We'll be right back. You are tuned into Live Every Day. Hello, welcome back. Good morning. You are watching, listening, and chatting on Live Every Day. I'm your host, Liv Harrison, here on Backchannel. We have one more hour together, you guys. It's Wednesday, and you just saw the lineup of the shows here on Backchannel every morning. East Coast time starts at 6 a.m. with Haley and Allison from 6 to 8. On Monday, Wednesday, Friday, this show, Live Every Day, with me as your host, is from 8 to 10. Even tomorrow, normally on Tuesday, Thursdays, I'm not here for 2 hours, but tomorrow I will be. On Tuesday, Thursdays, normally I'm here for 1 hour from 8 to 9, because then from 9 to 10, you have Will and Kate. Every day from 10 to 12, you have Get On Up with Jim and Renee. We will talk to them later on in this hour. And from 12 to 2, Anthony Davis Show, 2 to 4, your pal Hal. Bring us home from 4 to 6. You've got Mario Smith with The Drive. So Doug says, I love that elevator music. JD, I love you too. Did JD leave? That stinks. Oh no. Anna, we might have to pick a new person. JD was the winner of the $25 gift card, but JD left. Anna, do we have JD's email? How does that work? JD, congratulations. Oh, you don't have any info. Sorry, JD, you were picked for $25. If we have your info, we can absolutely keep it and you get to be the winner. We'll give him a few minutes to see if he comes back. Bye, Nate. Have a great day. If he comes back in the next few minutes, because sometimes that happens. Sometimes people get kicked off, you know. Anna, let's draw again at the 15 when we play the next game. And, we'll see who gets picked. Okay. How does that work? So Miles, yeah, you're a subscriber. Let's see. Indiana Steve, Doug, Stacy, Sheila, Miles, and Kearney out of New York, all subscribers. You will be entered if JD doesn't claim his prize in the next 10 minutes. So there you go. We'll see how it goes. All right, guys. So glad you're here. Welcome back. One more hour on this show. Today is What the What Wednesday. We've already talked about some pretty crazy stuff happening in the world. I don't know if I want to, you know what, Anna? I think we need to go to Kourtney Kardashian after the game, because are we going to go into it? I mean, we could start now. We could do it now. We absolutely could. I've got to talk about this. Hi, Kearney. Hi. Am I saying your name right? Is it Kearney or, well, tell me how to say it. Make sure I get it correct, because it's a big deal. I want to say your name correctly. It's important to me. All right. Kourtney Kardashian. She's gotten married 17,000 times already to Travis Barker, or seems that way. She's never been married before. I don't know if people realize that. And she's in her 40s, never been married before. She does have children. She had a very long relationship with Scott Disick for a long time. Connie is your name. Thank you, Connie. I appreciate you letting me know. Thank you. Good morning. I'm so glad you're here. So yeah, Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker are married again in a lavish ceremony in Italy. They had a practice wedding in April in Vegas. They've had a couple of weddings in Italy. They're going to have a big reception, which they had one in Italy, but they're going to have one in LA. So the May 22nd wedding follows Kourtney and Travis's legal marriage on May 15th. At their practice wedding in Las Vegas in April. Can you make it just a little bigger? It's that weird type, that real weird font. Thank you, friend. Third time's the charm for newlyweds Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker. The Poosh founder married the Blink-182 drummer in an intimate wedding ceremony in Portofino, Italy on Sunday, May 22nd. Kourtney, 43 years old, wore a custom white corseted mini dress with a long dramatic veil, and Travis, 46, donned a sleek black suit, both by Dolce & Gabbana. Okay. Yeah, she had a real wedding. The pair exchanged vows surrounded by red roses and loved ones, including their 6 total children. Kourtney has sons. She has Mason, who's 12, Rain, who's 7, and daughter Penelope, 9, and Travis's son Landon, who's 18, and daughter Alabama, 16. Oh yes, and stepdaughter Atiana, who's 23. That's right, because he was married. I remember. Yes, Meet the Barkers. He had a reality show. Happily ever after. Both Courtney and Travis wrote alongside official wedding photos that they posted on Instagram. They did that, I think, on Sunday. The lavish celebration spanned the course of several days, starting with a dinner party at Ristorante Puny on Friday evening. Saturday's festivities included a visit to the Abbey of San Fortuso for a special lunch. That evening, guests enjoyed dinner and dancing late into the night at Villa San Bartolomeo. I'm not saying this correct. Part of the Dolce & Gabbana complex properties, which are all called La Vultia. I have no idea. My brother speaks fluent Italian. He's not here. On Sunday, the family enjoyed a relaxing morning and early afternoon. Kim Kardashian even took her daughter, North, and Courtney's daughter, Penelope, out for gelato before getting glammed up for the big ceremony, which also took place at the Elveda grounds. The reception followed at Castello Brown. Connie says it's nice to be rich. Yeah. What is this about, Miles? This is about a wedding. Hi, Carol. Good morning. First time listener out in Delaware. This is the third time for Courtney and Travis to have tied the knot. The first time they sparked marriage rumors on April 4th when they had a practice wedding in Las Vegas at a Vegas wedding channel. The spontaneous chapel. The spontaneous exchange of vows included an Elvis Presley impersonator as the officiant and took place in the middle of the night. Kind of crazy. On May 15th, they were legally wed in California at a courthouse. A source told people that the wedding took place in preparation for their Italy nuptials because you have to be married here first. So to make sure that the wedding would be legal. I wonder which date they're going to use. They had to legally get married firsthand of their big Italian wedding, which is happening very soon, the source said at the time. All the details are set, and the whole family, including the kids, are very excited. Courtney shared photos from the wedding day on Instagram, including her and Barker in a car with a just married sign with the caption, "Till death do us part." Travis proposed to Courtney in October 2021 on the beach in Montecito, California. The romantic moment saw the couple standing in a heart made of roses and candles. The proposal and celebratory dinner with family afterward were featured on the Hulu series The Kardashians. The blended family includes 6 children. Courtney's 3 with ex Scott Disick, and Travis's son and daughter with ex Shauna Mokler, and he had that TV show with her. They Meet the Barkers. I think about her all the time, which is so strange. He also remained close to his stepdaughter, Atiana, for whom Mokler, 47, shares with boxer Oscar de la Hoya. It's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Hi, Gorpat. Good morning. Oh, hi, Jonah. Hi, Jonah. Good morning, Jonah. So here's a wedding picture of the two of them. The veil is beautiful, I have to say. It really is gorgeous. It is a gorgeous piece of art. You know what I mean? Anna, what do you think about the veil? Do you think it's a beautiful lace piece? I am not a fan of her dresses. I don't think she could pull them off. I think the Kardashians are gorgeous, but I just don't think it's flattering on her. I really don't. And that's coming from someone that knows things are not flattering on me. Like, I don't think this is flattering on me. Yeah, Anna says seeing the dress through the veil throws it off. The whole thing was sponsored by Dolce & Gabbana. I don't know if anybody knows that. You saw the front view of the dress and eek. Yeah, all 3 of the dresses that she wore for all 3 of these are similar. And for me, are what the what. This is very amusing, Connie. Yeah, it is. I'm just not, I don't know what she's thinking. First time married, it looks like Elwood's Playboy bunny costume. It really does. It does look costumey to me. Like, it really does. And again, I am not a fashion person. You know what I mean? Yeah, the dresses are the veil is stunning. I agree, Mindy. And I know a lot of people have controversy with the veil because it is religious in nature, and people think that she's making a mockery of religion. You know, I think the veil is stunning. And here's the thing. I have no idea why Kourtney Kardashian chose this veil. I don't know. And I think for us to take a moment and and judge her on why she chose that veil, whether it means something to her religiously or not. I don't know where we get off doing that. Like, I don't know where we get the right. Now, do I have the right to say I can't stand her dress? Yes. Yes, I do. For sure. Because that has something to do with like the fashion sense. I don't have fashion sense. I do not like that dress. I'm talking about the veil being religious or not. I feel like that's a different thing we're talking about. I feel like you are then deciding to talk about somebody's spiritual decisions. I think that's a line. It is. It's a veil to it's an homage to Travis's ink. Travis has a tattoo on his neck with the Virgin Mary. I think those words on it. You know what I mean? I did not know that, Miles. So I'm not a fan of the dress. It kind of reminds me of like Tim Burton. It reminds me of Madonna. You know, it does. It reminds me of a costume. I don't like the short dresses, and I just don't think they look really great on her. I really don't. She is gorgeous. Kourtney Kardashian's beautiful. I just don't think these are flattering dresses. I'm just not. I just don't like them. I really don't. But Dolce and Gabbana not only designed everything, but they like sponsored this wedding. Now that is not what happened with Kim, as I was reading, or maybe Chloe. I don't know. One of them did not get sponsored. This was completely sponsored by Dolce & Gabbana. And why not? We've said their name 4,000 times. You know what I mean? Okay, so this is what Anna has found. The Italian wedding featured Kourtney Kardashian in a mini white dress from Dolce & Gabbana, paired with a long and dramatic veil that had a replica of the Virgin Mary that Barker inked on top of his head. And it's also blazed on his back. Travis Barker has always been vocal about his religious beliefs and Catholic upbringing. I didn't know that. Back in 2015, while talking to Vice, Barker revealed that he had gotten a tattoo of the Virgin Mary when he was younger, saying, "I definitely pray. I believe in God. I definitely think I was blessed. So I'm not at church every day and I'm not pushing religion on people, but I believe in God and pray, and my kids pray." There you go. What the what? That's interesting. And here's what's really interesting. Looking at Travis Barker, would you judge him looking at him that he is a religious person? Not just spiritual, because a lot of people are spiritual, right? But looking at him, would you think that he is religious? Like specifically saying I'm Catholic, specifically putting the Virgin Mary on his body, and then she has this huge veil. It's interesting. Okay, so Anna says, I think it's slightly different since he has Catholic ties, but if they would have appropriated Jewish customs or Muslim customs or done an Indian ceremony, people would be so mad. So it is interesting. What the what? You know, Stacey says she prefers the short dress. I know. Connie said, imagine if the groom wore shorts. I know. I've heard about religious people and he does not sound like the religious type. Religious is really, listen, religion's super, super personal. And I don't know. Oh, what the what? I don't know what they were thinking. So what do you think, you guys? Do you think it was appropriate to have something that religious placed on a piece of cloth? And I think that's a good point. Take Christianity out of it. This isn't a Christianity story. This isn't a Catholic story. This is religion and like whatever. Would it be okay to put any type of religious anything on something for your wedding, if you don't subscribe to it? Is it okay if you do subscribe to it? What the what? What do you think? I think the veil was absolutely beautiful. I really do. Is the intent behind the veil important? I think so. Right. Like, what if he would have worn a yarmulke in a saying? Would that have been okay? Are you saying it's okay in a saying, or if they done, if they had worn like the Indian flower necklaces, Connie says whatever floats their boat. But what if they are not of that faith? If they're not of that faith, if they're not practicing the Indian faith, if they're not practicing the Jewish faith and they take on those customs, is that appropriation? Is that okay? So is he, but Anna, if he's a practicing Catholic, are you okay with him having the Virgin Mary on his head and his bride having, why are we talking about religions or whatever? Miles, because it's part of the world. Because this is a story. Because somebody wore a very interesting dress. It's an interesting topic. I don't know. Anyway, I do not like her dresses at all. Anybody want to guess what she's going to wear to her LA reception? I'm guessing another short mini dress. And I'm guessing it will be brought to us by Dolce & Gabbana, which is not who is sponsoring at all. It's sponsoring the game we're about to play. So here we go. I know. So it is. Religion is an interesting topic. It's not very religious to have shorts and a dress. Well, that's what we're talking about. That's what we're saying. Like, what do we think about this? It's just conversation. We're not giving, we're not really having a religion conversation. We're talking about people and what they do. That's true, Rebecca. The Virgin Mary is also cultural. That's true for Hispanics, but not necessarily religious. That is true. So that's a good point too. Like if it's part of a culture, I'm really trying to talk about culture. Like I've thought about this. Okay, I'll give another example. The celebration Holi, Holi, right? Is that how you say it? Do you say Holly? I see. Anna says she is less concerned about the veil and more concerned about the background and other aesthetic pieces. Is it called Holi, Holi, the Indian celebration in India? You've never even heard of the Virgin Mary, Miles? How old are you, Miles? I'm just asking for real. I think that sounds correct. Okay. People have Holi celebrations and they throw yes, politics and religion absolutely divide people. That's what we're not doing that today. We're not dividing anybody. They throw like holy. Is it like holy? Okay. And they throw like beautiful colors in the air. Like it's this powder and okay. Like holly tamale. You call it holly tamale? You're 10 miles. Got it. And I've wanted to go. It looks so beautiful. It looks like such a beautiful celebration. But I do not practice the culture, Indian culture. I don't practice Indian religion, but they'll have a big public Holly celebration here in Houston. And I've thought about going. You know what I mean? Would that be okay? Like, I think about that. Like, take the religious part out. Like, you know what I mean? Like, cultural pieces. When is it okay to participate and when is it not? Anyway, it's kind of it's an interesting thing to talk about. Mindy says, I think humans use all kinds of symbols and imagery and make their own meaning. When it has different meaning to an entire people group, it needs to be handled with respect, a private ceremony. But it is a very public family. That's true. Less inflection on the H. Oh, really? Okay. People lost their minds when Madonna made like a prayer. She's an artist making art. True, but she also did some not okay things with the crucifix. You know what I mean? That's on another level. That was not just religious. That was also go and enjoy the celebration. You will learn and eat the food. I love Indian food. Indian food's actually French and Indian are my favorite. This could also go back to the Met Gala theme from a few years back. Some are gorgeous, some are sort of offensive. It's interesting. It isn't Hinduism. No, but it is somebody's culture. Like we're learning that line right now, like in the world, you know what I mean? Like we're learning the line about what Anna says. I think it's better to ask questions and participate rather than stay ignorant. Exactly. I think ask the question. For instance, I will not go see the musical Book of Mormon. I have grown up in the second largest Mormon population in the United States. Literally, my town is the second largest. It's Salt Lake City, and then the town I live in or lived in here in Houston outskirts. And so I grew up with a ton of Mormon families. When the Book of Mormon came out, I was dying to see it. I'm a huge musical person, huge. But I wanted to know if that was okay with them because it's their religion, it's their culture. Is it appropriate? So I asked them. I did. I asked my friends and I said, What are your feelings about that? Do I think anybody who's seen Book of Mormon is wrong? No, I don't. I'm just saying for me, that's how I handle it. That's how I've handled it. People who come with respect and curiosity are generally welcome. No, I think that's true, Mindy. I think that's true. GP, traditional food at the temple have no meat. Exactly. So anyway, Indian food is delicious. It is just fantastic. There's a great place here, High Remarkable Condor, called Pondicherry. It's one of my top 5 favorite restaurants in Houston. I don't like spicy either. I don't eat spicy. So I eat Indian food that isn't. Sag paneer is my favorite. That's not spicy. All right, there we go. I'm with you on that. It's a mockery. I can't enter into that spirit and have fun. Yeah, I can't do it. I just can't do it. It's hard for me. It's just hard for me. All right, you guys, moving on. Let's play a game. Let's play a game, Anna. Oh, sorry, Stacy. Yeah, spicy foods are hard. West Houston has tons of an Indian population. I love Houston. Oh, Miles, your favorite Chinese food is from Pan Express? Good for you, friend. All right, here we go. 6 questions. This is general trivia, foodish. This is all food related. What was the original tagline? Is it tagline for spam, Anna? Is that what that's supposed to say? Tagline. Okay, tagline. Okay, guys, what was the original tagline for spam? Spam, S-P-A-M. Fancy Perch, hello. First time listener. We got a no-namer first timer. Tony watching from New Jersey first time. You guys, you can go to backchannel.tv and you can play along. We're also going to pick a new winner for $25 gift card for Amazon. So all of you new people, Tony, no name, there should be a little button right there that says subscribe. Hit it. You'll be a subscriber. Everyone who's a subscriber is going to get pulled right now. You're going to be entered into a random digital wheel, and Anna's going to pull a name. Sheila, you won $25 to Amazon. Congratulations. That is fantastic. What is great about the Book of Mormon is that it's so straight and truthful and naturally develops the humor. There you go, GP. Go to backchannel.tv and claim your prize, Sheila. Sheila, go back. And I do have her info. Connie, I love Amazon. I know. Isn't that nice? Backchannel.tv, claim your prize. Okay, guys, backchannel.tv, I want your answers. What was the original tagline for spam? Did you grow up eating spam? In Hawaii, spam is like that's a core food group. You know what I mean? Rebecca says, we went to the Spam Museum a few years ago. GP said, of course you did, Rebecca. Rebecca, where's the Spam Museum? It's a miracle in a can. That's the tagline, miracle in a can? Oh, Rebecca, I thought you were being funny. That's the tagline, miracle in a can? Mindy says it's a miracle in a can. Minnesota has spam, the spam miracle, the Spam Museum. Miles, I've never had spam either. Stacy says miracle in a can. Spam was very popular during World War II. Canned ham. Grass Puddle, these quizzes feel like Slumdog Millionaire for Rebecca. I never saw that movie. My father used to fry spam sandwiches. Mindy, like you grew up with them? All right. Anna says, Anna, now I'm nervous because I'm nervous. Anna says, the meat of many uses is the original tagline. The meat of many uses. Did you check it? Michelle, hi. Tony, I'm so glad you're a subscriber. Thank you, friend. Fancy Perch, welcome. We will pull more names, Tony. So don't worry. You only subscribe to this show, and we will be pulling, probably might pull another one this week. Fancy Perch, hello, first time listener. Michelle, first time listener out in Illinois. And Fancy Perch is out in Idaho. Oh, spam the product, not the, yeah, that was a trick question. Well, I was saying SP, I had said it earlier, SPAM, like what you eat, and that they eat it in Hawaii. I'm sorry, Fancy Perch, that I was not trying to trick you. Yes, it is very popular in Hawaii, Connie. You're right. It is. It is. I need to watch Slumdog Millionaire today. I need to watch it today. Eat some spam musabi. Fact check. I believe Rebecca. Yeah. So what do you mean, Anna? When did they change the tagline? Which is the very first one? Is yours the first one or is Rebecca's? Double, triple checking. She's checking. She's checking. Rebecca says she had spam every Sunday night growing up. How? How do you guys cook spam? Can you eat it right out of the can? Is that a thing? I have no idea. I've never had it in my life. I can't. There's a seaweed spam sandwich in Hawaii, you heard? Yeah, I've been to Hawaii a few times. I was just in Hawaii in November. They eat it a lot. They eat it a lot with rice, actually. They use it like ham. I mean, they like fry it, and then they put it on top of rice and stuff. That is true. That is true. You fry it, Connie, it's a mystery meat for sure, Miles. We still don't know. Okay. Rebecca, how did you have it? How did you have spam? GP, did you ever have spam? Mindy did. You would grind it with cheddar cheese and put it on open faced buns and toast it in the oven? Okay, Anna's going to keep looking. It's coming up with both answers. So we will accept Miracle in a Can, Anna, for sure. Heavy Octopus, hi, good morning. Welcome, first time watcher. Oh, Miles said he was listening to a podcast that was talking about the history of spam. When it first came out, people didn't try it because it was called mystery meat. Fancy Perch says, ironically, spam is expensive. People used to purchase it because it was less expensive. Interesting. There, a timer. First time on the show. Hi. First time listener. You had lots of it in Hawaii. All right, here we go. Number 2. What was the first modern grocery store? For example, self-service. Oh, you mean with like a checkout, Anna? Like a self-service, like check yourself out? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what that means? Guys, we are playing trivia. Anna is keeping score. We give prizes out on this show. If you're new and a subscriber, Heavy Octopus, hit that subscribe button, friend. You can also speak to your device. If you have an Echo Show, Fire Stick, Fire TV, speak to it. If you are on a listening device, go to Backchannel, Backchannel.tv, and you can join the chat, play along. Hi, Lisa. Good morning, friend. And if you're on Facebook or YouTube, you know how to do it. Pat, hi. First time listener in Florida. Good morning. All right. Mindy says Piggly Wiggly. Rebecca says Piggly Wiggly. Miles says Walmart or Sam's. So, what was the first modern grocery store to have self-service, a self-checkout line? We've got Piggly Wiggly and we've got Walmart. I want to say Kroger, but now I really don't believe that because you all have very different answers than Kroger. Piggly Wiggly. You know what I'm sad about? The small town that my family lives in Louisiana, in South Louisiana, they had a Piggly Wiggly. They just got rid of it. But every time before that, I would go buy a t-shirt. Those Piggly Wiggly shirts are awesome. All right, Lisa's going with Piggly Wiggly. Grasspell's going with Piggly Wiggly. Okay, well, that's okay, Anna. We'll go with that one. That's all right. James, hello. Good morning. First time listener out in Utah. We are playing a game, James. Come play with us. Backchannel.tv, BACK.TV. BACK channel.tv is where you can play along if you want to join the chat. All right, Piggly Wiggly in in Nashville, Tennessee. Mindy used to have one in Denton and it closed 10 years ago. The sign is still there. This one just closed. Yeah, no, I would get my kids a shirt every time. Hi. Oh, Tony, hi. You love Piggly Wiggly? I thought that only existed in Wisconsin. No, are you in Wisconsin? No, you're in New Jersey. Hi, friend. Where in New Jersey are you? My father was born in New Jersey. Fancy Perch, Wiggly is pronounced with a V sound, not a W. I've never heard that. I've never heard Piggly Wiggly. Not in the South, it's not. We say Piggly Wiggly for sure. Right? Never seen or been to Piggly Wiggly. I thought they were just cute t-shirts. No, it's a real store. Oh, Tony, you grew up where? Did you grow up in Wisconsin or you grew up in New Jersey? And if you're in New Jersey, tell me where in New Jersey, if you feel comfortable. If you don't, I totally get it. Rebecca says, my grandpa used to drive a delivery semi for Piggly Wiggly. Is it Wiggly with a W? Mindy says, fun. My dad owned a truck stop. Maybe he came to our truck stop. All right, question number 3. What is the largest school of culinary arts? It opened in 1895. What is the largest school of culinary arts? It opened in 1895. Anybody know? Yeah, I'm really sad that Piggly Wiggly is no longer in the small town. Seriously, it was, I think, right before the pandemic, like 2019, maybe 2020. Miles, you're only in the 4th grade. I think that's great, friend. Magnite, hi. First time listener out in Mississippi. Le cordon bleu. Bleu is what Lisa's saying. GP saying cordon bleu. Mindy saying cordon bleu. Tony, yeah, I grew up in Wisconsin, went to the pig all the time. Now you live in Paramus, New Jersey. None are there. Yeah, I'm in Paramus a lot, friend. I was actually just there. I literally was just in Paramus, New Jersey, speaking like 2 weeks ago. Actually, T-neck. I was doing a big thing, a big gala in T-neck. My dad's from Wayne. And there you go. I'm in that area a ton. Actually, I'll be in Newark in less than 2 weeks. I travel there a lot, Tony. Welcome. Sweet. I grew up going to the Lyndhurst Bakery. And that's not quite Paramus, but anyway, I miss it. That I do miss. Miles, can I just go with the majority? Of course you can. The Boston Cooking School is Connie's guess. Oh, I'm sure you know T-neck. You have to. I was speaking at the Marriott there at T-neck. At the Marriott. Yeah, I was the keynote and the MC. Le cordon bleu. You guys are right. Rebecca went with Mindy and GP. So you got it, Rebecca. You guys all know. I was going to say that's the only culinary arts school I've ever heard of. That's it. What else? What other school is there? You know what I mean? I can't imagine. I can't imagine. All right, here we go. Number 4. Where does the margarita pizza get its name? Oh, good question, especially for this Texan. Because when I say margarita, I'm not ordering a pizza unless I'm at a pizza place. Lisa said the CIA. What? Lisa, is that true? What does that even mean? The CIA? Where does the margarita pizza get its name? Hi, Emily. Good morning. Out in Alabama, listening in Alabama. Hi, friend. So glad you're here. Where does the margarita pizza get its name? Grass Puddle says Queens, as in New York. Is that what you meant by that? Guys over at Backchannel, what do you think? Margarita pizza. Oh, I see. The CAI of America. Oh, the Culinary Arts Institute of America. It's the Italian flag. But do they call the Italian flag margarita? Miles, I've never heard of margarita pizza. Well, friend, when you get older, you will. It's fantastic. Everything with basil and tomatoes and cheese should always be put together. Connie says Queens. Queen of Naples? Oh, the Queen. The Queen of Naples? There was a Queen of Naples? That's where my grandfather was born. My father's father, my dad's first generation, his dad was born outside of Naples and then grew up in Hoboken, New Jersey. I don't know how everybody knew that. I don't know. From a queen, Queen Margarita of Savoy? What is it? Savoy where? Where is Savoy? Savoy what? Is Savoy France? Yes, the Queen of Naples was Margarita, Queen of Savoy, but where Culinary Institute of America, the CIA. How do you all know this? You were on the CIA, Culinary Institute of America. You guys all knew that, and you all knew that it was from a Queen Margarita. Look at all of y'all. And I sure hope you got her right. Savoy sounds French to me. Grass Puddle's right. Queen Margarita. You're Neapolitan, Lisa? I'm Neapolitan. Crazy. And my grandmother was born in Jersey City. My dad was born in Jersey City. Isn't that crazy? Food facts. Way to go, GP. My kids heard Hoboken and thought I was watching Cake Boss. Yeah. So my grandfather not only was born in Italy and then was moved to Hoboken, but he was next door neighbors with Frank Sinatra until the age of 15. They were best friends, and then they weren't. My grandmother, I thought, was born in Florence until about a month ago, literally a month ago. Found out she was actually born in Jersey City. My father was born in Jersey City and was raised in Wayne, New Jersey. And I work in New Jersey a lot. Mindy, we love Cake Boss. I'm in Texas, by the way, Tony. In case Tony's like, where do you live? I'm in Houston. Margarita of Savoy was queen of Italy by marriage to Umberto. There we go. Now we know. Now we know. Hoboken and Jersey City are nice enough places. No, they're not. Hoboken, I love. Hoboken will always have like this great place in my heart for sure. My great aunts owned a brownstone on Hudson Street. So, which is where, Sinatra and all them lived. And Savoy or Savoy, I don't know. I have no idea, Fancy Perch. But there's also stuff coming up saying Savoy is like French part of Italy. So I'm confused. I don't know where this queen came from. But anyway, the great part about Hudson Street in Hoboken is your view is the skyline of Manhattan. Hi, Crystal, out in Pennsylvania. First time watcher. Good morning. Tony says, LOL, go Jersey and lots of love to Texas. Texas especially needs the love today. We really, really do, friend. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, we've talked about it on the show. We need a lot of love today. You've always wanted to visit Florence. Italian food is your favorite. How is Italian food not everybody's favorite? Let's be honest. All right, number 5. Where does the term soft drink come from? Interesting. Well, is that because, where does the term soft drink come from? Tony says, I think soft drink comes from it being carbonated. That's interesting. First thing I thought of, which what does this say about me? I thought about hard liquor. Is that why, Rebecca? Because it doesn't have alcohol? But Coca-Cola. Okay, did you hear that? My Peter Brady in my voice. Coca-Cola used to have Coke in it. Lisa said to differentiate it from hard liqueurs. So here's a question. If you're having a rum and Coke, I guess that's a hard liquor? There should be like a name for that. Having a hard soft drink. You love rum and Coke. Anna loves rum and Coke. Oh, it's used to refer to any drink without alcohol, the opposite of a hard drink. Okay, so I'm not a terrible human being. Hi, no name. Welcome. First time watcher. Indiana Steve, non-alcoholic. Well, that makes sense. Makes sense. Hi, Cody. Hi, friend. Hello, hello. No, it makes sense. Soft drink is no alcohol. Like a Cuba Libre? What's a Cuba Libre? GP, do you want to be our resident bartender on the show? All right, one more question. Did Sheila ever hear that she got the gift card? Does Sheila know? How old was Frank Epperson when he invented popsicles? And that's funny. You never knew about the soft and the hard drink? Mindy? Doug says it was made to decipher alcohol or not. Fancy Perch says scotch and soda means butterscotch. Really? Sheila says Cuba Libre was a restaurant in Soho. That's where you had your first mojito. Sheila, did you hear that you're the winner of the $25 gift card? Friend, did you hear that? Go to backchannel.tv and hit claim my prize, Sheila. You won. Oh, Miles says 10 or 12 years old. Rebecca says 8. Either really old or really young. Congratulations, Sheila. Rum and Coke is a Cuba Libre. Frank Epperson was probably 10 or 12. Huh. Also, I think it's crazy that like somebody had to think to invent a popsicle. You know what I mean? Like, what is the most basic treat in the world? A popsicle. But it isn't. Somebody had to actually think of that. They had to sit down and think of it. And then we all were like, that's brilliant. Doug says 11. Mindy says this is hard. Random numbers. Trinity, hi. First time listener in Louisiana. Tell me where in Louisiana, Trinity. Go to backchannel.tv. I'm from Louisiana, friend. I'm coming to you live from Houston, but that's my home state. Mindy is picking numbers 5, 11, 13. GP says old enough. Don't judge. Miles said he accidentally invented it when he left juice outside in the cold. Could be true. Lisa says 11. Huh. 11 sounds good. All right, I'll pick one that nobody said. I will say 9 because then we'll have a lot covered. I'll say the age is 9. All right, Anna, how old was Frank when he invented popsicles? 11. 11 sounded good. I agree. 11 sounded good. All right, back in 1905, a San Francisco Bay Area kid by the name of Frank Epperson accidentally invented the summertime treat. He had mixed some sugary soda powder with water and left it out overnight. It was a cold night and the mixture froze. Yeah, Grass Pedal says popsicles aren't simple when you have no refrigeration. But I'm thinking that like people in Alaska, in Canada, already thought of this. Am I wrong? Popsicles were sold for 5 cents, a frozen lollipop, a drink on a stick. That's true. Listen, how many parents out there, when your kid gets a stomach bug, you give them Pedialyte, the Pedialyte popsicles? For sure. You know why? Because when you have a stomach bug, you don't want to drink. These are adults as well. You don't want to drink because when you have a reflux. So when the liquid hits your stomach, you have if you have like rotavirus or if you have, a virus or whatever, it'll make you sick. So they invented the reason they now have Pedialyte in a popsicle form is because you can slowly ingest it, slowly get those nutrients back. Everybody should have Pedialyte in their freezers. Everybody. Okay, Anna wants to know. It's almost summer. Okay, you guys, it's almost summertime. We're at the end. My daughter's school ends tomorrow. She has a half day tomorrow. Right? Icicles were caveman popsicles. I agree, Fancy Perch. Somebody already knew to like. Yeah, Doug wants to know, I like popsicles. What's your favorite? So let's specifically talk about popsicles. Ice cream truck is coming down the road. He only has popsicles inside his truck. What do you get? Any flavor you want, any kind you want. What would you get? Your school ended on Friday last week. Miles, you're lucky. You're already in summer, friend. Wow. Fancy Perch says green apple. I hope mine counts. Okay. I'm not a popsicle person. I don't like ice by my teeth. Doug says orange. I'm going to say creamsicle. Does that one count? Does the creamsicle count? Or I love those popsicles that have the ice cream in the middle. Oh, I'm like salivating. The lime ones. Like seriously, the grape ones, the orange ones, the cherry ones. So good. So good. Did Do fudgesicles count? Oh, you know what that makes me think of? That makes me think of Bill Cosby and pudding pops. Flipping loved pudding pops. Those were the best. Mindy says creamsicle counts. Thank you. And she seconds that. She likes the push-up ones. Why eat a popsicle when you can have a fudgesicle, Lisa says. Nathan loves popsicles. Yeah, okay. I love it. Doug says my mom likes banana, like banana popsicles or like a frozen banana. Like that I get. Frozen bananas are delish. I just never want to think to do it. And I said I would pick a drumstick over a popsicle for sure. Yeah, but we're doing popsicles. We're doing popsicles. That's why I don't know if creamsicle counts. Tony said, Fancy Perch says Orange Dream. Miles says fudgesicles or the widget called Lemon. Tony says orange and creamsicle are great. Fudgesicles count for Doug. Orange Dream equals another term for creamsicle. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. What do we say? Do fudgesicles count? Okay. Mindy says yes. Mindy declared it. Fudgesicles count. So yes, if they count, Haagen-Dazs have to count. No, we can't do that. That's pure ice cream. The ones with the real coconut. Oh yeah, like the fruity ones. I like the mango ones. Those are good, but sometimes they're a little too tart. You know what I mean? Anyway. I like the bullets. There's a company here in Houston, in Texas called Bluebell. Bluebell is really famous for their ice cream, but they also make popsicles and they have what's called bullets, but I like it. I like the bullets that are like the thin, skinny ones that have the ice cream in the middle. Yeah, we can't do, do we want to do ice cream? Actually, Anna, they didn't have listeria. Bluebell was falsely accused for listeria. True story. Look it up. Orange Julius is a good compromise between a creamsicle and a slushy. Hi, no namer. So Anna put some of the weird kind of popsicles up on the screen. These are the kinds that look like SpongeBob or Ninja Turtles or Bugs Bunny or Santa Claus. And they have those weird gum eyes. I think this ice cream tastes horrific. Like, I think these popsicles taste awful. They really do. And they do. They end up looking so weird. They are disgusting. Yeah. So ice cream bars, this makes me think of, I don't know why bubblegum eyes. I agree, Anna. This makes me think of Dairy Queen, or those kind of like places where you can get a dipped cone kind of situation. Do you guys do that? Do you get ice cream from fast food places? My favorite ice cream from fast food places, McDonald's. Those are nightmare-sicles. I love McDonald's ice cream. I really do. I love their cones. Love them. I do. And Dairy Queen, I don't know if I like it like dipped. And now they're doing all these flavors like grape and cherry and orange. Like they dip it in like a shell, like a candy shell. I don't know how I feel about it. And it says chocolate only. Doug says we have a place here that's called Sunday Station. Anna says no fruity flavors on her ice cream. Are you, Miles? That's hilarious. You are full summer. Lisa says, I love a Mickey bar at Disney. Mindy says, I'll stop for Dairy Queen. You should. Pomeranian, hi. How you doing, friend? Good morning. And Todd out in Oregon. You guys, that was fantastic. Now that makes me ready for summer for sure. Let's talk about something, what. Our last story that we're going to get to today before Jam and Renee come on with Get On Up with Jam and Renee. The Saturday Night Live just had a huge turnover on Saturday. Have you guys heard about that? What. Grasswell says, I love soft serve dipped in this chocolate powder and nuts in Norway. GP, your life is fascinating to me. You, Mindy, and Rebecca should form a band. Doug says, I'm a vanilla guy. Fancy says hand dipped. So let's talk about the Saturday Night Live characters. Cast members. This is kind of a big deal. Oh, that's cute. Wife would buy me one after shopping when I behaved. Look at you, GP. You are trainable. Fancy said, if I must have soft serve, I want chocolate vanilla swirl. Kate's goodbye at the start of the episode. You cried. I haven't seen anything. I can't watch it yet. Saturday Night Live starts generational shift with Kate McKinnon, Aidy Bryant, Pete Davidson, and Kyle Mooney send off in the season finale. The season finale of Saturday Night Live just happened on Saturday. Yeah, they didn't use Kyle enough. I agree. And 4 veteran cast members left the show. It's always a big deal when that happens. Saturday Night Live bid farewell to 4 veteran cast members: Kate, Aidy, Pete, Kyle, McKinnon, Bryant, Davidson, who all have become household names since Saturday Night Live launched their careers, all got individual send-offs with some of their most popular reoccurring skits. Mooney, who has spent most of his time on the show as a valuable but underrated performer, thank you, friend. I love that you could tell, made an understated yet dramatic exit. Overall, the episode hosted by Natasha Lyonne was a throwback to a time when longtime SNL cast members used to receive proper send-offs in the season finale, capping off their runs. The last big one came in 2012 season finale with host and musical guest Mick Jagger. It said goodbye to Jason Sudeikis, Andy Samberg, and Kristen Wiig. Okay, I cannot believe that was 2012 when we lost Jason Sudeikis, Andy Samberg, and Kristen Wiig. That is crazy. They all 3 had completed their 7-year tenures. The episode famously ended with Jagger leading a dancing send-off for Wiig to the Rolling Stones' She's a Rainbow and Ruby Tuesday. Yeah, that was a great group of cast members. Great group. McKinnon, Bryant, Davidson, and Mooney, members of the SNL generation that succeeded Sudeikis, Samberg, and Wiig. McKinnon has been on the show for 11 seasons. Last Saturday, you guys, that was her 211th episode, more than any other woman in SNL history. Bryant has been around for 10 seasons, Mooney for 9, Davidson for 8. In addition to the quartet, there are several other very popular cast members who have been on the show for 8 seasons or more. Michael Che, Colin Jost, Cecily Strong, as well as SNL institution Kenan Thompson. The pandemic likely delayed the overdue cast turnover, with the only veteran, Beck Bennett, leaving last summer. Oh, I forgot about Beck. And the show's troupe ballooning to a record of 21 members this past season. With McKinnon, Bryant, Davidson, and Mooney's exits, the generational transition on the show has been set in motion. The SNL season 47 final set the tone for the farewell with the cold open, which revisited one of the show's most popular reoccurring sketches of the last decade, Close Encounter, which included Kate McKinnon and one of her most popular characters on the show, Cecily Strong and Aidy Bryant. It ended with McKinnon's character, Colleen Rafferty, boarding a spaceship to leave Earth permanently. Anna says she doesn't like Che or Jost. I don't really, mainly because I don't like Weekend Update. I loved Weekend Update with certain cast members. I don't like it right now. Quote, well, Earth, I love you. Thanks for letting me stay a while. McKinnon, as Rafferty said, fighting tears before adding, live from New York, it's Saturday night. Oh, I have goosebumps. Weekend Update featured both Pete Davidson and Bryant. Not surprisingly, Davidson, who first made his mark on SNL with segments on Weekend Update, I remember that, returned to the fake newscast for his final appearance as a cast member. He ended it with a heartfelt message of gratitude to the show and to the boss, Lorne Michaels. Quote, I appreciate Saturday Night Live for always having my back, he said. Thank you, Lorne, for never giving up on me or judging me, even when everyone else was, and for believing in me, even when everyone else was, and for believing in me and allowing me to have a place that I could call home with memories that will last a lifetime. So thank you guys. That's a quote from Davidson. SNL later also released a cut for time Pete Davidson rap video tribute to Michaels. That's cute. And another weekend update skit. Bryant and Bowen Yang reprised their flamboyant trend forecasters characters. The bit ended with Bryant announcing that, quote, "My best guy's kissing me," is in leading to Yang and Weekend Update co-anchor Michael Che giving her a kiss and a shout out along with flowers, bouquet of flowers. Wow. Mooney, who got to reprise one of his most popular sketches, Baby Yoda, last week, was not acknowledged in his final full sketch, a 9 to 5 parody, which also featured SNL alum Fred Armisen. But it ended with Mooney and Armisen's characters making a dramatic exit by jumping off the window and were last seen flying down an office building. In the night's final skit, McKinnon and Bryant, who have done a slew of zany commercial sketches, including the popular Home Goods holiday spot and an apple picking ad, delivered one last collaboration for an ad for gray adult pigtails. Appropriately, it featured a cameo by Mooney. You can watch departing cast members' final sketches as well as their last curtain call and Davidson's Lorne Michaels tribute in a video. Anna said she loved the 80 and Kate sketches. It's crazy whether you're a Saturday Night Live fan or not. I feel like there's always controversy about it. Oh, good. Jam's here. We can ask Jam about it. I am a huge Saturday Night Live fan. Always have been, always will be. And Renee, yay.
Good morning.
Hello, friends. Good morning.
How's it going? We were talking about the SNL thing. The sweet, sweet Muni, who's just like, well, my goodbye got cut. Is the sweet, but sort of apropos for his time on SNL. It's just really, really sweet. Exactly.
Kind of perfect for Kyle. You know what I mean? It's kind of
most of his sketches I always go on YouTube and I'm like, oh, look at this cut for time Kyle Mooney sketch. There's like a plethora of just Kyle Mooney sketches, so it was kind of apropos. But I like to watch the hugs. I don't think he was too happy that it got cut, though. I don't think. So I always watch like how their reactions. He looked a little, but maybe there's a lot of emotion happening. But
sure. Yeah.
I can't imagine the emotion. I mean, and I'm not secretive about it, my entire dream in life was to be on Saturday Night Live. I wanted to go from college to Second City and then go right for SNL. And then, of course, they would say, she's brilliant. Let's put her on stage.
Obviously. Yes.
Obviously. And I would have been a cast member. That will forever be my dream. I don't think it's happening, everybody. But
it still could.
There's still time.
Leslie Jones made it on, you know.
Okay. I'm not Leslie Jones. She is a
spring chicken.
Queen. Yeah, it's not even about that. I'm talking more about talent, Jam. I'm talking about talent. Okay. I'm not talking about age. Listen, I could absolutely Julia Child it. I'm just saying they've got much better, funnier people. But what is happening on your show today? It is Wednesday. Wylan and what is it?
Wylan and Working It. We will
Very good.
Working It.
Yeah, that's basically it. Wylan and something.
Get her on the show.
It's the three of us now. We now it's the three of us. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No,
I want to be part of an ensemble.
You do. You're always welcome. I will definitely be Wylan and Working It. I know that I definitely need to unpack the recent just raise and violence with that happened recently. So we're definitely going to talk about that and unpack that. I think that's part of what our Get Uppers will want to. But
my home state.
I mean, I can't even.
Doing? You okay, Liv?
Yeah, I'm
a teacher, it's a hard day, and I've got a sixth grader, so hard on so many levels. Yeah. I have a friend whose sister is a teacher there.
So, oh my God, I am so sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, Uvalde's a small little town, so it's heartbreaking for sure. So thank you for acknowledging it, because we definitely will and do. So
with time, and I think with all of these, like I think for myself, I wasn't able to even touch the shooting in Buffalo because I look at the pictures and I'm like, that's my aunt, you know. And I think we're all getting hit so close to home with these things, and it's like, enough is enough. So we're gonna hold space to have this conversation today, and we'll also do some celebrity birthdays. But we're gonna do it all. But Liv, sending you love and healing. Take care of yourself today, and we'll see you
later. You guys. Lots of love.
Bye. Bye. Good day, Liv.
All right, Renee, let's help these folks get on up, shall we?
Let's do it. Here we go. And a 1 and a 2.
It's time to get on up with Jam and Renee. And here's your hosts, James Arthur M. and Renee Colvin.
Well, hello, everybody. You are here live with us on Backchannel. It is the only place on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with your hosts in real time. This is Get On Up. I am your breakfast jam for the morning, James Arthur M.
And I am Renee. We are here every single weekday morning, Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And get this, the show is interactive. We get to talk to you. And Jam's going to tell you exactly how to do that.
I sure can. And I think it's honestly, I think about days like today. I think there's so many, like when hard, difficult things happen, you want to be able to talk it out with your friends, with your coworkers, with your people. And we're your coworkers. We are your people, and we're gonna be able to unpack it. Like again, if I'm watching the Today Show, I can't be like, hold on, I'm hurt. She's not gonna hear you, but we will hear you here. And so it's so simple to do. If you're watching it on your Echo device, you just go say is the magic word, and anything that you say after that will appear on the screen. And then you can also clickety clack, I think, on a Backchannel app. I think it exists. Stacy, if you're in the audience, please let me know. Am I making technology up that doesn't exist? I want to know. Or even on the YouTubes there. And we got some people in the audience. Renee, who we got?
We sure do. Well, I'd love to tell you my sweet Get On Uppers. Today, Steve, Cody, Stella, Pomeranian, Miles, Magnet, Kathy, Stacy, Trinity, Emily, Doug, and Damien are joining us this fine morning. So happy to have each and every one of you here. But I do, you know what, Jam? We got a little bit of a on top of, I think, just everything we do today. The news yesterday was so difficult to sort of compartmentalize. I don't think it's possible.
Well, and I gotta say thank you to you, because I was just going about my day, and then I was sending Renee ridiculous messages of like, give me gossip, and then Renee's like, I guess I could, but there's some tragedy happening, and I'm like, what? And I couldn't handle it in the moment, so I just buried my head in the sand. But eventually, I came back around, and
how could you not?
I'm gonna try. Now, I haven't cried yet, so we're obviously talking about. I mean, there was another mass shooting, and again, it's just like we are not even 10 days away from the mass shooting at the grocery store that happened in New York. I think there was another one in California. I think I read an article, and we'll unpack this when we get to the news. But I think, to Renee's point, it's so fresh right here, and it would be just like, all right, let's go do some birthdays. Like, okay, thing.
And
this is like the 200th this year. Over, I think, 240 mass shootings this year alone.
Yeah,
there's not even been two. That's doubling up on days. Yeah, because it's not even been 200 plus days, right? Like
you have to laugh because it hurts too much to cry. Yeah,
100%.
That's
100%.
insane. Absolute madness. And I think anytime we get kiddos involved, it's just it's unbearable. It's unbearable.
And Pomeranian chiming on in. And again, I hope that this can be a healthy space of healing. I think it's important for us to have these conversations and to talk about them. Pomeranian saying, my heart is really heavy today, Renee and Jam. And my heart, we were just talking to Liv, and my heart goes out, to parents. And I was saying, not to make it so much about me, but it's interesting. I couldn't touch the one in New York because it just felt too close to home. Like, there it was like, that looks like my aunt there, and so I can only imagine for parents of like what this experience is. And we talked about this before on the show. We went to school with, like, my parents didn't have to grow up thinking that they can get shot going to school. That was a reality for us.
We didn't have to grow up. It wasn't for us, not yet. It was like, this is so. It's so.
Well, I was in junior high school when Columbine happened. And so was like this, it started then, but you think that was the first one, and it feels like we should have solved it then. Where were the adults in the room to solve it then? And now, over 20 years later, this is just a common thing of like, oh, this is what, no, this is like not normal. And Sarah's saying that, she had drills in high school. That's not normal.
It's terrifying. It's absolutely terrifying. And I think it's the type of thing where if you like really let yourself think about it, it'll render you useless. You can't do anything the rest of the day. And when you start to read the reports of the kids who are telling you what it was like, it's just, I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I can't.
And Stacy's
Yeah.
right on the money. Stacy's there in Texas. My cousin, she's 5 hours away, but she also works at a school and report. She's like, oh, we're fine. But yeah, Stacy just and the numbers are expected to climb. So again, if you're unfamiliar with how we're talking about, yesterday there was another mass shooting in Texas at an elementary school. I have some things I want to unpack later on when we get to the news. But it was right 85 miles southwest of San Antonio at Robb Elementary, in a very small town, like 16,000 people of Uvalde, Texas. And so far, 19 children murdered and 2 teachers. And so the count is only expected to grow, which, I mean, surpassing what you were just saying, Renee. The Newtown in Connecticut, which was 26. And I remember thinking then at that Newtown one, I was like, this is it. We've finally found our moment. And then when it just became this whole entire politicized thing, and I was like, okay, I don't think we'll ever have it. I don't think we'll ever have it. I don't think we'll ever have it. And the majority of Americans want common sense gun laws. Majority of Americans want common sense gun laws. What is happening?
90% when they do the polls. And
yes.
Right.
Yes.
I'm sure we'll get more into it in the news. But I think it's people in power talking is helpful. So an example of that, I don't follow basketball, but the NBA Warriors is a basketball team. Their coach, Steve Kerr, traditionally, did you see this? You know about that?
I saw, yeah.
Or were you about to do it in the news segment?
No, please.
Okay.
I was actually probably not even going to cover it.
But I think I think more of this. Let's see if this works. Obviously, they do a press conference before the game, and he came out. He reminded me a lot like you, Jam, where he just came out stone cold of just like, the team is fine. Nothing's changed in the last 6 hours. Who cares about basketball? And then just use that opportunity to unleash on what happened. He's like, I guess we're gonna play, but who cares? And then saying the stats that you just said of 90% of us don't want this. There are 50 senators in Congress who have had this bill on their table for 2 years, and you're not doing anything. 90% of us want this. Do something. So hopefully more publicity like that from people that matter from, I don't know. It's, I hope we change.
I had the same thought, Renee. I was on Instagram doom scrolling, and I came across that video, and there was something about like, okay, maybe people will listen if this basketball guy is like talking and saying we're not talking about traditional things, we're talking about this issue. How can we normally just go on? We have some comments. Stacey said yes, the Golden State Warriors. Pomeranian said the terror really hit me when I taught college, and it was right after Sandy Hook. I was actually teaching. I was teaching artists at that time at a junior high school, and it resonates when you're there. But it's the same thing. These are terrorist attacks. I go to the movie theater and I'm always thinking about my exits. Like this is terror, and we're allowing ourselves to be terrorized by our own selves when these are preventable. We might not be able to stop all of them, but Biden was saying when we've had these laws in place, there has been a decrease when it's been harder for people, when there was the assault rifle weapons ban, when there is a waiting period. Like you just see a decrease in these things. Stacey said people should be doing something about the guns. They should be banned altogether. Stacey, I'm right there with you.
Yeah, honestly, Stacey, we're right there with you.
But I feel like one step at a time. I don't think I would love to ban them. But I think there's
yes,
we'll get there.
What I would give Stacey.
And then Pomeranian, yes, we're all sitting ducks. My poor students, how could I protect them? It literally, none of it doesn't make sense. There are producers commenting in the chat, we don't need AR-15s. Absolutely not. Biden said, I mean, I really recommend it. I was going to talk about this in the news, but Biden actually had a really great 7-minute speech. Say what you will about President Biden. When tragedy hits, that man, the man has been through so much trauma and tragedy, and when he speaks from the heart, he's lost children himself. He understands that grief and loss, and really powerful speech. And I think to the point when you have moments like this, you look for leaders, right? Like there was something powerful about that coach speaking. Like you want those leaders to speak out. And he just, he was saying how he got the news coming back from he was meeting with Asian leaders, and he got the news, 17-hour flight, and he just was thinking, this doesn't happen anywhere else in the world except in the United States. It just doesn't make sense.
No,
doesn't happen anywhere else but here.
It's so wild. Wild is the word you use because you can't access the word that it actually feels. But you feel imprisoned. We feel trapped. I feel taken hostage. I feel, so this isn't a democracy at all. Okay. I'm just a hostage waiting for my turn. What's happening?
Yeah. And it's Marianne Williamson also, she put out a little video. She put a clip from something that she had talked about a few years ago when she was running for president. God bless her. But she had said, really, and Renee, to your point about feeling hostage, the reason why, until we get money out of politics, because that's what it comes down to. These politicians are so beholden to these gun lobbyists, the gun manufacturers. They make so much money off of these AR-15s, and so they're lobbying, and so they're so powerful. And so until we get the money out of politics, this is why things are happening. But as vote them out. That's as that coach was saying. Vote them out. Ted Cruz, you have an opportunity. These are your people. Go protect them. And you know what is really so wild? You know who's wilding on this note? Meanwhile, so we're not protecting our citizens. We're not protecting our children. But what just passed in Indiana? An anti-trans bill so that, trans students can't play sports. That's what we're focusing on. Yeah. That's what you're spending your money, your time, your resources on. People are dying. People are dying.
It's important to elevate and be like, oh, it's not about any of that. It's just power. All it is power. You don't care about any of this. But if you keep us all squished, you get to stay in power. So we just have to find a way to overturn that. Because what I would love to do is like sit them down and explain to them the jealousy and envy. No one's taking away your power, baby. Nobody is. You're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine. But you can protect these people and stay where you're at. It's just.
Your job is to protect people. There's enough dramas and fires for us to put out without having to fabricate ones that are not real. But this whole entire transport thing.
No one's taking away your power, meaning I think the things you associate with power, the things that are making you feel like I need power, you can still have those things that make you feel that way without hurting everybody. It's just, but I don't think you can sit those people down. I think they're past the point of logic.
We gotta really get them out of there. It really is. It's at the local level too. I think it's like any election, making sure that we're voting. I'll try to supply some information. It was good to look at the show notes of this podcast I was listening to and I forgot to, but there are, just calling up your senators, emailing them. You can just do a quick copy paste. I think we just have to keep making our voices heard, because
even before that, or I guess I'll share my experience to see if anybody else had it. So I saw it and I was working and it was just numb the entire way. And it took me, so it happened at 11:30. It was a friend texting me. So all of my news sources weren't covering it because everything is such an algorithm now. It wasn't showing up. So I think the first call to action is please don't numb. Please don't numb. Care. This is incredibly important. Because we're just like, and we voted and you didn't change anything. So I myself have been feeling like it doesn't matter. I can't do anything. And then if I do that, then someone else does that and someone else does that and it continues. So I think I'll call myself out first. And then if anybody else listening is just like, I can't, yes, we can. Let's pick ourselves up by the bootstraps. And I guess we got to keep fighting. But it's hard. And it's not the instant go-to these days.
Renee literally texted my cousin, she was in Texas and she was like, oh, we're safe. And I think this was after you had already said something. And I was like, okay, what's happening? And I Googled and I was like, that numbness, because we live with this again, 201 year So there is this sort of like numbness that comes over, and I'm not even. I mean, I bawled like a baby after Sandy Hook, and I'm tired of crying.
Yeah.
I'm just like, well, what is it doing? But I think to Renee's point, you're so right of that. We can't allow ourselves to get numb, and I think that's why it's important to hold space and have these conversations, even though they're difficult, they're uncomfortable. But I think it's how we can get movement and action continuing to go.
Yeah.
Stacey said, "There's nothing but trouble in this world." Stacey, we will talk about some other things that will show you that there are some other. There's gonna be some celebrity birthdays.
Yeah.
Fun.
We'll talk about that. And we will, I do think part of it is because it is hard to just stay in it. So part of our job is to uplift.
Take care.
Yeah. I was watching Hadestown last night.
Ooh, Renee.
Sure. Okay. She was back. But the theme of that is, so it's a sad tragedy. And the
Yeah.
theme is, so they tell the story and then it ends terribly. And then and then we sing it again. And then we sing it again. And then we sing it again. And it for some reason just hit last night. I was sort of like, oh God, yeah, that's it. It's just like, it's a sad song. You know how it's going to end, but you keep trying. So I think that's sort of the thing here. I hope at some point Orpheus doesn't turn around. But yeah, you just keep trying.
Maybe this time will be different. Oh,
Right.
Orpheus.
Yeah.
Don't turn around. Oh gosh, that's hard. I think we should try. Can we add that to this or that? Let's put ourselves in the shoes of Orpheus and see what we would do. Can we add that for this or that? We're gonna go Greek tomorrow for this or that. What would we do? Would we turn around?
Would we turn around? Guaranteed. Yes, it's a whole thing about getting in your head 100% within 3 steps. I'd be like, are you there? Oh, you gave me one job. You gave me one job.
We'll unpack this tomorrow. Okay. I just want to get into the comments because you guys y'all are having such beautiful conversations. Pomeranian saying, kind of what we're talking about, feeling pretty helpless at first too, but it's so important to rise from and then ask ourselves, what can we do? Numbness is not an option when these things happen. I think that's why, I really love history. And, we're doing all these, Asian Pacific American history moments. And you think about, we talked about this, the resiliency that these people had. And that, these are our moments. We've got all these different, we've got the gun crisis. We have the police reform crisis. We have the climate crisis. This is our moment to rise up. And I think we can absolutely do it because people did it before us. I'm sure there are people, abolitionists, who were like, ugh, I don't know how I'm going to get rid of all this slavery. People really love all this slavery.
Of course.
Could you imagine, Renee, you're trying to pass out a pamphlet. No one wants to hear it.
No.
You want me to go do my own work? I don't think so.
Certainly not. I will not be doing that. No, absolutely not. Look at these hands. Not one callus on them. Why would I?
They did the work. They did the work. And it wasn't it wasn't the Black people that were able to completely they had to run away to free themselves, but it was people in power who did the right thing against insurmountable odds. And I always go back to, they didn't even have Disney Plus, Amazon, or Netflix.
So true.
They didn't have it.
No, it's so true. And in the very worst way, I think all of this is a way. I hate this. This should have been something years before this, a wake-up call. But here, probably for you too. My mailbox is just I can't get out my actual envelopes because there's so much papering for the election that we're having. And I'm finding I don't care. I just stop with but I care. I care a lot. I care a lot. And so it just, I don't know. This was, I was definitely numbing out and getting tuckered. And so I think this is that's not an option. You don't get to get tired. You have to just keep fighting.
Renee, you just inspired me. Look at you. Look at you. That's my girl.
Okay.
It's my lady. To take a break.
To get tuckered. It's okay to get tuckered. And it's okay to say that. Yeah.
And it's a marathon, right? I mean, Renee and I, we're living till 114. We have an amazing genes. So we're going to be here for a while and cleaning up all the messes. So but we're going to take breaks. And we're going to do some celebrity birthdays. Stacey also chiming in, we've got even bigger trouble now because, oh no, you're still hurting, Stacey.
Stacey,
pretend like I'm a cult leader and send you some energy.
Yes, please.
Feel that?
That's good. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, and then I feel like I got us so into this immediately. We didn't even get to talk about what the show is today. If we want to
I
go over
But I
what we're
think that's
doing.
I think that's what kind of day it is. I think
Yeah.
that's what kind of these are, and I appreciate because we give space for that because things are gonna keep happening. There's gonna be something else. I just love.
Yeah.
We're not gonna wait till 8 o'clock, an hour into the show. To like,
Right.
I
Right.
could not have handled it.
On
So
days like
thank
this,
you.
it's just
No.
it is. I think at that point a testament of character. Be like, guys, is this thing on?
Hey, do you
guys
know
stay?
what's happening outside? Celebrity birthday, celebrity birthday. Pomeranian said, I want to thank you for staying in it and uplifting. Both are important to do. We try to do it both. Stacey, we're gonna lose you in 40 minutes. We gotta get to these birthdays.
We sure do.
And yeah, Pomeranian's excited for our Greek this or that.
I love it.
The theme song, Don't Turn Around. It's really good.
Hilarious. Pomeranian, that's so good. And I also want to give credit to our sweet listeners that tune in. Pomeranian, Stacy, Raymond, Doug, the
Yeah,
whole
been jumping
team.
in the
I think it would be easy to
conversation.
just be like, you're just
I
head in
don't
the sand
want
all
to
day
do
long.
that.
But to
that's not
continue on with your train is.
But that's how well versed our get on uppers are. We do it all. We literally are the gymnast of morning shows because we
Yes.
just do flips. We are just doing all sorts of flip flops all over the place and doing stunts, and
Yeah.
we fall and we get back up. And the Pomeranian said the problem is, Jem, we're not learning from our history, and this is why these things keep happening over and over. Yeah, I get that slight bit of optimism every time these things happen. That okay, I think we're gonna get it. You know, Pomeranian said we want to do the work, but there are too many people in power standing in the way. We got to vote them out. Stacey already chiming in. Stacey knows what the next section is.
Yes.
All about that bass is your jam of the week, and wanna. All about that bass, out that bass, no trouble. All
Yeah,
about
yeah.
that bass. Because Cece's like, there's too much trouble in the world. I don't want it. I just want that bass.
Thank you.
And I was sending
Thank
some
you.
Reiki energy. And okay. All right. We're all about that bass. All right. So let's get into Stacey already kicked us into our next section. Here's what we'll do for today. We're gonna do Jam of the Day, Celebrity Birthday Quiz, Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. We're gonna take a look at the news. We're gonna play While and We're Working It, and then we're gonna end with some What Are You Watching Wednesday wisdom. That's what we're doing.
I love it.
And so, Renee, get on
Yes.
uppers. What are your jams of the day or the week? Is there a song that was like in your head this morning, or is like a theme song that you're having? What is your song? So we already got all about that bass from Stacey. Want to hear from you, get on uppers. Pomeranian said, you're doing it all. The theme song, I get knocked down, but I get up again.
Yeah, Vern.
And now we're gonna hit and I get knocked down. That's good.
That's a good one today.
I really
That's a
like
very
that.
good one today. Whew. I love it. I love it. I
How
love
about
it.
for you, Renee?
Yeah, listen, this will be the last time I talk about Hadestown, I promise you. Well, no, that's not true because we
No,
just told Sarah to make a note about Greek mythology. So there's a good chance it will come up again
And
tomorrow.
I
There's a
want you
good
to talk
chance.
I think every week. I think every week.
It's getting old. I'm aware. I am hearing myself talk. I know that. I think just the lightest form of everything. I think I got a little ADHD. I think I got a little bit of OCD. I got all the letters in my brain. But when I like something, it is, and I wonder if this is true for everybody. I promise I'm getting into a song, but I also want to see if this is a common thing for other people or if this is just a little product of ADHD. So when I like something, there is no, oh, that was nice. There is, well, let me understand who wrote it. Let me understand who started it. Let me understand how it happened in the first place. Let me understand this. What else have they done? Let me follow all of their websites. Let me follow them on social media. Who is their mom? What's going on? It just like, I can't, it's just obsessed. So that has recently happened with Hadestown. Cannot get enough of it, which is very embarrassing because it did win 8 Tonys in 2019. So there has been a bit of time for me to familiarize myself.
But a pandemic did happen to kind of derail your love for it. So, peace and grace.
I feel like she should have caught up sooner, much sooner. But it's just, I think it's incredible. And I think, and it probably is just because of the timing of it, but the song that is in it, one of the lyrics is, they're toasting each other. And it is to the world we dream about. And everybody's like so excited, like, yes, that'd be great. But then also toasting to, and the world we live in now, which is the notion of not quitting, It's like, you can't just focus on what you hope it'll be. You have to also have just as much passion for the world we live in now and how we're going to get to the world we hope it'll be. So
I got chills, Renee, and I've never heard a lyric or a song, and I'm in love with it already. I got chills. I got
it.
chills.
I
And
think,
look at this.
yes.
No one wants you to stop talking about Hadestown, just so you know. We have to get the Get On Uppers tell us
Sure.
what the show is.
Right.
And Stacey said, when you talk about Hadestown, Renee, it's cute. We like it. We love it.
Oh, Stacey.
Pomeranian said, no, never talk about Hadestown and theater. Renee, please make a Theater Thursday segment. It's got
Careful what you
alliteration.
wish for. It does have alliteration. It's right there.
Have it. It's right there in front of us.
All right. All right.
And he talked about musicals. I think perhaps because in July we will have finished because we have Pride Month coming up. So we have, we'll have our Pride moments. But
yes,
coming up in July, a little sneak peek. You're gonna have Taboo Tuesdays coming out, and we're gonna play Taboo. I'm gonna figure out how we can play Taboo. I got the box.
You got the box. You got the buzzer. I cannot wait.
I got it. We're gonna figure out how to play.
Great.
And then Theater Thursday. So
yeah.
Coming to a summer near you.
Looking forward to it. Drive-ins are out. Get On Up is in. Summer activities. Can't wait. I can't wait.
Oh
Drive-ins.
my God. Drive-ins. Go to bed, drive-ins. Pomeranian said, I completely like you. I love Pomeranian loves the musical Hadestown as well. I wish I had seen it when I was in New York. I had a friend in it.
Wait, it's coming to San Francisco, and someone's got a birthday coming. And then I was like, God, is this a good gift? I don't know, but I almost you almost got gifted tickets.
If I would only want, thank you, but only if you were attached to those tickets. That would be the only. That would be the only thing. So if you were gonna come up here,
at the rate I'm at, he's like, I'm just gonna hop on tour with him.
Just follow them on tour.
Psycho.
Because you're also going to be in Colorado in August, and I wonder. I hope the timing works out. So
it does. It will be in Denver in August. But I also think that
Renee's already checked the schedule.
Right? Exactly. I think the new job I have isn't going to let me go play in Colorado anymore. But I may still follow it around. We'll see. We'll see. And then it's going down to I don't know. I might follow it around forever. This cast is so good. They're so talented.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Pomeranian said, I got chills. Jam, you a Grease fan? I got okay. Well,
I got chills.
Yeah. Okay, good. I don't have to tell you that I've only seen the Glee episode about Grease.
That's fine.
I'm familiar with the plot. They get in the car and it drives away at the end.
Yeah, but the messaging isn't great. It's no to the world we dream about and the one we live in now. I'll tell you that right now. I
have to tell you, anytime something takes place in the 50s, I'm a little like, I don't know if this is. I don't have a romanticized version of like things that happened in the 50s. I'm like, wouldn't want to go back there. Like Back to the Future, it's a horror movie to me. That first one, I'm like, oh, this seems scary. Good luck, Marty McFly.
I love it. Jam, I think we're all on the edge of our seat. What is your jam for the day? What are you?
Let me bring it down.
This song, in a good way.
Eric Clapton's Tears in Heaven.
Yeah. Oof.
I think anytime
you definitely
I told you.
Yeah. No, but accurate. Yeah.
You're like, yo, you won't. Okay. That song Eric Clapton wrote when his child died. Yes. Okay. That song is just kind of it's speaking to my heart right now. I think it's that's it. Tears in Heaven by Eric Clapton. I'm not even gonna sing the lyrics. I don't want to bawl like a baby right now.
Right. But a good one too. Listen, I think yes.
And Sarah has Zion by Lauryn Hill. That is a good song and a very uplifting song. She wrote that song about her child named Zion and was just talking about like how it changed Sarah's life and that's a beautiful uplifting song about children. So go listen to Sarah's instead.
I love it. I love it.
Yes, and Pomeranian Tears in Heaven was based on when his son fell through a window. So tragic.
So you can't imagine. No, I think those are good. And I think I think advice during a time like this is so silly because everybody's going to agree the same way. So I think the only thing you can do is be like, sure, here's what's going on with me. If that resonates, there you go. Because of the numbing, it gets so bad that your brain's like, we can't process that. But music's a really good opener. It's a really good access. So if you're like, God, I need to cry, but I just can't do it, maybe sit down and listen to Tears in Heaven. That'll probably get you there.
I think that'll get you there. You're having a difficulty accessing your feelings. And then last one I want to end on, I think Raymond, ending on a fun note. Raymond's theme song is Chippendale Rescue Rangers. Because he just watched the movie. So fun. You love it. All right, cool. Well, love that. Hold on to those songs for dear life as we transition into celebrity birthdays.
Happy birthday, celebrities.
Happy birthday, celebrities. Happy birthday. Now, today's just for funsies, no prizes, just for funs. Even when there are prizes involved, it's still fun.
And wouldn't you agree that the way to, we know this, we're such big believers in 10,000 hours that you got to practice. You got to practice to win. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, because the other day is Friday. We do it on Mondays and Fridays. When do we do this?
Tuesdays and Fridays, but
Tuesdays and Fridays. Okay. What day is it now? How do we get here? What's my name? Where are we? Okay.
I was like, oh, look at her go. She's
Monday, Wednesday, Thursday are practice days.
Yes.
Tuesday, Friday are game days. Okay. Gotcha.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So the way this is going to work, Stella's like, it's Wednesday.
Thank you, Stella. Thank you. I need help. Thank you.
Stacy, your catchphrase. Good night. Today is Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. Good night.
Good night. Oh, it's so good. Oh man,
delightful.
So the way this is gonna work is I'm gonna ask you all some questions, and you all will guess what you think the right answer is. It's all about celebrities who are born today. So we'll be doing some trivia on there. You can just say is the magic word. Whatever you think is the right answer, you can say it, and then we'll see if it was right, and we'll learn something about these celebrities. And Raymond also said, Weirdos the Summer Begins always makes me cry for some weird reason. Weirdos the Summer. I don't know if I know that song.
Is that one? Yeah, hold on.
Alexa? Is she doing something weird? Pomeranian said, on Friday, I should sit out from celebrity birthday since I already won. Or you start doing your Christmas presents now. That's when I would start collecting those gift cards.
Honestly.
Birthdays.
Yeah.
Christmas cards.
You got all kinds of options. Yeah, absolutely. Don't I think it's a good, you can always, and listen, I think Amazon's wonderful, but the you can get anything you want there. I feel, Pomeranian, do you have a air fryer? I feel like everybody could use one of those.
Look at Renee. Renee, do you have an air fryer, Renee?
No, I don't. But I keep thinking, I feel like maybe that would make
okay, September 10th.
Okay, well, no, that's not fair because I'm going to get you tickets to a weird show, and then you're going to get me something useful.
I'm gonna hand deliver it too because I'll be living there. And yes, you can win more than once. I think we're making up these rules as we go along. But Pomeranian, I don't see. You can Ken Jennings this. It's fine. Yeah, but absolutely. I just want everybody to know Pomeranian is rolling up their sleeves and being like, nah, I'm gonna win all these things. So game on Friday.
Let's do it. Yeah. Pomeranian also saying, all my friends swear by an air fryer, but I don't have one. Is that something else we introduced to the summer? Should we do Air Fryer Friday? Wherein we all get one and then we share recipes. Mine will be, and then I dropped this into it and it didn't work because I didn't read the instructions.
I have to say too, I think I'm about air fryers because the only time I used it was when I was at my cousin's house and we were doing the Whole30. So we weren't really able to
make good things. Here,
look at it. But we just put like sweet potatoes in there and it was like, cool. We made French fries. Like I have like a weird experience with the air fryer. So no,
I would feel the exact same way. Whole30 is hard. It puts everybody in a cranky mood.
Have you done it?
No, I've just heard tale. Well, that's not true. I have tried every single diet for about 4 hours. I start at 8 a.m. and then I quit about noon when I'm hungry. Yes, I mean,
I've
technically,
done the
yes, you
whole
tried it.
30 twice. I did it back-to-back years. And they always tell you and I
No.
always would do it around the holidays, and they tell you not to do it around the
What are you
holidays. I
doing?
know. I
Buddy.
know. I
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, there's, like, 30 days between Thanksgiving and Christmas."
Oh, I
And,
see.
yeah.
I mean, yeah. I think it is true that there's a lot of goodies, but, you gotta participate a little bit.
Yeah,
Live
it
your
was,
life. Do what you wanna do. If you want a Whole30 between Thanksgiving and Christmas, I support you. I'm gonna make
I
fun of you
don't
a little
recommend
bit, but I support you.
it.
Okay.
Yeah, January 2nd is the better day to start that
Sure.
on because there's
Also true.
31 days in January,
Also
so,
true. And you know that I
um
would love to tell you that every diet is 98% guaranteed to fail. You'll get
right.
your back more.
But
So
here's what's
please
the
don't do
great thing
that
about
to
the
yourself.
Whole30 is that you just do it for 30 days. So it's like it has an end in sight and it's not
Mm,
supposed to be a lifestyle. You just do it for like 30 days
I
at a time
like
to
it.
help change your eating habits is
I
what it
like it.
is.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Here we go. Oh, Pomeranian also going,
Yeah.
don't
It's
diet. It never
yep.
goes well.
Nope.
You both
It doesn't.
support
It
that. I'm not
nope.
going on a diet, everybody. I don't know how.
No. Yeah, sorry. I think it was just a
Jamie's diet intervention.
topic that got brought up.
It's
Yeah,
real.
no. I think there's a conversation to be had at some point around why diets will never work. They don't work. They don't work. So you can do it, but it won't work.
Yeah. All right. So many birthdays. Here we've got for today. It is, can you believe this man is turning 58? It's Mike Myers.
Happy birthday,
Look
Mike
at him
Myers.
saying
Wayne
cheese.
himself. Look at him saying cheese. That's a little known fact. I hope that that's the question of the day is, what does Mike Myers have to say in order to take a photo?
Good order to take a
Cheese.
photo. Cheese.
That's the only way he
Uh,
can smile.
okay. I think you all will get this one. Um, let's see. The question is, I also love this conversation that's happening too. Raymond's
Yeah,
like, Pomeranian, how are you doing today? And the Pomeranian's like, sad for the news today, but overall, thanks, Raymond. Look at
that's
this.
amazing. You
Um, mm,
guys, that you friends, that makes me so happy.
mhm.
I love it. I love it very much.
All right. I think y'all will get this one. We've talked about this on the show before. Known for this SNL sketch that turned into a movie with Dana Carvey.
Love
Known
it.
for this SNL sketch that was turned into a movie with Dana Carvey. What is the name of the sketch turned movie?
This is
What?
famously one of Jam's favorite movies. It's definitely been discussed before at length. Yeah, there you go, Pomeranian. Nice work. Nice
Wayne's
work.
World.
Anybody else
Wayne's
want to come in with
World.
that
Part of
answer?
time.
Let's see it.
Excellent. Woo, 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 woo.
Nice. That's it. That's it. The very one. Wayne's World.
Wayne's
Great. That was
World.
a great question.
So funny. I still have not seen the second one all the way through. I rented it and then 15 minutes in I was like, "Nah, I'm gonna watch
Yeah.
something else."
Yeah.
Um yes, love the way love. I was a huge fan of Mike Myers. I don't know if he's a good person, but
I think that I am having a hard time discussing or deciding between our friendship and what we've said on the show. But I think at some point I was telling you about how Dana Carvey unpacked it on Howard Stern
right.
and like apologized, saying like we both just had egos. It was just ego. Like I
Mhm.
wanted it, he wanted it, he wanted perfection. He had a really weird upbringing. But yeah, essentially it was that. It was we both wanted to be the star and we both felt slighted.
Yeah,
Um,
and he's difficult. Sarah noted. I think we talked about this too. He's difficult to work with because there was a lady director for the first Wayne's World, and they
right.
both clashed so much, and he kicked
You're
her
right.
out
Yeah.
of the second one. And the second one,
Yeah.
not great. No one talks about it. There
Not
was
great.
not a third one. Not a third one.
There was not.
Anyways, happy birthday, Mike Myers. You just can't do it. I think this next one we're gonna do it flawlessly. Watch this. Happy birthday, Sir Ian McKellen.
Thank
Turning
you.
82.
Yes.
Oh
Oh,
my
happy birthday, Sir
gosh. Oh
Ian
my
McKellen. I love it so
gosh.
much.
And
Um,
yes. Oh, what
mhm.
were we gonna say? You tell me.
Oh, I
Tell me.
just Pomeranian was saying, I have a dog named Sigmund, aka Siggy, and who's being selfish. I quote Wayne's World and call him a Ziggy Piggy. Hilarious. Great.
Oh, I
Love it.
love that.
Yeah.
Oh. Now I want a dog. Thank
We'll
you.
get you one.
Pomeranian said, Howard Stern is a whole other can of beans. Not
Yeah.
sure I want to open that one.
No,
I do feel like he's gotten better. I feel like
he's
he's gotten
trying.
better.
Yeah.
Ziggy
But the
pig.
amount of money that man makes it's insane.
Yeah. Sarah said he's okay, I guess. I feel like he's turned his beat around a little bit. He's gotten better.
Yeah, and to your Jam, you're doing such a good job of creating corner culture that I
Mm.
do think there is some room to sort of showcase, hey, this is what it looks like to turn your beat around. This is what it looks like
Mhm.
to do better, to have examples of that. So I guess if
Yeah.
I can't make him go away, then I like him being a role model of how to change
Yeah.
your ways a bit.
We put him in the corner and now, okay, you can come out a little bit. But hey,
bit.
that corner's not far. So just
Get ready.
yeah. And take this hat with you. Dunce hat. I don't know why they made those children wear that ridiculous cone hat. Okay. Sarah wrote this question so beautifully. Who is the Oscar Isaac to his Pedro Pascal? They were both in an X-Men movie together. Who am I talking about?
I love it. I love it. He's trying. Yeah, but his track record, I agree, is not good still about Howard Stern. Okay, so Sir Ian McKellen, who's his best friend, basically, is the question.
Who's his Pedro Pascal? They were both in X-Men together. Yeah. Bonus points. So we're looking for who is his Pedro Pascal, and bonus points if you can name his character in the X-Men movies.
These are such good questions. Such good questions. I don't know. But luckily, I've got a crackerjack team here who can possibly help me, who is Sir Ian McKellen's best friend. I think we might need some help on this one. Oh, hold on. Patrick Stewart.
Patrick Stewart played Professor X. So that is part one. And then what character in the X-Men movies did Ian McKellen play? What was the name of his?
Okay, Raymond, you got this. I know you got this. This is absolutely adorable. Look at these photos. This is so cute. I knew nothing of this friendship. Adorable.
Patrick Stewart played Picard in Star Trek and continues. Yes, Raymond, you've got it. Magneto. I see. Alexa's. She playing games with you. She doesn't know that you trying to win trivia out here. She's coming out with Magnolia. I know what you meant. Magneto. Yes. Nice. Professor X and Magneto. Dynamic duo there.
This is so cute. I can't. Do we all make this our wallpaper? That is absolutely adorable. Look at these two little sillies. Great. Adorable. Cute.
We love it. Okay, it is. And look at that. We did it, and we didn't say anything bad about him.
We did. Happy birthday, and we mean it genuinely. Great job.
All right, Octavia Spencer, Oscar-winning Octavia Spencer. Can we name the film that she won an Oscar for?
Ooh, I love it. Get on uppers. How do we feel? Do we want to all chime in together and say that? You know what's so funny is that I'm like, gosh, I don't know which. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Is that right? I was okay. Yes. So we think The Help for Best Supporting Actress.
Yep, that was it exactly. Best supporting actress. We love it because
but should win for everything. And I think that is the first of many for her. She's so talented. My goodness gracious.
Yeah. I'm looking and seeing if she has won the Oscar for anything else, but
I feel like she's gotten nominated a few times.
I think Shape of Water she was nominated for.
Right.
It says in 2017 and 2018. I don't know what the 2018 one was for. This is not doing a good job of telling me. It just tells me the year. This is annoying. But yeah, 2012, 2017, 2018. She also, I don't know if anybody's seen her in the movie Ma, but man, does she play quite the role. It's one of those awesomely bad movies. It's one of those movies that's just like Octavia Spencer can greenlight anything, and she's like, I want to be in this scary movie playing a weirdo woman, and boy, does she play it.
Love it.
The
Okay,
premise
well,
of Ma is
yeah,
like I don't know, like she hangs out with high schoolers and helps to get them drunk and like buys them booze, and she doesn't have any friends, but then she kind of goes a little cuckoo and tries to
sure.
murder them.
Oh, buddy.
Yes, Raymond knows she's
Yeah,
creepy in that movie.
it's terrifying.
Oh,
Yes,
and she
yes.
was in Get On Up, the James Brown movie.
Thank you. Oh, look at that. Look at that. What this show is named after. An honor, an absolute honor. And I think the one I was conflating for, how my brain loves to work for singing is Hidden Figures. For some reason, I thought she won for Hidden Figures, but she didn't. We'll look
Oh,
it up.
that
Okay,
is a
hold on.
great
Hold on.
question.
Hold on. I
I
look
don't
it
was
up. I look
she
it up.
in Hidden Figures? Was she yes, she was. I
Yeah.
don't remember the cast. I know Taraji and then oh, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, yeah,
One of
yeah.
the little, but yeah, I think she was just, I think it's all best supporting
Oh,
actress.
maybe
You
the
were right.
Hidden
Shape of
Figures
Water.
to
And I think,
2018. Yeah, so Shape of Water, she got a nomination for Hidden
yeah.
Figures, and
Yeah.
then she didn't win for Hidden Figures?
That's
Travesty.
what I said. So I think I've got it, and now I have facts before me. The Help was
Look
in
at you.
2012, where she won. 2017 was Hidden Figures, where she was just nominated. 2018 was Shape of Water. She was just nominated.
And didn't win.
I know.
Mm-mm.
Should have.
Academy. Mm-mm. All right. Well, happy birthday, Octavia Spencer. We're just saying on your birthday, you should be getting more awards because you're so amazing. That's what that is.
Yes. I love it. I love it. And Pomeranian, I did this one even on my radar. Madam CJ Walker. I will
Oh,
make a note.
yes. She did
Look
a
it up.
4-part series, Madam CJ Walker. Madam CJ Walker is about the first black, I think it's just the first. Madam CJ Walker is the first millionaire or billionaire. First, I don't know. She made a lot of money.
Right.
And she was like a revolutionary to do so. And it was through hair care products. It's a 4-part series on
Right. You've
Netflix.
taught me about this. Yeah.
Mhm.
And you probably mentioned that there was a 4-part series. And I
I
probably
bet,
said I'm
yeah.
going to make a note.
And
Looks like
Tiffany
I've lost my note.
Haddish,
Yeah.
Tiffany Haddish, I lost my note. Tiffany
lost my
Haddish
note.
plays her daughter in it. And yes, she sold a hair tonic. First millionaire. Thank you, Raymond. Yeah, she was the first self-made millionaire. First
Look at
self-made
that.
millionaire. That was her.
Well, I
She
love
done
this.
did it.
Very, very
She
much.
did.
Okay. And I think the reason I know about her is because of Ragtime, the musical. Listen to musicals, folks. It will teach you things, including but not limited to
Everything.
Greek mythology. Yeah.
Oh, Steve. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. It is Frank Oz's 77th birthday.
Hi, guys.
Okay, we are looking for so Frank Oz voices tons of the Muppets. We are looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Can
Oh,
we
boy.
name the 7 Muppets?
All 7?
or
Could
7
we,
Sesame Street
will you give
characters
us
to
we
be?
win if we come up with 1? And then as a team, we
3.
can collectively
If
do
you can
3. Okay.
give me 3.
Okay.
We'll get you in. We'll get you in there.
Okay.
All right. So we're looking for Muppets or Sesame Street characters. There are 7
Right.
that Sarah has named.
Okay.
Can you name at least 3 of them?
Okay. All right. Pomeranian Cookie Monster.
Right at the gate with an X.
Oh, sure. Fair. Wait, does he do Kermie? Is he
A
Kermit?
second X.
Second X. Okay, well that's great. Okay, Grover.
Yeah, we're on the board. Got
Okay,
it.
we got on the board. We got on the board. We got on the board.
Miss
Pomeranian.
Piggy, we're there. Yes, Miss Piggy, we got
Love
it.
it.
Let's see.
Bert and Ernie.
Bert, he does do Bert. We're on the board. We got it.
God, this man's
Okay.
voice. Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Gonzo.
Nope, no Gonzo.
All right. Fozzie the Bear.
Oh, you did it. I think you guys did it. Okay, great. Let's see. There's another one. Like I'll do charades in.
Oh, great. All right. Okay. What's that? Okay. He's cold. He's okay. Keep going though. Let's see. Animal?
Yes.
Okay. That's right. Animal is famously known for being chilly, not playing the drums.
No, I was playing the drum.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I gotcha. Okay.
I still also Renee and I will be amazing charades partner because even if she doesn't fully get what I'm doing, she'll get it.
Okay,
You still got there somehow. You thought I was just being cold. You're like animal, famous for being cold.
That's a signature thing. Everybody knows. What do you think? When you think of animal, you're just like, get him a sweater, is what you think. And then you're just like, oh, and then I guess he does have a hobby. Right.
I was playing the drums. Oh my God. Pomeranian said he thought my animal was Sweet Arms. Okay, all right.
Very funny.
Oh,
Okay,
I
all
win.
right.
All right. And then the last one, Sam the Eagle.
Oh, very cool.
Oh, I have a correction to make,
Yes.
and I'm
Yes.
sorry, and I
Okay.
will
Here we go.
leave the show
Yes.
immediately.
Yes. I'm listening. Yes.
So I gave you all your first X with coming out the gate. Pomeranian said Cookie Monster, and absolutely, I didn't click the thing large
Turns out
enough.
he
and
does do Cookie Monster.
do Cookie
Pomeranian's
Monster,
always
so.
right. Pomeranian, the new Tim. Pomeranian's always right.
I hope when Tim comes back and Tim's like, wait, what?
Wait, what do you mean? Love it.
Yep, Sam the Eagle. Sam the Eagle. Pomeranian, thank you. I feel validated. I'm sure you were probably already Googling.
Which I'm like, no,
Siri,
they're wrong, but
no,
it's fine.
get
I'll
out
let
of
it
here.
slide.
She wants to be part of the show. Siri on my computer is the Lucy to my
Oh, I know.
Desi Arnaz, always trying to be in the show.
Ricky, let me play.
Get out of here. All right, last one. Oh, Anne Hayes turning 52.
Okay. Happy birthday, Anne Hayes. God, I have no concept of time at all. I was like, I think she's in her 70s. What? Renee? What? No. How dare you?
Oh my
Happy
God.
birthday. Okay.
Anne Hayes, do you remember the 90s? What a wild time.
Sure do.
Was once married to this talk show host, this
Ooh, that's a
daytime
good
talk
question,
show
Sarah.
host. Was once
Yes.
married to this daytime talk show host, though. I don't know. I feel like she's like, no, I wasn't. Like she just quickly was like, no, I never.
Yeah. No. That wasn't. No, I certainly was not. Yes. Okay. I've got, let's see. Sweet get on uppers. There you go. Yeah, Pomeranian, you got it. That's the
Ellen,
one.
the nicest talk
The
show
nicest
host
gal in
on
town.
Look at this photo. There's proof, Anne Hayes.
Yep.
Don't try to Mandela effect us. We
right
know what we
before
saw.
you.
She is literally trying to gaslight us. She's like, she never, like, it's like, I don't know. She's like, I was never into women. She's like, no, you were. It's fine.
No, you most certainly were. And you coordinated your outfits in a way that didn't need to be done.
In a way that would put Justin and Brittany to shame with their matching jean outfits. Which, make a note, we will need to coordinate. I think we already have our Halloween outfits. We're doing matching.
Here's the narrative I want to get. Yeah, thank you. Oh, Jam, yes. Well, again, because we decided yesterday we're going to do a live show here in LA, of course. So we need to start collecting our costumes so we can use Halloween as that opportunity. I want to create a narrative here. I want to create a narrative that Anne Heche got him first. Got dressed, ready to go. Ellen's running late. Ellen comes out wearing the exact same thing. And Anne goes, buddy, come on. You knew what I was wearing. You saw what I was wearing. You went and got ready. And you came out wearing the exact same thing. And I was like, fine. And then came out wearing a slightly grayer jacket. Let's go. That's how I think it went.
I love that story. And I have to say, I'm definitely good. I don't think will do this. I have done this before dating. I will match my outfit to the guy that I am like, oh, you're wearing plaid? Me too. Which is bad. It's not. Anytime I had this theory that I developed in college, let me know if you all think I am on the money. So I had developed this theory. Anytime couples in college started wearing matching outfits, they broke up like weeks later. Because it was sort of like, we don't have anything really in common together anymore. So we're trying to do it on a superficial level.
Yeah, and I think that's 100% true. I think you can also look to any social media that is constantly talking about how cute they are. It's like, that's not going well back there. Behind the scenes, no, it's not going well. The cuter you are on the outside, probably the less well it's going.
Yes. Overcompensating. Been there. You can look at my Facebook feed of my exes to tell you that. So many kissy romantic photos. Broke up. Broken up.
Of course. And we've all done it. Absolutely. I once posted a picture of us on vacation, or I posted like a bunch of pictures of us on vacation. We broke up 4 days later. That's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Happy birthday, Anne Heche.
Happy birthday, Anne Heche. Yes.
Happy birthday, Anne Heche. Love these 90s. It's so nice. I love the 90s. Bliss.
The best.
I have an impromptu question to ask you all. So talking about exes, have you ever if you've ever posted pictures of you and you're now no longer together, do you keep those photos on social media or do you delete them? You were together, kissy romantic photos, oh no, all that stuff. You break up. Do you keep those photos on social media of you together or do you delete them? What has been your experience, Renee?
Yeah, I think the healthy thing, the sort of like, oh no, this is a good like testament of my life, is you keep them, and that you don't, it's not a testament to the relationship, it's a testament of your life. These are the various things that happened throughout my life, and there was a period where I dated this person. I delete everything. Everything.
Yeah.
Emails, everything. I throw away everything you've ever
Mhm.
given me, including practical things that I need. I still need a waffle maker that I had, but I had to throw it away. My hands were tied. So I definitely, there is zero trace of anyone I've ever dated in my life, in my physical, practical, material life and online. Then that's not healthy. I know that's not healthy, but that's how I do.
No, I don't
You
think
were
that's
dead to me.
I've done both. I do have an ex who will now make a point to not take pictures with anybody. Like my Facebook is filled. No. I've done both. I've deleted photos of exes before. There is one ex from one of my Amsterdam exes. The photos still exist. There's a ton of them and kept them on there. I did delete him as a friend on Facebook though, so that did happen. We're now friends on Facebook. I once with another ex, my British ex, I not only Renee, I'll raise you deleting emails. I'll raise you one. I deleted the email account. Like
Oof.
deleted the email account.
That
So
they
when
wrote you?
wrote to me on,
Oh,
and we were on,
wow.
and that's how we communicated because we were on 2 separate cruise ships at the time.
Sure, yeah.
And so then when
Yeah.
he went to try to email, I severed all contact. And I'm kind of upset because there's a lot of I like that email
So many good
address.
things in there. There's so many good
There's
things in
a
there.
lot
Who
of great
knows?
like
Yeah.
documents and things
Yeah.
from like college. It's
Yep.
all gone. But I was
Yeah.
so upset. I deleted that email
Yeah.
account and
It's just
like
the worst. Producer Sarah coming in with maybe the funniest part of it. I cannot say it, but I burned it. Just like, I don't just delete it. I set that on fire.
straight up Angela
Yeah.
Bassett waiting to
Yeah.
exhale, lighting it all on fire. I do like this. Doug said, "I'd never been in this situation, but would delete them." Doug's on the same boat as you, Renee. Would probably also delete. Pomeranian said, "I guess it depends when we split. If it's amicable, keep it. Otherwise, delete it."
Like
And then
that.
Pomeranian said,
Yeah.
"You can Marie Kondo your photos. Does that pic bring you joy? If
Yeah.
not, delete it."
Or no.
I feel like it would take time to even go back. Like I'm always like a 2 year. I need a 2 year
Yep.
break. Like
Yeah.
I can't see you, talk to you, think about you for 2 years, and then I
Yeah.
can
I wish
revisit.
there was a crew that you could hire to immediately after a breakup. They're like, hold on. We're gonna hold it. We're gonna
Yeah.
hold it for 5 years. And then you're welcome to go through all of this. But we're just gonna hold it. And then you can let me know if you want it later.
I did
Because
that
it
with
is so hasty.
I did that with my best friend. I had like some like keepsakes that I had with one of my exes.
Yeah.
We were living with each other and we'll never do that ever again. Even if I'm married, we'll have his and his
Yeah.
houses.
Okay. Fair. That's fair.
I on opposite sides of the town.
That's fair. That's what Judy Greer does. And
See,
they've been married successfully for years.
it works, it helps. Yeah, I need a little mystery. I need to
Yeah.
not see you all the time. But I gave him my best friend. He was helping me move, and I was like, "Can you? I don't want to get rid of these, but can you take these? And I'll ask you for them when I'm
That's
ready
good.
to have them back in my life."
Yeah.
So that's when
I think, yeah, no, I definitely think that is a healthier way to do it. 2 TikTok examples that I would like to tell you about. I'm not letting go. TikTok is getting woven throughout this show. Woven.
it's not even
Renee Rapp,
Tuesday for
who's
TikTok
making this song, we
Tuesday.
all need to follow. And what's going to be so nice is we can go back and like when she wins the Grammy for
Right.
Best Newcomer, we'll be like, we knew it. We called it.
Renee called it.
One of her lyrics about the breakup, it is, you're going to love this jam because it's all breakup songs. You're going to lose your mind over it. When it does come out, you're going to lose your mind. But anyway, one of the lyrics is, when you delete the photos, it makes it real. Of the thing of just like, ugh, at this. So I think it is a common thing. I think it makes it real. Another TikToker was saying that if you're in a relationship that goes bad, the best thing to do is make them slowly go crazy. Be like, you will never see me again. You will never hear from me again. You will not know that I existed. I will pay off your friends and family so that when you bring me up, they're like, you never dated someone by that name. So you just slowly go crazy like I was a fiction of your mind. Because if you're going to ghost, then I'm going to ghost too, my friend. It's so, and she's like so sharp and so good about it. I was like, I love it.
I
think
love
that's the way to do
that.
it, right?
I was like me when I deleted my email account and then he couldn't
Yeah.
get in touch with me, and he was having other people on the cruise ship get a hold of me so
Yeah.
we could like talk, and we did get back together, but then I broke up with him.
I love it. Quick thing about how unhealthy I am. Just real quick. I promise I don't know why I'm so chatty this morning. I'm so sorry.
I love it. You
No,
chatty on a talk show.
but I will tell you something that your therapist will not answer. When you're talking about what should I do, if you say to your therapist, what would hurt them the most? They won't give you an answer. They're not going to come back with a proper answer until you wear them down. And then at the end of the session, they will begrudgingly be like, yeah, I don't think anyone likes to be ignored, which was the answer I needed. So what I should do is not respond and ignore them. And then we'll talk about that for the next 6 months.
I got a glimpse into how Renee uses her therapy sessions. Wear them down until they give you the answer. What would be the best way for me to hurt somebody? I'm not gonna tell you.
They're not.
They do know. They do know.
Of course
I
they
call
do.
it, they know.
But they also know why I want to hurt them and what I think that'll make me feel, and it won't. There are 3 steps ahead of me. Yikes.
I love that so much. Everyone's love a chatty Renee. OMG Renee. Trying to get her therapist to give advice on hurting an ex. Raymond is dying over there. Renee, you're just, got everybody over in
I'm a
stitches.
psychopath, and then I just sort of keep lid on it until about the second hour of the show. And then it was like, peekaboo, whoop, she's weird.
Oh my gosh. Okay, Renee, I do have to go run to the baño.
You go. I'm so sorry. And I'm
right
especially
back.
talking when you have things to do. I'm so sorry. Get on uppers. How does he put up with me? I will never know. I'll never know how any of you put up with me, but I'm grateful for you. Very grateful. Okay, so the second hour of the show, I think I'm supposed to tell you something about the second hour of the show. Hold on. Let me find it. Just a second. Okay. You guys already know this because you're already interacting. You friends already know this. How long do we think it's going to take for me to remove guys from my, because we talked about that's not as inclusive as we want it to be. So I guess I've chosen friends is what I'm going to say. Point is, every time I say guys, I will say friends immediately after. Hopefully it works. Here's what I would like to tell you. If you would like to chat with me and you are listening on a Echo Show or a Fire TV, you just say the magic word, Alexa, say, and you say what you want to say. If you were listening to me right now on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, all you have to do, just a simple 4-step process. Take yourself to backchannel.tv, click join the chat, and then you can text on in what you want to say. We've got so many options. And now it is time for the news. Okay, scrolling. What can we talk about that isn't devastating? Okay, hold on. Oh, Jam, you're back. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I appreciate, you know what? Renee was like, there's a simple, easy 4-step process. And I was thinking, oh, this is not going to be simple. And you made it simple. First of all, I never knew that they could do that. So I learned something today. There we
go. You just have it there. But I also was being facetious. That I don't think it's simple. I don't think it's easy. I think it's painstaking and hard. And if you take the painstaking efforts to do it, which Pomeranian has done, has told us that they're just texting on their phone, which is kind and generous, but I don't think it's easy. So if you're here, I appreciate you. And I know the work it took to get here.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it so much. Well, we talked about some of those, so let's take a look at the news. We talked about some of it earlier today. I would just like to highlight 2 things that I found that was very helpful for me. Even Tugboat is on it as well. There is I really recommend, so we're talking about the shooting that happened in Texas, revisiting this. I really recommend Senator Chris Murphy gave a very impassioned speech on the Senate floor, pretty much just saying, what are we doing? Like, why are we here? Why are we in this place of power to affect change if we're not going to actually do something? And if you remember, Chris Murphy, he's been ever since the mass shooting in Newtown, Connecticut. I mean, he has been just on the case of trying to get just common sense gun laws on there. And so he's really putting out the plea. And it's like we'd only need one other Republican person to cross on over. I think all Democrats will be united in getting, again, like he talks about that there's been a bill that was passed in the House 2 years ago for some common sense gun laws that majority, overwhelmingly, most Americans are all for. So what are we in this democracy for if not to have change? So that's the first thing that I would recommend if you haven't. If you're just looking for, like, is anyone in leadership saying anything smart and intelligent? It gave me hope. The speech from Chris Murphy, and I also the 7-minute speech that Joe Biden gave last night. I think if you haven't had a chance, I would really recommend taking a look at it. Joe Biden said, "Why are we willing to live with this carnage?" And it doesn't. And so, why are we willing to live with this carnage? That this is just commonplace. That we. This is how we tend to live, and we're seem to be okay with this. Yeah. And then this, I was reading this article, so Sandy Hook Elementary in Newton, Connecticut left, 20 kids and 6 adults dead. And then it all really started, we talked about this earlier, but Columbine High School, 1999, killed 12 students and 1 teacher. And it is just completely escalated ever since. And I said this at the top of the show, but I just think about how, I mean, this is just not a reality that our parents had to live with, and now it's just so common practice, and it just shouldn't be. And we can change it. Doesn't have to be.
Yeah. Yep. And I think that, does this matter? Probably doesn't. But the news report that I heard this morning, I love my podcast Up First on NPR. NPR was saying that the thing that they're saying 21 people died, 19 kids, 2 adults. And the thing they're not certain about is if they are considering the shooter as the second adult. It might be 2 teachers, but it also might be the shooter. In which case I would like to say 20 people died. And then one something.
I don't mean to make but I will say too, from what I understand, and also too, I'm going to be a little glib here of why, like, I'm also just like, I don't know if anything is going to change, because I think the students at that in that community, in that elementary school, 90% Latino. I do not think that this country will do anything for some Latino children. The shooter, I believe, as well, was also Latino. So I also think, like, it's interesting that, like, he was apprehended. You just see so many of these white male shooters who just take him to Burger King afterwards. Yep. And on that note, oh wait, what were you gonna say? Yes.
Oh no, I was just gonna say. So this, our basketball coach.
Yeah.
The thing that, and he probably doesn't have power to do such a thing, but I think the thing to do is then you don't play the game. You just have to get to money. We just have to take away money. So these how do I take away these senators' money and entertainment? So I think that's a lot more boycotting. I think that's a lot more. Protests don't work. So I think that's a lot more. We take it away from them. And I don't know the first step of how to do that, but we have to hit them in their pockets.
And I think my theory is, I think everything does work. I think it takes things from all kinds and angles, because, like, I think it does take making noise. I think protests, like, it takes, oh wow, people don't really like that.
Sure.
But that also is, like, the boycotting. It is also the sit-ins. It's also it's like every bit of action. And so I think it's like everyone taking action. And no, but I totally understand what you're saying, because I know plenty of people who've been like, I've been protesting for years and I'm not seeing any changes. Right. And I totally get that. but I just always go back to like the civil rights movement. Like it wasn't just the protests; it was also the musicians who were making music. Like we need the artists, the coaches. Like, yeah, don't play the game today. We're like, oh, we're not going to play today until every sports team is like, we're not going to play until there's gun reform. I guarantee you there would be some gun reform going on.
In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat, there would be. Yeah. Yeah, we just got to figure out a way to get that money. But as soon as I say protest doesn't work, I was like, Renee, what are you talking about? Of course they do. We have to do, yeah.
But there has to be, but you're
Yeah.
right, because there has to be a follow through action after that. It can't be it takes all kinds. And Renee, also Pomeranian, chiming in that you are correct. LA Times reports that there was 2 teachers that were the adults, and the shooter.
I mean, not good, hardly good, but yeah, I want to honor those
the right people. Yes, 100%. And also, and 2, like also, I guess the shooter also had just killed like his grandmother right before that.
You know what's so wild? The grandma hasn't died.
Oh wow!
She's in critical care. So there might be. I don't think there's going to be answers from that, but
no, but prayers for. And Biden said something else that was really interesting in his speech too, because so often now I think we've also used this crux of like, oh, mental health. And Biden was like, they have mental health issues all over the world, and they don't have these issues happening. So we got to stop using that as a scapegoat. The issue is too many guns and people being able to get all these different guns that they don't need to have. Biden also said, again, the speech, this man, he's like, there's no reason for an AR-15. The deer aren't running around in like Kevlar vest. Right? Like you don't need that to go hunting. So let's be really honest. Like that serves one thing, and is to murder people. And there's no reason for civilians to have that. There's just no reason. No reason.
Yes, that you hit all the right points there.
Yeah,
perfect. Jim, yes,
I did actually have something sort of positive that is actually happening right now that Biden is doing. So this is today marks the 2-year remembrance of since George Floyd was killed. And Biden is actually signing an executive order today requiring new use of force rules for federal law enforcement. And so this is going to encourage local departments to make similar changes. This measure is it's been months and months of consultations and work. And so the executive order is the fallback position for the administration after Congress failed to agree last year on a package of reforms, which was the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which is devastating that act could not get passed, that Congress could not act. Again, Congress is it's broken if they couldn't even pass after the huge, so much, protests and black squares and everybody on all sides of the aisle. This is, we got to do something. Couldn't even pass it. So he's using the power of the pen to get some things passed here. The order, but just to highlight though, like it does not apply to local police agencies, but the idea is it's a federal law. So it's mainly sort of like, FBI sort of federal agencies. But the idea is that this should, hopefully local law enforcement will take note and pass similar things within themselves as well. So this is like their use of force. I think one of the policies is that if you see someone, one of your fellow officers using excessive force, you are obligated to step in, because there's been too many folks who were just, bystanders. There's no more, like there are also what forces you can use, like, outlining things like the chokehold. There'll be more databases for accountability for officers who've been fired, because right now there's just not a lot of, what we found is that there's not a lot of data collection on a lot of these things. So glad to see, at least something positive to happen in light of the murder of George Floyd 2 years later. But yeah. So
yeah. How are you doing? I think it's good. I'm happy to see it. I think it's good, but I think it's also it's just a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. Okay. You want to go to something arbitrary?
Yeah, give me that.
Okay, all right. Thank God, Sarah. Thank you for this. This is just okay. Great. Here comes the headline: New York City bids farewell to the very last public payphone. Okay, that's easy. That's easy. It's
Oh,
nostalgia, but it's easy. We can handle that.
hmm.
Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful.
I remember this
Uh,
one. I know
yeah?
this
You
payphone.
know, on Times
Yeah.
Square?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, there's the Applebee's. Yeah, I know where it is too. Look at that. And look, and there she
See?
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. um,
There's
just
Applebee's.
because you know exactly where it is in Times Square based off the
Yeah.
Applebee's,
Yeah.
and I guess the Green Line as well. Okay, so isn't that interesting how they're giving her a little hoist? It's just just
Is it
she
because I mean,
yeah.
it's because no one's using it. It's kind of sad.
Certainly.
There's not a payphone anywhere. What if I
Agreed.
need it?
Yeah, I
I like
know.
knowing that it's there.
Right. Right. I couldn't
You
agree
know
more.
what?
Yes.
Who would I call in an emergency if I
Whose
don't have
number do
my
you know?
phone?
Yeah.
I don't.
You don't know
My
anybody's.
dad's
Yeah.
my house phone. That is it.
Yeah. Yeah, I can call my childhood home. That's it. That's the only thing I can do.
They're not there. I'm
They're
screwed.
not there.
I'm
They're
screwed.
not
But
there.
also,
Exactly.
mind you, I am in New York, so I'm not sure exactly what help they're gonna provide me.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. I can also call the hotline to Double Dare in an effort to be a contender. That's still up there. So I
oh
can,
my
I can
god.
call the 1-800 number that you would call to the Double Dare hotline to say because the acronym was Slime Me.
I have an old childhood phone
Mhm.
number from that I don't know who lives there,
Right.
but you guys can call the area code is 707 and then it's
Yeah.
4210503. And if you
Yay.
want to talk to us three, you gotta leave a message. You gotta
Adorable.
leave a message. My mom was so big on jingles. We always had like every month we'd record a new family jingle voicemail message.
How is this just now coming up?
I don't
How
know.
very dare you hold out on me with this phenomenal information?
It would be like we'd be in the recording studio. My mom's like, "All right, time to record this month's
This
jingle." There
is
was
amazing.
one. I hit the road, Jack, and don't you call back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road, Jack, and don't you call back no more. What do you say?
Is there any way this has been archived for me?
No, not on
No,
this
because
little
it's on
answer
a
machine,
little
James.
thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I was just like 5-year-old James,
Sure.
just singing his heart out.
Adorable.
My
Of
mom
course
would
you are.
give us all different parts. We would have a
Right.
little practice.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Oh
I got to sing
boy.
lead on that one. That was my big breakout moment.
That is a big breakout moment. That's how we knew. And that's how we knew that he was a star. He was discovered on an answering machine, tale as old as time. We've seen it happen again and again, and I'm happy to hear that that was also the fate for you.
Oh my
Another
god.
discovery from an answering machine. This
Yep.
is so charming. I am thinking of a million things. One, I would like you to go through as many renditions as you can. You don't have to do it right now. And I would like to see as many photos as you can show me of baby James. Not now, but Sarah, make a note.
Oh,
These are
yeah,
these are the things I'd like.
yeah, we've not done any of those our baby
Oh,
photos.
little
Oh,
baby.
we'll definitely need a throwback Thursday at some point
Yes,
or a flashback
please.
Friday.
Yes, please. Now, I do want to go to the chat that as we were talking about this this payphone, going back to the payphone, Raymond is being like, but phone batteries die. You can always use a payphone. And then Pomeranian saying that, oh no, this actually makes me kind of sad. The last public payphone. I have good news. Ish.
Oh, okay.
Ish. So, okay. So they're obviously removing the last payphone, but it is not stopping by the dumpster. It is immediately going to an exhibit at a local museum. Immediately. Just don't stop. Just right on through. So we can still take a look at it. It's the final chapter in a saga that's been unfolding since 2015 when the city started uprooting phone booths and replacing them. I did not know this part. And replacing them with Link NYC kiosk, which offer free public Wi-Fi, charging ports, 911 buttons, and screens with maps and other services. Well, that's helpful. That's nice.
Yeah, I would see a
We're just
lot of
updating it.
yes, I remember seeing those. That makes sense. I see those. They're all over New York City. And yeah, you just sometimes see people just having full-on conversations. I will tell you with these, there's no actual like phone part. So if you call and dial on it, you're on
Right.
speakerphone. So you do hear some crazy conversations at like 3 o'clock in the morning in New York City. Hello, where you at?
Oh,
I don't
that
know
is
you.
wonderful. Option that into a movie franchise immediately. That is such a
Oh
good
my
tale.
god.
I couldn't love it. I could not love it more. And then circling back, Jam, to your answering machines, you were getting just 5 stars across the board. We love your mom, Jam. Baby Jam must be a segment at some point, please.
Baby
Reset, please.
Jam.
Baby Jam.
Sweet baby James. That is so, I really, it's really, it's funny, Pomeranian, that it's called, I have dear friends from college. I don't know how this name, we gave each other ridiculous nicknames,
Right.
and my nickname became Baby J. So this just reminds me of that. I have dear sweet college friends who call me
Yeah.
Baby J.
Because it's very cute. Because it's very cute, and it is what you should call it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I
Oh
couldn't love it
gosh,
more,
so good.
frankly.
Renee, I have a
Yes.
gift for you
Ooh,
that I came
a
across an
present for me?
article.
Okay.
I'm gonna cite Rita. I just saw we're gonna discover this article together. So Sarah, can we
Okay.
go to the Top Gun? Do we have a photo of the black pilot?
Wait,
of
hold on, but
Top
no
Gun?
spoilers though.
It's not a spoiler,
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Wonderful. I love this. Okay.
but I'm not actually. Okay, how about this? Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna circle back to this on Tuesday
On
just to make
Tuesday.
sure
Okay.
I don't spoil
Okay.
anything.
Okay.
I just want to say that it's getting, so this is Jay Ellis. He's in
Yeah.
Insecure. He's in the movie,
Yeah.
and he discusses an article. We'll revisit this on Tuesday. I don't know 100% sure, but he talks about that there's really great. He talks about representing Black pilots, and that this movie is doing a great work in terms of representing Black pilots. So
Good job,
we'll
Top
circle
Gun.
back on this, and I
Thank
will tell
you.
you. I know that
Yeah.
I don't know. I hear it's really good.
Oh no, I know. That's why I can't hear any spoilers, because my expectations are getting higher and higher and higher and higher.
Okay.
So I just can't listen to anything because everybody's been like,
Well,
it's
let's
incredible.
go back to Mission Impossible 7. And where is
Okay,
Shelley
that you can
Miscavige?
spoil all the live day long.
I'm just kidding. We'll kick I do want to circle back though. I did kind of mention this in the top of the show, and I do want to make sure we touch on this. I mentioned about the Indiana lawmakers who are overriding the GOP governors to veto to enact an anti-trans sports ban. So this happened a couple of months ago. So the House of Representatives in Indiana are trying to pass essentially this bill that was going to ban transgender women and girls from competing on public sports teams, consistent with their gender, after the state's Republican-led legislature voted Tuesday to override a veto issued earlier this year by their GOP governor. So they had tried to pass this bill, and then their GOP governor he vetoed it. He was like, no. And people were like, yay. And he was like, no, I'm vetoing it. He's like, no, I believe what this bill says, but I think it's just going to have a terrible time through the courts. And so that was the whole entire thing. And that's why he vetoed it. And then the House of Representatives were like, we don't care. We're going to pass this. And so it did get passed. So they're pushing these anti-transgender laws in terms of with their sports, with trans youth.
Right.
But it is having some trouble in courts, just as that governor had predicted. So just
Interesting.
wanting to flag this. And again, we talked about this earlier, but in the height of this is where I just get so frustrated, Renee. Like they're saying women have all these babies, but when they're here, we're going to make their life hell.
Oh, it's
if
awful.
They're trans, we're going to make their life hell.
Yeah.
And we're not going to make things safer for them in schools. This doesn't make any sense.
No.
You're not pro-life. You're pro-power.
No, you're pro-power. Yeah. And I guess that's something that I'd love to, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But I would love to get that indicated. Like all this infighting and all of this politics, and you believe that and you believe that. That's what they want. They want for us to destroy ourselves from the inside. And while they just sit up on their ivory tower and count their money. That's it. None of this is actually politics. It's just about keeping the people in charge.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
And we're hurting a lot of people in the meantime. But they
Yeah.
want us to fight and hate each other.
And that's why I think it's, again, I don't mean to get on my socialist string here, but this is how our capitalism, it's failing us. It's designed exactly. We're at the crux. There's no way. Marianne Williamson talks about this.
Yeah.
Our current system, there has to be a giant shift and change in the way that we operate. This is just
Right.
not, to quote Renee every other week, this is not sustainable.
At least once a week. At least once a week.
This is not sustainable. We absolutely cannot sustain going the way that we are absolutely going. It just is not. Again, there's so much money in politics. Businesses have more rights. Like, to Renee and I, we've been sitting here troubleshooting what can we do, and our only solution, because we know this will work, is hit them in their pockets. That doesn't. What? There's something really wrong with your system if that's the way of, like, okay, how can we hit their bank accounts? And that's it's proven to work. Proven to work.
Could not agree more. Yes.
Look at it. Pomeranian saying not pro-life, pro-power. I agree so hard. All of this. Stella said, nope, it's not acceptable. You should keep your kids safe. Yes, Stella.
Yes,
this is what
Stella.
we're doing.
Yes, absolutely, Stella.
Keeping the kids
Good
safe.
work.
And then George chiming in, hey, sending you lots of love, Jam. Be happy. I will be happy when we keep these kids safe and we can not have to have these conversations here.
Couldn't agree more.
Even Tugboat is agreeing too. Tugboat for president. You've heard it here first. Tugboat for president. We're voting for him. We're doing it. All right. Renee's going to be right back here. I am going to dig into one of her. That's allergies. That is allergies, everybody.
I promise. Yeah. Wait, what was the? I guess maybe it was that he screamed out back before we had the vaccine. There was a neighbor who was on his balcony and he sneezed, and then I think followed up with it's allergies. But that's what his sneeze was really loud, and then he would bellow to the neighborhood, it's just allergies. It was very cute and accurate.
You have to let people know, just allergies.
That's it. That's
allergies. And George saying, whatever happened to Baby Jane is indeed a great movie.
It's true. It's
Word
true.
for gay men, it sure is. Whatever happened to Baby James should also be a movie coming to you.
I don't disagree. I agree completely.
Did you notice how quickly I came with after I sneezed? You know, used to be like, God bless you. It's not COVID. Carted away.
I love it. I think it's great. Yeah, because you have to. You simply have to.
Renee, do you want to close us out of our news for today?
I sure do. Let me pick one. Which one do we want? Yeah, I mean, this is real quick, but it's a cute coincidence. So, as somebody who was standing before you saying that, I don't watch scary movies, I have watched Jaws because I don't think that's scary. I think it's funny. So,
eaten by sharks.
Well, because it's so. I think probably if I were to watch it in 1975 when it came out, I'd be like, oh my gosh, it's terrifying. But when you actually see the shark, and then when you work at Universal Studios Hollywood for a full decade, you know that Jaws is just a machine, and it's not a very believable one at that, and it's very funny. So, but the headline reads, Jaws, scene stealing kid actor. So if you watch it, there's a kid who's just like, he just Kermits it the whole way, and it's wonderful. He becomes the police chief on Martha's Vineyard. Of where the Jaws was shot. So it's just interesting that it's come full circle, coming back around. The article doesn't say this, but I'm assuming the kid is for police reform, is doing his best to make sure he changes everything, does think that they're ultimately bad, but the only reason he took the position was to change things.
Oh, good. Well, gets my vote. Kid from Jaws. You keep on doing it. Keep those waters safe.
Thank you.
Pomeranian said same boat as you. We're gonna need a bigger boat if everybody agrees. Pomeranian says, I hate scary movies, but I've seen the old Jaws as a kid, Nightmares Forever. I've never seen any of the Jawses, and I actually like horror movies. But I think, like, for me, it's horror movies like 90s and above I can do. Once I was kind of like, I can handle this. The older ones I can't. There's just something too freaky and scary about them for me. Like, I couldn't do. There used to be such wild movies that would come on Saturdays, and my brother would watch. My brother's 5 years older than me, and just put on a lot of scary things. There was like And there's probably the really bad B movies, but there was one movie called Leeches,
Oh,
and there was just like a.
terrifying.
Have you seen this movie?
Terrifying. No, but just the name alone, terrifying.
So there was like these
Yikes.
killer leeches that got into like everywhere, and they just like. I mean, I think this. If we were to look at it now, we would laugh, but it was like
Right.
what they had as CGI then. Like it was just like a sea of leeches. Like by the end of it, just like came everywhere, and they would like
Right.
end up in people's drinks, and then it would like eat them from the inside, and then like there was this couple in bed, and then they got
and they
eaten
got
by the
leached.
leeches. They got leached.
Oh,
So I was
boy.
terrified. I mean, there's so many
Yeah.
things that like I was like, I'll never live in a big city. Like I didn't want to. Independence Day made it so I was like, well, I'm never gonna live in LA or New York
Right.
or DC because that's where the aliens will go first.
Yeah.
So and
Yeah.
then I
And
just
then-
never
and
wanted to
that's-
go to big cities, and now this is where I'm
Now here you are
residing.
in the biggest city in all the land. Wait, am I remembering this correctly? Does Stand By Me have leeches in it? I remember some movie being absolutely terrified by leeches, but it wasn't necessarily a
Oh, there
scary
were
movie.
leeches in that movie because they go
Forget
go
about it.
swimming, and
Yeah.
then they're like, "Oh, I got leeches on me." Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not great.
Ugh.
So
Ugh.
amplify
No.
that times 50, and you've got
Yeah.
the movie Leeches.
You got leeches. No, thank you. Hard
Let's see. We have a conversation about Scream. Now, if you know anything about me, you know I have obsessed with the Scream franchise. I've seen all of it. I've seen Scream 2 probably at least 17 times easily because that was my favorite of them. I've seen Scream 3 at least 7-8 times. Scream 1. Had to leave the movie theater the first time when we went to go see the first Scream.
Right.
Drew Barrymore, spoiler alert, gets murdered within the first 15 minutes. And Drew Barrymore. And my dad, I was like, I need to go. We went to go watch Beverly Hills Ninja instead. But I eventually rented it and watched it at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I mastered my fear.
I love it so much. I also love Baby James with the self-awareness to be like, this is not sustainable for me.
It wasn't. I was like a latchkey kid in that like I was left home alone a lot.
Yeah.
And you know, we didn't have a cordless phone. So if someone's calling me, asking me what my favorite movies are, I can't run around. I'm gonna be stuck with the cord.
Of course not. We cannot have it. And then Pomeranian, I'm so sorry. First off, I love that great minds think alike because we were both thinking the same thing. Pomeranian says, ooh, every time I think of leeches, I think of Stand By Me. Yes. Okay. But Pomeranian came at it with authority. I came at it with absolute bewilderment. But together, we assumed that Stand By Me does have leeches.
And George is saying Jaws is wonderful. Don't be afraid to see it, Jammy. I love that I'm getting a nickname. I love that. Saw it when it was first released. I wonder though, sometimes like I do have issues sometimes with like older movies. I'm sounding like such a millennial right now.
No,
older movies and like the pacing is sometimes really slow.
Yeah, it's tough. It's
like MTV generation. I need a new cut every 3 seconds. Like in this poor new generation, the TikTok generation. I was just thinking this, will they be able to sit through a movie? Because like it's gotta be so hard.
Now it's every half second. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably
we got some no, movies are dead. Go to bed, movies. Stella loves Scream. Have I heard the book? Stella, are we trying to bring up my childhood trauma right now? Stella asked, have I heard the book of James and the Giant Peach? I sure have. And guess what?
Yeah.
Never read it. Never seen the movie, because what was I teased as a kid? James and the Giant Peach. James and the Giant Peach. I don't like that book. Go to bed, James and the Giant Peach. Go to bed. Good night.
A perfect Stacey reference. Stacey's right.
Good night.
You just gotta end arguments with good night. Are you going to bed? No, but I was done. So
I'm gonna put you to bed. Oh man, so good. Not sustainable is basically saying it's not working for me, right? Yeah,
basically. But I think as often as you can apply it to something that is very sustainable is the best way to utilize it. The best way. So if it's a chore like doing the dishes, this is not sustainable. You just don't want to do the dishes.
Pomeranian is coming in strong with cilantro is not sustainable.
Yes, you're using it perfectly.
No.
There's no way to maintain this.
Oh, look, Raymond coming in. Oh, Raymond, I'm giving you a hug. Raymond said, that's how I feel about everybody loves Raymond.
Sure.
Go to bed. Everybody loves Raymond.
Everybody loves Raymond. Good night. Night. Everybody loves Raymond.
Since we're talking about trauma, we're supposed to do while you're working it. Anybody else have something?
Speaking of trauma.
Well, Raymond and I have shared ours. Everybody else, we want to hear from you too.
Sure.
What things as a kid that were similar to your name that you could not handle or do because it was too similar to your name? Did you have one, Renee?
I love it. I love it. Yeah, my name wasn't honestly, it's now in Los Angeles. There's not a lot you can do with Renee Colbert. It's just doesn't really run. I mean, Lord knows I tried to make I'm Renee, I'm here to make your day happen. Didn't. So I guess I'm upset about that. And then now in LA, everybody tries to make me way fancier than I am. Very few people get Colbert. It's always Colbert, which I don't care about, but I wore jeans to the theater last night. Don't. I can't uphold it. That is not sustainable. Colbert is not sustainable. I will not be able to uphold that.
It's too fancy. Oh gosh.
That's all I got.
Man.
How about you, Get On Uppers? What has been tricky with your names? That is hard.
Pomeranian said walking my dog all day is not sustainable. And look at this. George is a huge Alfred Hitchcock fan because look at that. Big fan here. Big fan. I think I've maybe seen the original Psycho and the end of The Birds, where they all, spoiler alert, the birds just come and attack and kill everybody. Oh, I've seen Vertigo. That was a good movie. Shot here in San Francisco. Really good. Really trippy.
Okay.
He slapped that woman one too many times, but those were the days.
That was the times.
You're being hysterical. What is happening?
I'll show you hysterical.
Frank Oz over here. Pomeranian said no one had my name until the American Dolls came out. My first name is one of the dolls. That's a nice one. Get
Yeah, that is nice. But I think it's also like that was unique, and now American Girl's got to go steal my name. But hopefully it was cool. I weirdly took it as a compliment when we read Where the Red Fern Grows. The guy's name is Renee. I am a literature hero.
I mean, this does make sense. You're a man of the wilderness.
Thank you. Yeah, that's probably the origin of such a thing. How I'm not gay is insane to me. I find myself thinking that once a week. How? Well, I do think like up there, they were just like, okay, great. We got it. Okay, she loves this, she loves that, she loves this, she loves that. And they just forgot to flip the switch. Do I go back? Do I complain? What do I do? Everything about me is except for I like men. Everything.
I have often thought about this. It was like, I'm glad to use it. I was like, Renee has a lot of lesbian tendencies.
So gay.
Love wearing
pants. I'm not gay. Yeah.
Can't get her to dress.
It's terrible. And it's to the point now where my parents, every time, like when I go to the theater, I'm like, you go with anybody? And then I'm going to Top Gun with my friend Camden, who is a girl, and they're just like, I love that. Is that so you and Camden or I'm like, just my friend? My parents like wishing, hoping, praying, just anything we can do to like sort of make sense of this, but we can't get there. I know. It's upsetting.
This is so hilarious. Again, this is your stand-up. It's so funny. Parents wish they're like, be lesbian already.
It's like you're embarrassing yourself if you're not. This would all make sense. This would be so approved if you could just flip it. But you can't.
No, I'm sorry. Got a spoiler alert for where the Red Fern Grows. Yeah, Renee, how did you handle that book? The dog dies in the
I didn't make it to that part.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I did. I was hysterical for weeks. But going forward, I know that books like that, you just read the first 3/4 of it.
Okay,
don't read the last fourth.
That's like me with Selena. She's like, gotta go to the hotel to meet Yolanda, and I'm like, and the movie ends.
Yep.
That's where she's still alive today.
I bet they had a lot of milkshakes.
Changed her name to Jennifer Lopez, and she's still alive. All right. We're gonna see if we can squeeze in some wildin' or working it. Wildin' or working it. Who working it? Who working it? Am I crazy? Did we just do Wildin' and Working It? I feel like I just sang that song. Time is like
I know nothing makes sense. I think working from home does. It's great, and I love it.
Yes,
But I
right.
think every day is the exact same.
Mm.
We're in Groundhog Day.
All right, we really are. All right, so we're gonna play Wild It or Working It. We've got a few stories. I got tons. We'll see how much we can get to.
Okay.
But we got a few stories. The way it's gonna work out, y'all, you will say if you think this person is wildin' or if you think they are working it. We want to hear from you, weighing in on some headlines from today's news. Ooh, a nice easy one here. Nice little nice little.
You don't want to go compliment unnoticed.
Okay. Sorry, we have a private chat that's happening. I don't mean to pass notes during
No, you're more
class.
no, because you can be the teacher. We're like, let's bring it up to class. Let's read it then.
Okay.
What are you guys saying?
So behind the scenes, we're talking about Renee as a lesbian. Sarah, who is queer,
Yes.
said, "Oh, Renee be a great lesbian." And then we've gone away from the conversation.
So
We come back and
so far away, but I just
Renee
saw it.
Renee just took a moment to write, "Haha, thank you."
Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah. Yep. I regretted it the moment I did it, but I just saw it. I didn't want a compliment to go unnoticed.
Okay. Everybody, the last Fast and the Furious is gearing up, and this cast just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So it looks like Rita Moreno is joining the cast of Fast and the Furious. Now I know this seems wild, but Helen Mirren is also in. She's been in 3 of the Fast and the Furious movies. Yes. So Rita Moreno is joining the cast.
Wonderful. Great. Absolutely. Yeah.
Of Fast 10. She's gonna be playing Vin Diesel's grandmother. There is an Instagram video where he, I think, tells her, like, there's an Instagram video of the two of them being incredibly adorable on the set together. He's so she's joining, iconic actress. He wrote, it's been a dream of mine forever to work with Rita Moreno, and the fact that she's playing my grandmother makes my soul smile. I am so blessed. She's part of the family. So this is exciting. So what do we think? Rita Moreno is joining the cast of the Fast and the Furious. Do we think like they're wilding by putting her in this movie, or are they working it? What are we thinking?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely working with, right? Rita, she should be in everything always, forever and ever. Amen. Yeah, no, that's great. I'm having fun with this picture, thinking that those motorcycles that have like a little buggy on the side.
Yes.
So this is a picture of her in the buggy.
I hope they get her driving a car. Pomeranian says, working it. I love Rita, aka West Side Story. Peep. Yes. And again, if you haven't seen it, please check her out. She's in the new West Side Story. She plays the part of Doc. So Doc's, she plays, they've written, so she's the Doc in this version of West Side Story. And that they have it that he married a Puerto Rican woman. He's no longer there, but it just adds so many layers, and she does an amazing
Oh, that's
job.
incredible. That's incredible. Yeah. Rita
very
Moreno. We love it. Yes, absolutely. Put her in everything.
The only thing that I would say though is that they really they've been since the beginning of the Fast and the Furious movies, like Jordana Brewster plays Vin Diesel's sister in it, and I'm pretty sure she's just like a white, maybe Italian woman. Anyways, they're really trying to figure out what the ethnicity of the Torettos are, because also like John Cena plays Vin Diesel's long lost brother in it. Like it's just like, but what are they? But now Rita Moreno's in it, so I don't know.
Yeah.
They're just a family of the world, I guess.
Right.
Is,
Don't they? Yeah. I mean, I think with movies like that, and I'm way behind. Obviously, we're doing Fast and the Furious after we go through all the Marvel movies so that I can properly get caught up. I think, don't they like land a car on a plane? There's something.
Oh yeah,
Something incredibly wet. So I think there's that like, okay, well then there's no reality in this. Then yeah, sure, absolutely, that makes sense.
You're right, Renee. You're right. Renee, I think you're gonna absolutely love the Fast and well, it gets better with a fine wine. It definitely there crosses that mark where it's like we're in 2018 now, and like we know how to handle women in the right way.
I remember seeing the first two, and I liked it.
Okay.
So I think I'm in for a good time. And then I drove my car from the theater very fast.
Oh,
I
oh
was
my God, stop it.
impressionable. I
Get
was young.
out of here. Really? You were like,
Oh yeah, 100%. In the parking garage, and then I, yeah, you get it.
I
I'm
worked at the
susceptible.
it was my first, I worked at the movie theater when the first Fast and the Furious came out. And so I cleaned up, I've seen that movie, the first one, so many times, cleaned up to that soundtrack so many times. This cast of this next Fast and the Furious movie is so insane. So you got all the people who are still alive in the franchise coming back.
Mhm.
So you've got like, who is it? Tyrese. You've got Ludacris. You've got Michelle Rodriguez, Jordana Brewster. Brie Larson is joining the cast. Jason Momoa,
Okay.
Michael Rooker, Charlize
Okay.
Theron is back. Like it's gonna be quite the movie. I'm
I
excited.
love it. I'm looking forward to
So
it.
we
I
got some
can't
work in it.
wait.
So we got some work in it. George, you're the only one who's like, this is wild and not how I like my Rita Moreno. Fair.
All right. That's and you're allowed to feel that way. That's
You
okay.
absolutely are. Okay, I need your help understanding this story, so we're gonna
Okay.
figure this out together.
Together.
So,
Great.
someone stole Seth Green's Bored Ape NFT. Have you all heard about this? So, actor Seth Green,
Mhm.
someone stole his. He guess he had a Bored Ape NFT. And so NFTs, it's like cryptocurrency, but art. And so it's a way that you can
Right.
just put your money into things online. And so somebody, I guess, Sarah just wrote, "Oh
Oh
God."
God.
So I guess he succumbed. So he got there was a phishing scam, and inadvertently threw a monkey wrench into his plan. So he had this NFT that was about this bored ape, and someone swindled it from him, and yeah, now he's like, oh, I can't make the show, and I like lost all this like money.
Oh. Who stole it?
Somebody, I don't know. It was, yeah. And so the premise of this bored ape comedy show is like, what if your friendly neighborhood bartender was a bored ape at a yacht club? And
Meaning
so
a monkey type primate
like
who is
an
disinterested? Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Weird.
And that it doesn't matter what you look like. What only matters is your attitude at this, I guess, this yacht club or whatnot.
Okay.
Anyways, so but Seth Green is going to court to try to, you know, get this
God, that's
back.
funny.
Yeah, so he got swindled from his NFT and he's going to court over it. Is he wilding or working it, trying to get this thing back?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if it's his. But I also, where'd you get the idea? So long as that came from you, did you steal it from somebody?
Yeah, I know. We
Where
need
did
to
you get the
know.
idea? Let's check
We
the
need to
origin
know.
of that. If the person that stole it was the person who actually created it, then no.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it's his original idea, then that makes sense. I just don't understand how it's
I don't really understand how
stolen.
these.
But I
I
guess
don't
they're gonna
understand
figure it
how
out.
I don't know either. I'm not really familiar. Somebody in my tech company is trying to explain NFTs to me. They're like, yeah, well, like, because they're like, so it's a way that you invest money into something like digital artwork, essentially.
Right.
And so he was like, yeah, well, you know, you buy a painting and doesn't really have, you know, you put all this money in it and it's worth something.
Right.
And so in the metaverse, when we're all in the virtual reality, you're going to want some artwork to put up in that space. And so it's, I guess, people just getting ready to decorate their virtual art space. Sometimes it's just like a meme of like bored ape.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, sure. Yeah, it's good to think ahead. Yeah, that seems okay. All right. That
Yeah,
seems
I know.
fine.
Still
It
trying.
seems fine.
Barely can I wrap my head around cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't invest in that. Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Whoops. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Someone did. That's
Okay.
fine. It's fine.
Last one. Oh, Pomeranian said digital money is so new. We haven't figured out, you know, how to properly regulate it yet. Very true.
Yeah.
And Raymond said this whole NFT thing, it's just stupid, sad that he fell for it. But it's just, you know, just kind of dumb. Last one I want to do for today. Coca-Cola is discontinuing Honest Teas. Honest Teas will be phased out of the Coca-Cola company's beverage portfolio at the end of 2022.
Yeah.
How do we feel about this? It's an aggressive approach because they're trying to manage their portfolio. I mean, 2020 was a hard year. You know, I guess people weren't going to the stores to buy their Honest Teas. They were just buying vodka. And the retailer wants to make so many dollars, and the strategy appears to be working. The company reported like they've been decreasing all their products. I guess it's been helping with their revenues growing 16% in the quarter for this year. So Coca-Cola took a 40% stake in Honest in 2008, and then Coke acquired the brand outright in 2011. And but now they've acquired it, and then now no one's gonna get
That's
it.
a long time to have it, though. I bet that they recouped a lot.
Right.
But I mean, I guess
Recouped.
the reason to get rid of it is that people aren't buying it. So I guess that's fine. I haven't. It took me a second to be like, those t-shirts? Oh, right, teas, like drinking tea. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, Coca-Cola, I think you're hurting people with the way you make that beverage. But Wyland, just because you guys,
Coca-Cola.
yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
Fair. Pomeranian said, I didn't drink Honest Tea, but I think everyone is trying to streamline their products because of the economy. Yeah. Maybe we can start making some baby food formula. And a lot of times these situations that we're getting ourselves into, it's just because like the way that our capitalism / monopolistic, so many businesses are just monopolies. I thought we were supposed to like help. And so that's part of the issue, is that like such a huge, like there's like 4 companies that produce most of the baby food. So if one of them goes down, well, it's sorry, because there's not enough competition out there, and there's not enough like, space for the little guy to get in there. It's bad.
Right. Yeah. So I guess Wyland, but you're not alone in your Wyland Coca-Cola.
Yeah. I feel bad. I bet there's some really big Honest Tea fans out there who will just be devastated.
Who are just trying to grab his. I mean, as somebody who always likes the wrong product at Trader Joe's, I feel your pain, and it is devastating. The amount of things that I am just like, wait,
where did that go?
Where did it go? And they're like, nobody wanted that. And I was like, I did.
You could always go to the Arizona iced teas. They've always been 99 cents.
There you go. That's nice. Yeah, gosh, Pomeranian and you bring up such a good point that I need to familiarize myself with what streamlining does to help the economy. How does that work? What does that do? I'll be excited to teach myself.
We'll have to bring in our economist for tomorrow. But before we check on out of here, we want to do if you've either got some Wednesday wisdom or what are you watching, a choose your own adventure. If you've got some Wednesday wisdom or what are you watching, we want to know. Get on uppers, chime on in. If you got any wisdom for us that you want to share, please give it to us. I think we could really use some of that. And or what are you watching? I think I can chime in with the Wednesday wisdom. I think it's just to kind of take in some things that we were talking about today. And I think, one, put your own oxygen mask on first, take care of yourself, but then start helping the people around you. Kind of like what Renee was saying, we can't numb ourselves. There's so much going on. So you absolutely must take care of yourself. But then we got to get to work and start helping the other people around us in whatever way that works. If it's sometimes just taking in, I find information to be powerful because I feel like when I continue learning, whether it's history or reading up on things, I then know what to do after that. I'll know how to vote or how to talk to people, or I'll know the next actions to take.
Yes. So good. Ooh, Jam, that's so good. So good that I'll scoot on over to just a lighter things. First, Pomeranian, yes. Little known fact, I'm obsessed with cheddar rockets, which is the child's treat at Trader Joe's. And I had panicked on my podcast. I was like, I can't find them. They're out. And they were just sold out. So it turns out they have not been discontinued. They were just sold out. And now I have 5 boxes just in case. You tricked me once. Shame on you. Tricked me twice. Shame on me. And then Raymond is saying that Outlander is something that they just finished and recommended. Yeah, that sounds good. I bet I would like
Outlander. I think the premise, isn't it about a woman who travels back in time or something? I'm butchering this. I might be thinking of
No, that sounds great.
Oh man, I've heard about the premise of it. It does sound really great. Renee, what are you peeping out?
Yeah, I've got a friend who is just like, I'm doing a rewatch of Leftovers, and it's great. I thought Leftovers on HBO was scary, but she's like, it's not. It's sad. It's about grief, but it's good. And I was like, well, maybe I'll check out Leftovers. But for right now, that last night was the series finale of This Is Us. I was at the theater. So tonight I will be watching the series finale of This Is Us, and I'm happy to put that shame to bed. I think it's an embarrassing thing that I watched all 6 seasons.
No.
It is. But it'll be over. It'll be over after tonight.
I've done 17 seasons of Grey's Anatomy. Like, I should have the shames and still watching. I mean, how many surgeries I have to watch go wrong? I am also I just finished. I gotta thank you for this, Renee. I don't know if you made it to the end, but I finished Abbott Elementary. That show is one of those shows similar, reminds me of like Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Like, it's like, oh, this is good, but hits its stride halfway through the season. Like, it just they figure out who their characters are, the storylines, like it takes off. Like, it is such a good show. Abbott Elementary.
And it explains everybody's behavior in a way that it really makes you, I think in a way that even they didn't do with Michael Scott. You're just like, help me understand why he's this ridiculous. So the principal character is a little bit the same. It was just like, you're nuts. But then they explain it. They explain the behavior. And it's so good. It's so good.
It's so good. Let's see. Raymond said, do you think Grey's Anatomy is finishing this season? It's gonna keep going. Is Ellen Pompeo knows what she's doing. She's the highest paid actor in television right now, and she's not going anywhere. So it's gonna be keeping on a paycheck. So
I love it. I love it so much. Pomeranian, right there with me. Also watching This Is Us, but couldn't watch last night. Yeah, last night it was, if I didn't, and I almost did. I was on the phone of like, I'm going to donate my ticket. But like, Renee, you're going to regret that. It just was weird. It was weird to do anything last night. So Pomeranian and I will be watching the finale tonight.
Oh, well, we can't wait to hear. Well, Renee, it's Wednesday, which means we've got word of the day coming up. So we're going to get on out of here. So we can get on over, but we'll be back tomorrow, y'all. Same bat time, same bat channel, 7 a.m. Pacific time, 8 a.m. Mountain time, 9 a.m. Central time, 10 a.m. Eastern time. It's been a long time since we've had to run through that. But there's some great things coming up. So you're gonna have the word of the day, and then I think your pal comes on, then Mario Smith, and then we're there.
A whole dream team. And Pomeranian coming in real quick with some very last podcast recommendations. Oh, wait, hold on. There you go. Oh, buddy.
Hi.
You can do it. I believe in you. Adorable.
Nobody puts baby James in a corner.
You certainly do not. You couldn't and you shouldn't. Pomeranian real quick recommending, Jesse Thorne's Bullseye has REM. Mike Stripe. I'll check it out. Jesse's a great interview. That show is fantastic.
He's doing great things. Went to college with that guy. All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching Get On Up. I'm James Arthur M.
And I'm Renee. And you just get on up. Have a good day, guys. Friends. Have a good day, friends.
Bye, friends. Bye. This is good.
She's getting it. She's getting it. See ya. Bye.
Well, hello and welcome to Word of the Day live quiz here on Backchannel.tv, the only live game show on your Echo device where you can win real cash prizes each and every week. I'm your host, Troy W. Hudson, the voiceover with personality, joined by the ever-present, always keep that train on the track, super amazing producer, Adam. Adam, say hello to everyone this morning, please, or this afternoon.
Hello to everyone. Word up, Troy.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen, Adam. We have Word of the Day quiz live, and we do this thing every single Wednesday, 9 a.m. Pacific. That's where Adam's at. And 12 noon Eastern, that's where I'm at. We are spanning the US of A and all over the world, actually, with this amazing quiz show live. Hey, I want to give a big shout out to George coming to us from Kansas. Welcome, George. Steve from Indiana. Stella. Elizabeth from Illinois, Stacy from Texas, Raymond from New Jersey, Futuristic Eel. I love these usernames. I love these folks. Damian from Maryland, Arthur from California, and Pomeranian from Virginia. We'll have this room full in no time at all, because we have some eager folks, Adam, ready to play and win. You're asking, win? Win what? Well, let me get to that. First of all, if you can see me right now on your Echo Show or Fire device, make sure to click that subscribe button at the bottom left side of your screen. I think that's right. If that's not, I know that is. Anyway, so you never miss a chance to win. We're giving away $100 in Amazon gift cards today and each and every week when we play Word of the Day Quiz Live. So make sure to click that subscribe button so you don't miss an opportunity to win. Now, if this is your first time on Backchannel, welcome, welcome, welcome. Backchannel is the only place to watch and listen to live shows, chat to hosts, and to play games with other players in real. Did I say real? I did say real live time. We have live shows every weekday starting at 6 a.m. Eastern Time. Come back anytime by saying to your Echo, open Backchannel. Once again, to join us here on Backchannel, just say to your Echo, open Backchannel. All right? Hey, we got some more folks joining us. Ken just joined the stream. Hello, Ken. Pomeranian, I know you're excited to play. We're going to get to that, and I'm excited you're here. Who else is here? Vacuum, Stella. Yes, Crystal joined the stream. See if we have any brand new folks here. I want to give a shout out. Lee from Georgia, Emily from North Carolina, Jerry from West Virginia. Yes, they're pouring in. Adam, we got a room full of eager players. This is how you play Word of the Day Quiz Live. And for your chance to win one of today's cash prizes, you can use the live chats to send your answers on the touch, or you can use the touch screen if you can see me right now. Hey, there are two ways to chat depending on if you're watching me on a screen or listening on a speaker. This is how you do it if you can see me with a screen chat. If you can see me right now on your Echo Show or Fire TV, the magic word is say T-Rexa, say Troy, I love the green, or T-Rexa, say the answer is armadillo. Adam and I have agreed the answer will never be armadillo. And if it is, I won't say it. Anyway, try chatting something to me right now just to make sure it's working for you. Or when the question appears on the screen, you can simply touch your answer choice. Arthur joined the stream. Elizabeth, welcome. This is her very first time playing Word of the Day Quiz Live on Backchannel.tv. Welcome. Got a lot of new folks coming in here. Got a packed room. That means more chances, more opportunities for you to win some cash today in the form of an Amazon gift card on Word of the Day Quiz Live. Now, if you can only hear me, if you can't see me and you're just listening right now on an Echo speaker, grab your phone, grab it. Don't act like you don't have it right there. Grab your phone, go to backchannel.tv and click join the chat. That's backchannel.tv and join the chat on your phone, because it's the only way for you to chat with me. And in order to win, you got to chat or you got to touch. So this is totally interactive, folks. This is a blast, and I cannot wait to give away some cash prizes today. Now, here's how we play Word of the Day Quiz Live here on Backchannel, and how you have a chance to win real cash prizes, the real deal. Today's prize is $100 in Amazon gift cards. We'll pick one winner. Our producer Adam will pick one winner for each of the first two words. These two winners will get a $25 Amazon gift card. For the final word, we'll pick one lucky winner for the grand prize, and that is a $50 Amazon gift card. I mean, who does not want that? I'm not eligible, so it doesn't matter what I want. And now, if you're one of our lucky winners today, you'll also need to go to backchannel.tv and click on the claim prize button. I've tried this stuff out to see if it actually works. This stuff works. It's simple. It's straightforward. Go to the backchannel.tv page and click on the claim prize button if you are one of our winners. Very important, because if you don't click that button, we have no way to connect with you. So please make sure to go to backchannel.tv if you are one of our winners. Jody, thanks for joining the stream. Stacy, Gary, this is a new show. Yes, Stella, it is new. You're new here. We're doing backchannel.tv Word of the Day Quiz Live. We do it each and every Wednesday, 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Eastern. Now, this is how you win. Winners will be picked at random. All you have to do for a chance to win is to play along and make sure to chat me your answers. Producer Adam will watch to see, because we might have multiple correct answers. He will be the one responsible for picking I don't receive hate mail that way. Just kidding. Once again, if you're selected as a winner, make sure to visit backchannel.tv and send us an email so we can get your prize. All right. We're going to ask you questions about 3 different words. Each word will have 3 questions. Questions will have either a yes, no option or multiple choice. The first 2 questions will give you hints to the word's meaning, and the third question is the prize question. We will randomly pick a player who answers the question in the chat to win the prize. Are we ready? Let's play Word of the Day Quiz Live. All right, here we go. Here is our first word of the day. Ready? The word is nebbish. The word is nebbish. And the question is nebbish an adjective? Is nebbish an adjective? I want you to start thinking, and I want you to start answering. With a touch screen, you can just touch nebbish. Is it an adjective? Yes or no? Or if you need to use the magic word, say T-Rex, yes, or T-Rex, say no. Or you can touch the answers right there that appear on the touch screen. Amazing technology, just recently introduced here. If you hear me and you're listening on a speaker, make sure to go grab your phone, go to backchannel.tv, click join chat, backchannel.tv, where you can answer the question. Our very first one of the day is nebbish an adjective? And the time is up. And the answer is no. Nebbish is a noun. Nebbish is a noun. All right. Question number 2 for the word nebbish. Is nebbish used correctly in the following sentence? Answer yes or no. Exuding confidence, the nebbish was a natural-born leader. Exuding confidence, the nebbish was a natural-born leader. 30 seconds. Remember, if you can see me right now, the magic word is say, T-Rex, yes. If you just hear me and you're listening on a speaker, make sure to go grab your phone, go to backchannel.tv, click join chat. Again, the touch screen gives you the option to tell me yes or no. Am I using this correctly? Exuding confidence, the nebbish was a natural-born leader. Exuding confidence, the nebbish was a natural-born leader. The music fades. The time is up. We have a lot of answers. Brand new to the show, Doug just answered. Ken answered. Steve answered. Lee answered. Judy answered. Elizabeth answered. Everybody's in here because they know it's leading up to a cash prize. This is not the cash prize question. The answer to is nebbish being used correctly when I say the nebbish was a natural-born leader? No, nebbish is not used correctly in that sentence. All right, I think we have some people ready and excited for our first $25 Amazon gift card. I'm excited. Producer Adam's excited. And I know you're excited. You've been waiting anxiously. This is question number 3. Nebbish means someone who is socially awkward and clumsy. Is that true or is it false? Nebbish means someone who is socially awkward and clumsy. True or false? Get this answer right. Producer Adam picks you randomly, and you will be the winner of a $25 Amazon gift card. Again, the question is, nebbish means someone who is socially awkward and clumsy. Is that true or is that false? Nebbish. Think about what you learned in question 1 and question 2 about nebbish. I love these answers pouring in. I love it. I love it. Nebbish means someone who's socially awkward and clumsy. Is that true or is that false? Time is up. And the answer is true. Nebbish means someone who is socially awkward and clumsy. Adam, do we have a winner? Have you picked one, sir?
Steve is our first winner of the day.
Woo, Steve. Congratulations, Steve. You have won a $25 Amazon gift card. Wow. This is important, Steve. The only way to claim your prize is to go to backchannel.tv and click the claim prize button. Once again, Steve, go to backchannel.tv, hit the claim prize button, And just a little background information for you. Nebbish is from the Yiddish for poor thing. It's used to be it used to be associated with nerds until nerds started making billions of dollars in tech. Yeah, Nebbish. Go figure. Hey, congratulations, Steve, and all these awesome, good sports players. Congratulating you, Steve. Hooray for Steve. Elizabeth. Yes, said Stella. Woohoo, said Judy. Probably not in that high pitch of a tone. I don't know. So how'd you do? Are you having fun so far? We have dozens of folks in the chat. We have lots of people playing. And you know what? We've got 2 more cash prizes ready to go. Hey, if you're just joining us, welcome to Word of the Day Quiz live here on Backchannel. I'm your host, Troy W. Hudson. Each and every Wednesday starts at 9 a Pacific, 12 noon Eastern, with producer Adam in the wings and keeping all this straight and making sure I don't fall off my chair metaphorically. I keep things right. Producer Adam, how you doing out there on the West Coast?
Doing great, Troy.
All right. Are you ready for the next thing we're going to do?
I cannot wait for the next thing, Troy. Stay on that chair. Don't fall off.
I'm on the chair. Thanks. All right. Real quick shout out. Again, we've got, oh man, the room is filling up. I'm losing track. They're coming in so quickly. Got new folks. I want to make sure we give a shout out to Bison, brand new Bison. Congratulations. Are you the one that reads Word of the Days? Doug, actually, yes, I am. I'm the Word of the Day dude or Word of the Day guy. I've been doing it for about 4 years. Thank you for noticing. I'm the guy that says, hey, today's Word of the Day is whatever. I really have a lot of fun doing that. And you'd think I'm really, really smart vocabulary-wise, but it never goes an opportunity for me to not look up the origin of the word and understand the Latin or the root of the word. I learn something every day when I do Word of the Day, which is the point, right? Well, today's point is to quit having me yak and get to the next part of the program, which is the second word of the day. And before we do that, we're about to get into word 2 of the 3 words today. We've got $25 coming up on question 3 of this next word, and then a $50 big prize Amazon gift cards. A reminder, if you can see me right now, you can say the magic word is say T-Rexa, or say T-Rexa yes, or say T-Rexa no. Or you can touch the answers that appear on your screen. If you can just hear me and you're listening on a speaker, please go grab your phone, go to backchannel.tv and click join the chat. That's backchannel.tv. All right, I think we're ready for the second word of the day. Word number 2 is diaphanous. Word number 2 is diaphanous. Word number 2 is diaphanous. Is diaphanous an adjective? Is diaphanous an adjective? Think about it. Diaphanous. Is diaphanous an adjective? Chiming in, I love this. Eager, Lynn, thanks for the answer. James, Pomeranian Elizabeth, Judy, Unknown Bison is brand new. Stella, Crystal, Doug. I love the enthusiasm. Cody's answering, Raymond's answering. Lots of activity in the chat. The question is diaphanous. Is diaphanous an adjective? And the answer is yes, diaphanous is an adjective. All right. Question number 2. Is diaphanous used correctly in the following sentence? Answer yes or answer no. When I say the diaphanous robe left very little to the imagination, am I using that correctly? Is diaphanous used correctly when I use it in this sentence, yes or no? The diaphanous robe left very little to the imagination. The diaphanous robe left very little to the imagination. Chime in, answer right now, chats. Say T-Rexa, yes. T-Rexa, no. Or touch the screen right now. Careful, don't poke it too hard. Nobody wants fingerprints on there. Is diaphanous used correctly in the following sentence? The diaphanous robe left little to the imagination. Time is up. And the answer, very interesting answers. Yes, diaphanous is used correctly when I say the diaphanous robe left very little to the imagination. All right. We are on question 3 of word number 2, diaphanous. And that means there's a cash prize to be won on this question. That's the way I feel right now. Is sheer a synonym for diaphanous? Is sheer, SHEER, a synonym for diaphanous? Think about the first 2 questions. Is sheer a synonym for diaphanous? Remember, if you can see me right now, the magic word is say T-Rexa yes or say T-Rexa no, or touch the answers that appear on your screen. If you just hear me on your list or you're listening on a speaker, grab your phone, go to backchannel.tv and click join chats. All right. Is sheer a synonym for diaphanous? Is sheer a synonym for diaphanous? Elizabeth, I love this. I'll get to the answer in a second. She says, there are times I love being a librarian. I'm guessing that gives you a bit of an advantage, Elizabeth. Doug says, yes. Judy, yes. Cody, yes. Lee, yes. Got lots of yeses. Let's see. All right. Yes, sheer is a synonym for diaphanous. Diaphanous means almost completely transparent or translucent. Fabrics such as silk are often described as diaphanous. Adam, who is our winner?
Elizabeth is winner number 2 today.
Yes,
Congratulations,
yes, 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 Elizabeth. She is our winner of a $25 Amazon gift card. Congratulations, Elizabeth. You just won $25 Amazon gift card just for chatting, just for joining, just for playing Word of the Day quiz live. This is important, Elizabeth. The only way for you to claim your prize is go to backchannel.tv and click the claim prize button. Once again, Elizabeth, go to backchannel.tv and hit the claim prize button. Hey, for those of you just joining us, welcome to Word of the Day quiz live here on Back Channel. I'm your host, Troy W. Hudson, with you every Wednesday, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, asking questions and giving away cash prizes with the ever faithful, the ever intelligent, the ever stable influence on these Wednesdays for me, the man who keeps things going, Producer Adam. Again, Producer Adam, midway through, give a shout out to everybody. And let's take our hat off. Well, I'm not going to take my hat off because that would mess up my headphone. But I take my hat off to you symbolically, Producer Adam, for being on the ball here. The busier this game gets, the more work you've got to do. A lot goes on behind the scenes. Thank you, Producer Adam, for keeping it all running smoothly.
You're very welcome, Troy. Anytime.
All right. Well, let's just do it Wednesdays. Let's just keep it that way.
Good for me.
All right. All right. So a big thank you again. The room is filling up. Elizabeth claims that librarians are founts of useless information. Pomeranian, you are welcome. A big thank you to Producer Adam and myself for doing the show. We should do this more often, says Raymond, brand new to the show. You know, you never know what's going to happen with a show that gives away cash prizes and you learn something and it's a blast to play. And well, anyway, we're about to get into the last word of the Day quiz live. This is the big one. We have a $50. Yes, $50 Amazon gift card for the winner on this one. To play and to win, as always, if you can see me right now, the magic word is say T-Rexa yes or say T-Rexa no. If you just hear me, you're listening on a speaker, make sure to grab your phone and go to backchannel.tv and click join chat. That's backchannel.tv and click join chat. All right. I think we're ready for the third and final word for today's game. Word number 3 is bimble. Word number 3 is bimble. 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 That's right, bimble. All right, question number 1 for bimble. Bimble can be used as a noun and a what? Bimble can be used as a noun and a what? Bimble's very versatile. Bimble can be used as a noun and what? A verb, an adjective, or a preposition. Bimble can be used as a noun and a verb, a noun and a adjective, a noun and a preposition. Think about that. Bimble, a versatile little word, a noun and a verb, an adjective, or a preposition. Verb, adjective, or preposition. Think about bimble. Verb, adjective, or preposition. Answers are pouring in. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone, for playing. And time is up. And the answer is bimble can be used as a noun and a verb. Bimble can be used as a noun and a verb. A very versatile bimble word, is it not? All right. We are going on to question number 2, which means we're one question closer to a $50 Amazon gift card. All right. Question number 2. Which choice best completes the following sentence? Their bimble in the historic part of town was very frightening, relaxing, delicious. Their bimble in the historic part of town was very frightening, relaxing, delicious. Start answering now, and we'll find out just how smart you folks are. I honestly think, Producer Adam, that this is the smartest audience anywhere. I'm not taking away from any of the other programs, but you got to be quick. You got to be on the ball. You have had to have listened to all these words on Word of the Day. You got to be sharp to get these. Let's see how sharp on question 2 you are. Which choice best completes the following sentence? Their bimble in the historic part of town was very frightening, relaxing, or delicious. All right, time's up. We got a lot of answers all over the board. Let's see. A bimble is often very relaxing. A bimble is often very relaxing. All right, you know what's happening now. I think you do. We're on to question number 3, and we're doing word number 3. So you know what that means, right? It means that we have a $50 Amazon gift card for whoever gets the correct answer on question number 3 of word number 3. And I want to make sure you're all ready. In the front, in the back, are you all ready? I are ready. I am ready. Producer Adam is ready. And I think a bunch of people playing today, Word of the Day Quiz Live, you are ready. All right. Question number, did I? Oh. Yeah, that's right. Question number 3. I got so excited, I lost my place. And that's not a good thing for a host to do there. All right. Question number 3. Adam, I love the way he weaves himself into this program. I think it's interesting. Okay. Adam and Laura, this is the question. Adam and Laura bimbled for hours in a bar, forest, or bed. Adam and Laura bimbled for hours in a bar, in a forest, or in a bed. To play and to win, as always, if you can see me right now, the magic word is say T-Rexa yes or say T-Rexa no. If you just hear me and you're listening on a speaker, make sure to grab your phone and go to backchannel.tv and click join chat. That is backchannel.tv and click join chat. And of course, if you can see me, the touchscreen capability, use it. Adam and Laura bimbled for hours in a bar, in a forest, or in a bed. I'm going to drag this one out because there's a lot of drama here, a lot of suspense. Should I just get to the answer? Yeah! All right, fine. I'll do that. Adam and Laura bimbled in a forest. Adam and Laura bimbled in a forest. Bimble means to meander. No. Bimble means to meander around leisurely without purpose, to relax. It originated with British soldiers in the 1980s and is thought to come from the word bumble. Bimble, bumble, oh, what a rumble. Yes, bimble is, stop, Troy. Just, Adam, do we have a winner?
Unknown Bison is the big winner of the day.
Unknown Bison is our big winner of the day. You know what? Congratulations, Unknown Bison. Make yourself known because you've just won a $50 Amazon gift card. This is important. The only way to claim your prize, Unknown Bison, or UB, since, we're friends now, is to go to backchannel.tv and click the Claim Prize button. Once again, Unknown Bison, go to backchannel.tv and hit the Claim Prize button. Backchannel.tv and click the Claim Prize button. Adam, let's do a recap of all the winners again, if you would, sir. Let's give a shout out to them once again. Who are they again?
Our winners today are Steve, Elizabeth, and Unknown Bison got the big prize today.
Steve, Elizabeth, and Unknown Bison, all winners today. Hey, everybody who played and got in and had a blast today, you're also a winner in my book. And I think producer Adam has a small book too where he keeps track of all this stuff too. So we keep it all fair and fun for everybody playing, since we have so many repeat players and we have a lot of brand new players, which I love, love, love. The fact that people are getting in here and playing for the first time. And some of you folks are winning on your first time in. That's amazing. A review reminder here. If you like the show and you want to see even bigger cash prizes, go to backchannel.tv and leave us a review. I was on the backchannel.tv page and I clicked it and I saw some of the reviews. Very, very nice. And lots of them. Add your voice to the mix. Go to backchannel.tv, leave us a review. Appreciate it. Your reviews make Word of the Day Quiz Live possible. Once again, please leave us a review by going to backchannel.tv. Also, a subscriber reminder or a subscribe reminder. If you're watching and you can see that subscribe button in the lower left side of the screen, cover the bases so it's there you go. Click on it, and this way you don't miss out on a chance to win. Stella, you just subscribed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pomeranian, thank you for leaving us a good review, or you're going to leave us a good review. Let me go through some of these questions here that we've got. Oh, Stacy says, Troy, don't forget, I can also go to the Amazon Alexa app and leave a review on the Amazon skill called Backchannel. Hey, Judy, first-time player, love it. Hey, we appreciate you, Judy, for playing. Stella scribed, yep, love building my vocabulary. Pomeranian said that, thank you. Trusty Leopard joined the stream just a few minutes ago. First time on the show, Trusty Leopard, let me tell you what's going to happen. Next week, at this very same time, actually 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 noon Eastern, we're going to do it all over again. 12 noon Eastern, 9 Pacific, half-hour Word of the Day Quiz Live. We do it each and every Wednesday, producer Adam and myself. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We appreciate all you winners. Come back for Word of the Day Quiz Live next week right here on Backchannel. Again, Wednesday, 9 Pacific, 12 noon Eastern. Just say to T-Rexa, open Backchannel. Once again, just say T-Rexa, open Backchannel. I'm your host, Troy W. Hudson. Go out and enjoy a relaxing bimble, and then come back next week for Word of the Day Quiz Live on Backchannel. Right now, here is the amazing, the illustrious, the very popular and amazing host. Oh, there he is.
It's too much. I can't take it. Troy, I can't take it. I can't take it. It's too much. I'm British. We don't do stuff like this. We just apologize for everything, you know.
Anthony, I must chime in here and ask you.
Yeah.
I heard a host on one of the shows you were on, because I did a little fanboy research on you to see who am I introducing? Who is this guy? Illustrious career. You're also a fellow voice actor.
That's right.
But you've been on the telly for a long time, and I saw your IMDb profile. For folks who don't know what that is, that's just a fancy word for this guy's a celebrity. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it means he pays the $200 a year for membership. I think it's kind of high. Yeah.
I saw one of your first credits. So Tricky Business, but there was a rabbit in it.
There was a rabbit in it. Yeah. That was a long time. That was like 1987. Troy, what are you doing? You're digging too deep. It's too deep. I thought that stuff was forgotten.
but the more recent stuff is absolutely brilliant. You're so smart. I feel honored to share the screen with you right now, but I know I've got to get out of the way. You've got a busy show to do today, and I just wanted to say, sir, it's an honor to share the screen with you on Backchannel, and I'll hand it over to you.
Well, you're very sweet. I did the same, Troy. I listened to all of your reels because I'm also, very interested, and I am very grateful to be sharing the screen with somebody who also has an incredible, versatile, plethora of skills. Your reels were great. From one reel man to another reel man, let me tell you, there's some hot reels going on there. Not hot wheels, they're hot reels. This is like, voiceover language. Really? So, it's such a wonderful job. Isn't it the greatest job in the world to show up, make announcements? You don't have to write it. You don't have to think about it. You just do it, and then you leave, and then you don't have to worry about it because they worry about it. I mean, this is why it's such a great job.
Nothing better than working in a padded room, Anthony. Nothing better.
Well, look how padded this is. I mean, it's crazy.
Really?
I'm very grateful to you. Thank you for Word of the Day. I love it. It's such a great addition to Backchannel, and I look forward to seeing you next week, and we'll do the same thing again in this little way. Have yourself
I was thanking my Adam, and I was thinking.
That's fine. I get it. That was Troy. I'm Anthony. This is Backchannel. It's 9:30 here on the West Coast. It's 12:30 on the East Coast. And if you're in the middle somewhere, then you're very welcome as well. Spend as long as you can with us here on Backchannel, and we will do our very best to keep you amused and entertained. We're also going to be spending quite a bit of time this morning looking at, of course, the most serious story that has kind of broken the headlines, and that is the school shooting yesterday. And we're going to do our very best to explain how that came about and the story behind it, and of course now the campaigning for the gun laws, which are probably not going to change. Nothing's going to change. Let's be honest. Nothing's going to change. It's so terrible. I wouldn't mind if this was the first time it happened and people were like, oh, well, maybe we should do something about it. Nothing's going to change. Anyway, interestingly, in the United Kingdom, in England, it's actually in Scotland, in 1996, I think we had our one and only school shooting, and they changed the law to prevent it ever happening again. Immediately. So it just goes to show, it can be done. Slightly different, I understand, but, it can be done. So we'll talk about this and look at it together. Thank you for staying with us here on Backchannel. Whatever you want to do, use Find by Me. You can message. This is the only place on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. And I'm here every weekday, Monday through Friday from 9 o'clock Pacific. You can get involved in the show by sending a message. You can ask questions. You can chime in on what we're talking about. Anything you want to send our way. And if you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or Fire TV, the magic word is say. Wake it up, say, and then your message. And if you're listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, then go to backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's backchannel.tv and click Join the Chat. So let's take a look at some of the subjects we're going to be looking at today. Why Joe Biden needs to stop sidestepping on gun legislation. We'll also discuss the Second Amendment, one of the most frequently cited provisions in the American Constitution, but also one of the most poorly understood. We'll look at how U.S. gun control compares with the rest of the world. And then finally, on this day, with so much sadness in America that's reverberated around the world, let's remain hopeful. We'll look at the life of Benjamin Franklin, the nation's founding father, or certainly one of them, whose many fascinating accomplishments included inventing bifocal lenses. I'm laughing because I need bifocal lenses and I refuse to pay for them. Because, it takes a standard lens from like $150 up to like $500. And so I have bought from the 99-cent store a pair of reading glasses, which I now wear over my regular glasses. So I wear two pairs of glasses effectively in order to read, which is embarrassing and it's a tragedy. But, that's the reality of, living in the modern world. Because I don't just have one pair of glasses, I have three. So it's like I would have to get the bifocals fitted into three pairs of glasses. That's like $1,500. It's a lot of money to be able to see. I mean, you might say it's a small price to pay to be able to see, but to me it's a lot of money. We're also going to look through the front pages of the morning newspapers this morning and see what's happening here, there, and everywhere. And hopefully you can join me for that, because we've got lots to look at. Let's just have a quick look at some of your messages this morning. Thank you very much for jumping in already. And if you were word of the daying, then stay with us. Elizabeth is pasting in some info from CNN about the Texas elementary school shooting. So we'll take a look at that. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. Ken's here, Trusty Leopard, Stacy, Doug, Stella, and Ken and Jody and Raymond and Emily and Doug. Stay with us here. We'll continue this conversation. Hopefully you can join in as well. Let's see how the morning papers handle this particular story. The Dallas Morning News this morning, of course, Texas is kind of where it's at, so we'll do that. Again is their headline. Do you pronounce it Uvalde? Is that how you say it? Uvalde school shooting? I think it is Uvalde. Or Uvalde. It's Uvalde or Uvalde, I think. Uvalde, yeah. 19 kids, 2 adults massacred at elementary campus. Devastated community asks for prayers to get through this. Biden demands gun control. Texas GOP set for NRA forum. I mean, you just have to look at the parents of the children. Devastated, relatives of victims mourned after a gunman went classroom to classroom and killed 19 students and 2 adults at Robb Elementary School in the heavy Latino town of Uvalde. The massacre was the deadliest shooting at a U.S. grade school in almost a decade. It says an 18-year-old gunman opened fire on Tuesday at a Texas elementary school, killing 19 children as he went from classroom to classroom. In the latest gruesome moment for a country scarred by a string of massacres, the assailant was killed by law enforcement. The death toll also included 3 adults, according to State Senator Roland Gutierrez, who said he'd been briefed by state police. That number includes the attacker. The massacre at Robb Elementary School in the heavily Latino town of Uvalde was the deadliest shooting at a U.S. grade school since a gunman killed 20 children and 6 adults at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newton, Connecticut, almost a decade ago. My heart is broken today, said Hal Harrell, the school district superintendent, announcing that all school activities were cancelled until further notice. We're a small community, and we're going to need your prayers to get through this, he said. President Joe Biden appeared ready for a fight and called for new gun restrictions in an address to the nation hours after the attack. As a nation, we have to ask, when in God's name are we going to stand up to the gun lobby? When in God's name are we going to do what has to be done, Biden asked. Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Biden issued a proclamation ordering flags lowered to half-staff through Saturday as a mark of respect for the victims of these senseless acts of violence. I mean, there is no reason for it. I mean, this is the thing. You know, when we look at why the gun lobby, this is the National Rifle Association and, the people who are behind it, they are evil. They just are. These people are evil. And their obsession with firearms is such that they will never, ever give in. I mean, the NRA last year paid Mitt Romney, who you would think is a very, kind of moderate Republican. They paid him like over $13 million in funding. I mean, this is, This is really the issue, isn't it? It's people are for sale. People are up for sale. Congressmen and senators are up for sale. Also on the front of the newspaper, ISIS reportedly plotted to kill ex-President Bush. An alleged ISIS operative based in Ohio was charged on Tuesday with plotting to murder former President Bush and attempting to bring assassins into the country illegally across the U.S.-Mexico border. The U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Ohio issued a criminal complaint against Shihab Ahmed Shihab, an alleged ISIS operative from Iraq who plotted to assassinate Bush and had traveled to Dallas in February to survey his home. Oh wow, so he was going to assassinate him now. Wasn't even back then. Wow. Maybe for the gaffe during that speech the other day. Did you see that? when Bush talked about what kind of a person would bring about a war on innocent people like this. And then instead of saying in Ukraine, he said in Iraq. Of course, pointing at himself. And he laughed it off. I mean, it's not funny. There's nothing funny about it. He genuinely killed tens of thousands of people in Iraq for no reason. There were no weapons of mass destruction, remember? Saddam Hussein was bluffing. And tragically, George Bush fell for it. Also, Paxton had no trouble winning GOP runoff. Attorney General Ken Paxton easily won Tuesday's runoff election over Republican challenger George P. Bush, a sign that the incumbent's mounting legal problems were of little concern to GOP voters. Okay, so that's the Dallas Morning News. Let's go to the Denton Record Chronicle now. They lead with Denton shooting victim was suspect's sister, 26-year-old NCTC student remembered for giving nature. Gunman kills 19 and 2 adults at Uvalde School. Gunman wearing body armor, carrying a rifle, killed at least 19 children and 2 teachers at an elementary school in the Texas city on Tuesday. Authorities said it was the deadliest mass shooting to unfold at an American school in nearly a decade. The massacre began at 11:32 a.m., police said, on the third to last day of the school year. The shooter opened fire in a 4th grade classroom, sending children fleeing for their lives. They crawled through windows and hid in a nearby funeral home to escape. And the thing is, this guy was with his grandmother. He shot his grandmother. She survived, but he shot her and then, whizzed off in the car down to the school. The guy knew what he was doing. He had a whole plan, clearly. Well, we won't know for certain because they killed him, but there'll certainly be evidence left behind. That's the Denton newspaper. Let's move on to the Bradenton Herald for Florida this morning. They don't make mention of the school shooting or of gun reform, nothing. All they talk about is the airport terminal expansion. Will take 2 years to complete. That's Sarasota Bradenton International Airport. Attorney who used the miracle of life to aid kids dies. This is a triple transplant survivor. Bradenton attorney Edwin T. Mulock made the best of his extended lease on life through decades of giving back to his community, particularly to children. So he's passed away. And NOAA predicts above-average hurricane season. Yes, the Atlantic is in for another active hurricane season, according to a newly released NOAA forecast. On Tuesday, they released it for the 2022 season. 14 to 21 named storms, 6 to 10 of which will grow into hurricanes, and 3 to 6 that will develop into major hurricanes of Category 3 or higher. I do like a bit of Hurricane Watch. Yes, I've booked a cruise for 10 years' time. 10 years' time. It's 18 months. I'm actually thinking about booking another cruise. I've suddenly got cruise fever. Just a 4-night cruise to take my children to Mexico. Do you think it's a good idea, Carla? She's furious. She's furious. Yeah, I looked up how much it would cost to take my children on a Disney cruise, and 5 nights on a Disney cruise was $4,000. whereas 4 nights on a Royal Caribbean cruise to Mexico was without any flights required, obviously, because it goes from here, was like $1,200. It's still a lot, You know the way to price a cruise? It should be like between $50 and $100 per person per night. That's how you price a cruise, So maybe say it's $100 per person per night. That's really the way to price a cruise. Just so you know. To Tampa now. COVID alarm fails Florida. Federal guidelines show Bay Area at high risk, but warnings come too late for effective action. Yes, they say that Tampa Bay residents should once again be masking indoors, according to federal COVID-19 guidelines, but public health experts say that guidance should have come sooner. Well, that's because, the governor of Florida doesn't really care for COVID-19, so he's not going to prioritize any of this type of thing, Just isn't. At least 18 children killed in Texas school is the headline, also on the front of the Tampa Bay Times. 3 adults died in the deadliest school massacre since Sandy Hook. So at least they're covering that story. I want to talk about Wayne LaPierre later as well. Do you know who Wayne LaPierre is? Probably the most vile man in America. Doesn't get enough coverage. Wayne LaPierre. We're going to talk about him. The most vile man in America. And he's one of the main reasons why the gun lobby is as it is right now. He has a name like a baddie, but he also has a face of a baddie, so he actually looks like a baddie. He's one of the most disgusting people I've ever seen, make a speech, or he's a terrible, terrible person. So we'll talk about him in just a little while, Condo reform bill back on the table. Lawmakers say they were spurred by the deadly Surfside collapse last year. Florida lawmakers on Tuesday reached a deal to overhaul Florida's condominium laws after the catastrophic collapse of Champlain Towers South in Surfside last year left 98 dead. The legislative proposal will be added to a special session agenda that was originally called to address only Florida's ailing property insurance market. So there we go. That's how the Tampa Bay Times looks today. That's right, we're giving away the $25 voucher today as well, aren't we? So that's something to look forward to. Every single Wednesday, we're giving you that chance to win the $25 Amazon gift certificate. All you have to do is stay tuned into the second hour of the program. All will be revealed. So there you go. If you didn't win in word of the day, then today you can do that, Let's have a look here. I don't have links for the LA Times for the first 3 newspapers. They're missing from the Pepperoni, just so you know. Thank you for your messages. Luke has just joined us. Hello, Luke. Welcome. Elizabeth is here. Elizabeth says Disney cruises are notoriously very, very expensive. Yes, I've worked that out now. I was trying to work out why they are so expensive. It's almost like taking the kids to Disneyland. It'd actually be cheaper to take the children to Disneyland and just stay in Disneyland. Elated Catfish has joined us as well. Welcome to Backchannel. And lots of messages from Elizabeth talking about gun control. The founding fathers and mothers would be horrified to see their words and intentions twisted like this to continue to allow children or anyone to be gunned down and slaughtered over and over and over again. I mean, you do realize this only happens in America, I mean, it happens a little bit in Canada, it happens a little bit in Mexico, but this is an American problem. I was looking at the statistics last night, and it's like, there's just nothing like it anywhere in the world. I mean, in terms of the number of people, in terms of the regularity of it, it doesn't exist in any other country. But we'll talk about it in more detail later. The LA Times, the first 3 on the list. The first 3 on the list. It says, let's take a look at today's front pages, and then there's no links. Okay. We can go to Pennsylvania and to the morning call. Yeah. The morning call for Pennsylvania this morning leads with gunman kills 18 children in Texas. Same story, the death toll included 3 adults, according to State Senator Roland Gutierrez, who said he was briefed by state police on the fatalities. It was not immediately clear whether that number included the assailant. It was the deadliest school shooting at a U.S. grade school since a gunman killed 20 children and 6 adults at Sandy Hook Elementary in Connecticut almost a decade ago. Pennsylvania Senate vote count winds down. It says lead widens in one race, narrows in another as counties near deadline. Summer travel will be on fire. Officials expect busy roads on upcoming holiday weekend. Climbing fuel prices won't keep Lehigh Valley residents from traveling this Memorial Day weekend as transportation officials brace for heavy traffic and crowded airports. And also, National GOP takes Oz's side. U.S. Senate candidate opposes lawsuit seeking to count undated mail ballots. Yes, this is the former hedge fund CEO David McCormick. He went to Pennsylvania's highest court on Tuesday in an 11th-hour bid to help him close the gap in votes with celebrity heart surgeon Dr. Mehmet Oz in Pennsylvania's neck-and-neck Republican primary contest for U.S. Senate. McCormick's request for the state Supreme Court's intervention came less than 4 hours before Tuesday's 5 p.m. deadline. I mean, the hypocrisy here is insane, right? Do you remember in the presidential election? They didn't want to count any single mail-in ballot that wasn't completely filled out perfectly. Do you remember? This was a whole thing. They're saying they're illegal votes. Now, one GOP guy is taking another GOP guy to court to ensure that they count even the ballots that are undated because he wants to win. So it's like basically committing fraud in full view. I mean, it's just the hypocrisy. It's just rife. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe you get it. I don't get it. Lancaster Online now. Children again is the headline. Gunman kills 19 in Texas elementary school classrooms. I mean, I've got so much to say about this. We'll talk about it in more detail a little bit later once we've got through the papers. Biden wants stricter gun regulation. We'll look at that as well. It says that he called for legislation to restrict access to firearms in the wake of the school shooting. I mean, it's not difficult, is it? If you want to have a gun to protect yourself, you know, for self-defense, then you can have a handgun, have it licensed, have it, have training, and keep it locked away. Right? That's what you should do. I'm not advocating the removal of firearms from all Americans. But semi-automatic weapons, you know, these kind of rifles that are normally used in Afghanistan, you can just buy them over the counter here. And in many states now, you don't even need anything. You don't have to show ID or anything. You can just buy them. And that's really the tragedy of this, isn't it? It's like, it's so obvious that this is wrong, and it is not a reflection of what the Founding Fathers spoke about with a well-stocked militia. They were talking about a musket that fired a single shot. You know, if he had a musket that fired a single shot, he might have killed nobody. So there we go. That's the Lancaster Online. Children again is the headline. My heart is broken today. We're a small community and we're going to need your prayers to get through this, said Hal Harrell, the school district superintendent, as we said before. Let's go to Providence now and to the Providence Journal. They lead with Texas school shooting worst since Sandy Hook. Attacker dead, motive, final death toll unknown. An 18-year-old gunman opened fire on Tuesday at a Texas elementary school, killing at least 18 children. The death toll also included 3 adults, according to State Senator Roland Gutierrez, who said he was briefed by state police on the fatalities, but it was not immediately clear whether that number included the assailant. It was the deadliest shooting in a U.S. grade school since the gunman killed 20 children in Sandy Hook. Same story, different newspaper. Assembly okays legal marijuana for adults. This is in Providence. After years of discussion, Rhode Island lawmakers on Tuesday voted to legalize the sale of marijuana for recreational use. If the governor signs this legislation as expected, Rhode Island would become the 19th state to legalize adult use of marijuana since Colorado became the first in 2012. That's good. I personally think marijuana should be legal everywhere. I think they should have made it legal when the pandemic started so that people could kind of get through the pandemic without going crazy. Ukrainians endure 3 months of war. It said when Russia invaded Ukraine in late February, it had hoped to overtake the country in a blitz lasting only days or weeks. Many Western analysts agreed. But as the conflict marked its 3rd month on Tuesday, Moscow appears to be bogged down with no end in sight and few successes on the battlefield. So there we go. That's the Providence Journal for you. Let's go to the Beaufort Gazette this morning. Paris Island takes natural approach to combat rising seas. The greatest enemy to the Paris Island Marine Corps, a recruit depot, is one it likely cannot defeat. Mother Nature. It says for over a decade, the low-lying islands, surrounded by teeming March and Serpentine estuaries had held its ground, weathering hurricane aftermath and tidal flooding. But the scientists' worst-case scenario sea level rise predictions, if they hold, 3/4 of the 8,000-acre island will be underwater. It goes on to page 5. It's annoying, isn't it? So basically, they have a seawall, and the military plans to build oyster reefs to stabilize the island's shorelines from the current of the river. I don't think I know enough about oyster reefs to kind of tell you what they are, but I think I know. It's something to do with changing the tide, isn't it? By building these reefs, it basically protects the land by rerouting the flow of water. I think that's what it is. Anyway, this is at Nicaragua Street, protecting the homes for officers. The Marine Corps Recruits Depot on Paris Island. Also, a photograph of Billy Kaesling stopped breathing after nearly drowning, but boaters with CPR experience and first responders revived him. He is thankful for heroes in Beaufort boat accident. That's good. And then leaders navigating dark hour, Biden tells Quad Summit. Yes, this is in Tokyo. President Joe Biden told fellow Indo-Pacific leaders assembled for a 4-country summit on Tuesday that they were navigating a dark hour in the shared history due to Russia's brutal war on Ukraine, and urged the group to make a greater effort to stop Vladimir Putin's aggression. This is more than just a European issue. This is a global issue, Biden said, as the Quad summit with Japan, Australia and India got underway. And while the president did not directly call out any countries, his message appeared to be pointed, at least in part, at Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, with whom differences persist over how to respond to the Russian invasion. So there we go. That's the Beaufort Gazette for you this morning. It's rather brilliant. Thank you for your messages. Lots of pings. Thank you for pinging. Continue to ping if you can. If you get a chance and you haven't pinged, then be my guest. You just go ping. Where's my list of pingers gone? There it is. Chocolate has joined us. Welcome, Chocolate. Nice to see you. Vin is here. Melanie has joined us. Stella's still with us and is messaging a lot, which is great. Thank you very much for that, Stella. I'll read all of those. Elated Catfish, Elizabeth and Luke. Stella says, I love the show. Stacey says, Anthony, you should think about the safety when it comes to taking your children on cruises. Children shouldn't be on cruises yet. Is that because of COVID? Well, I think you might be right. I mean, it's not yet. It's in a while. I'm still thinking about it, you know. Elizabeth says, what is a ping? A ping is a kind of general kind of computer term for a... it's like a relay in communications, right? Ping me. It's like we used to say in the 80s, fax me. Ping me is the modern day fax me. In my opinion. I mean, I might be completely wrong. Elizabeth says, I'm new today. Elizabeth, welcome. You're subscribed. That's good to know. You're asking, how does one ping me? Oh, well, you just ping me. By messaging me, you pinged me. That's what you've done. You have literally pinged me. And I enjoyed every second of it. So feel free to keep pinging away. I think also it might refer to another way you might think of it is if you've got your I'm very tired, by the way. I've been up all night with my child who has croup. I have a child with croup, and if you've ever experienced a child with croup, you'll know it's not fun. Been up all night. He threw up on me as well, so I'm having the full parenting experience. I've had a wash since, by the way. I didn't come to Backchannel, anyway. If you leave your cell phone mute button in the on position, in the off position, then when somebody texts you, it goes ping. So that's also someone pinging you, isn't it? I guess. It's another nice way. Stacey says it's a good way to explain it. Thank you. Let's go back to the morning newspapers here. Oh, the Volley News update is first, and then we're going to come back and give away a $25 voucher. It's an Amazon gift certificate. You can buy yourself a ping if you want, or a couple of pings for $25, because a ping is around, $16. Or how much is a ping these days, Carla? Is it like $14 or $15? So you could almost get 2 pings for the price of this voucher. Anyway, so we'll give away the voucher in just a few seconds. First, we're going to play you the US News Update. It's a daily podcast that I make, and it kind of keeps you updated on everything that's happening across the United States of the Americas. So you might want to give it a go. We'll play it now, and if you like it, then you can subscribe. Here we go. It's Wednesday, May 25. From the Volley Network, this is your daily US News Update. I'm Anthony Davis. A teenage gunman opened fire in a South Texas elementary school on Tuesday, killing at least 18 children and 2 adults before he was also killed, officials said. The latest mass murder as the United States is gripped by an epidemic gun violence. Governor Abbott said the suspect, identified as 18-year-old Salvador Ramos, was apparently killed by police officers responding to the scene, and that 2 officers were struck by gunfire, though the governor said their injuries were not serious. Authorities said the suspect acted alone. The confusion of the moment saw the accounts of the death toll vary until the state attorney general's office, in an official statement, put the tally at lives lost at 18 children and 2 adults, including the shooter. Judging from the grades of the students enrolled at the school, the children ranged in age from 7 to 10. The motive for the massacre was not immediately known. The carnage unfolded just 10 days after 10 people were killed in Buffalo, New York, in a predominantly black neighborhood. Authorities have charged an 18-year-old man who said had traveled hundreds of miles to Buffalo and opened fire with an assault rifle at a grocery store. Official details remain sketchy about the circumstances of the late-morning shooting at Robb Elementary School in the town of Uvalde, Texas, about 8 west of San Antonio. The Texas rampage is the latest in a series of mass shootings in U.S. schools that have shocked the world and fueled a fierce debate between advocates of tighter gun controls and those who oppose any legislation that could compromise the constitutional right of Americans to bear arms. Your daily U.S. news update is part of the Volley Network. To hear my live daily morning show, ask your Amazon Echo device to open Backchannel. There it is, the US News Update. You can get it wherever you get your podcast. I'm Anthony Davis, and I feel like I've got what is this here? Something's like, I don't know. I shouldn't have squeezed it. Whatever it is, I shouldn't have squeezed it. Take my advice. It's always better not squeezed. Welcome to Backchannel. It's Wednesday. It's the 25th of May 2022. And welcome to Backchannel, the only place on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. I'm Anthony Davis, as you know, and I'm here Monday through Friday from 9 o'clock Pacific, that's 12 o'clock Eastern. You can send a chat, you can ask questions, you can chime in on what we're talking about, or anything else that you would like to send my way. If you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or a Fire TV, the magic word is say, so wake her up, say, and then your message. And if you're just listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, simply go to backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's backchannel.tv and click Join the Chat. Easy. Okay, let's give away $25 worth of voucher because, let's be honest, that's why you're here. Stacey says it's 11 o'clock Central Time. Yes, it is. She said you might be able to buy an Echo show with an Amazon gift card. Do you know, you could actually get very close to an Echo show, because I think the cheapest Echo show when it's on, special is around 35, 35. So there we go. Doug says, when you call someone and you're driving and you're at that location, the cell phone tower will ping off that. Yes, Doug. You're absolutely right. We're getting to the bottom of the origins of ping, Getting to the origins of ping. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that. In Ohio, don't forget, you could be winning that $25 voucher. Should I tell you how you do it? It's very, very easy. Very, very easy. It's time to play right now, so get ready. And here's how to enter. We're going to set a timer for 5 minutes on the screen. And before the 5 minutes is up, all you have to do is hit the subscribe button. If you're using a visual device like an Echo Show, The subscribe button can be found on the bottom left of your screen, and that's it. You've entered the competition. Once you've done that, let me know by writing in the chat, "I've subscribed," and I will pick a new subscriber at random. So, go for it. You ready? Yeah? You ready? Okay. Here comes the countdown. 5 minutes from this point, and we are... here it comes. You can see where we've stolen this from, can't you? It's from the YouTube. And there we go. We are now officially counting down 5 minutes. Yes. This is... What is that? It's a little flame going into... What is that, like a popcorn? Is that going to pop? It's probably full of popcorn, isn't it? Yeah. I've seen these things before. Okay, so this is the countdown. So all you have to do if you haven't subscribed is hit that subscribe button, bottom left-hand corner. Doug, you can do that. If you're watching on an Echo show, then be my guest. You know? Be my guest. Doug says, "I've already been a subscriber," but it doesn't look like you are subscribed, Doug. So you can subscribe again, and you can enter the draw. But it's showing me that you're not subscribed. By the way, subscribing is free. You're not signing up for anything. You are just signing up for friendship, effectively. You know, it's just friendship, and you'll get pinged. You'll basically get pinged whenever the show is on. You know, so that's how you do it. Oh yeah, I wonder who won with Troy? Who won the $25 voucher with Troy? We'll find out and let you know. So, what's the countdown looking like at the moment? 3:15 to go. First one to subscribe in this period will win themselves that $25 Amazon voucher. If we don't have a winner, we'll just play again later. But you know, we'll very much like to give it away, as is the case, and you know, we'll enjoy each other's company day after day, hopefully, here on the Back Channel. Oh, it was Unknown Bison that won Word of the Day. Okay, well, congratulations to you, Unknown Bison. Well done. Congratulations. Elated Catfish is with us. Luke is with us. I think you're both listening on an Echo speaker. If you have an Echo show, that would be good. If you've got a Fire TV, you can subscribe there as well. You just navigate with your remote control to, you know, Fire TV and to the subscribe button. And, you know, we'll enjoy your company once you're subscribed. Let's see how long we have left. 2 minutes. The time goes very fast, doesn't it, on Backchannel? It's interesting. You know, I actually think Backchannel time is faster than real time. You know? Do you ever get that feeling? It feels very warm here today. I think I might have caught the coronavirus off my child. That's what I'm worried about. You know? When a child has like a croup cough, then that's a sure sign that they might have COVID. I really do not want to get sick because I'm due to travel next week, you know? Nothing worse. But yeah, feel pretty rough. Stacey's saying, "Doug, don't be afraid. Please subscribe." I think you can resubscribe. Oh, Doug, you've done it. Oh, well done. So you just need to message me, Doug, and say the words, "I've subscribed," and then you're going to be our man, you see. I think you should win the voucher just for talking about what the cell phone tower, you know, the cell phone tower pinging. I think that was worthy of $25. 60 seconds. Oh, well done, Doug. You've done it. Well done. 60 seconds. Let's see if anybody else beats you to it. Because if it's just you, then it's going to be you. But if it isn't, then it could be someone else. You know? Yeah, it is like eBay. "30 seconds. Doug, you're a good man. You know, well done. I like the idea of like unsubscribing and resubscribing. Is that even allowed? I don't think so. But it showed me that you weren't already subscribed, you see. So therefore, subscribing was an easy move, really. But what are you going to buy with your $25 voucher, Doug? That's the question. You know, oh, here comes the explosion. All right, I don't want to miss this. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa! Oh, man. That was a lot of popcorn, Doug. I don't know what to say, really, other than congratulations. You know? Congratulations, Doug. You are our winner today. To claim your prize, simply go to backchannel.tv, click the claim button. It's that simple. You'll find a button that says claim your prize at backchannel.tv. What a pleasure. I'm interested to know what you would spend it on, though. I maybe you have, I don't know about you, but in my Amazon wish list, I have like 7,000 things. And if I'm feeling a little sad and depressed, then I just go to the wish list and I add it to the basket, and then I try and forget about it, you know? The last thing I bought on Amazon was an oximeter. You know those things? An oximeter for measuring your blood out, your blood oxygen level. You put it on the end of your finger. Every household should have an oximeter, especially during COVID. The little thing that you put on the end of your finger to measure your oxygen level. Have you never measured your own oxygen, Carla? Well, if you think you might have COVID, a good way of finding out if you really have, you know, because obviously it affects the lung, is to have an oximeter. It costs like $20. And so you stick it on the end of your finger, and you ideally you want it to be like 99 or 100. And if it's down to like 85, then your lungs are not getting all the oxygen that you need, and that's dangerous. It's a small price to pay, because, you know, the first thing they do when you go to the hospital is put an oximeter on your finger and check your vitals. Yeah, but you see, you're in England, and you can go to the hospital. They don't charge you. The reason that everyone in America has an oximeter is because they don't want to go to the hospital because it's too expensive. That's the terrifying sadness of all of this. I have a friend I was talking to the other day who was so ill, and got so much more ill because they wouldn't go to the hospital because they were worried about the insurance. You know, and this happens all the time here. Doug says my granny has oxygen, so we have an oximeter. That's good. They cost like $20. You stick it on the end. Maybe, Doug, you might want to get one. You stick it on the end of your finger, and it's very easy to read, and it just checks your pulse through your finger. That's all it does, and it just checks your pulse. Because, you know, you should have, I personally feel, you should have a thermometer and an oximeter in the home. You know, they cost very little money these days. A thermometer. I have a thermometer that's a no-touch thermometer, a bit like the one they use in restaurants, you know, to where you just point it at the head, which is very useful because when I was trying to take my boy's temperature while he was asleep last night, you know, at like 3 o'clock in the morning, I didn't have to wake him up. If he had have woken up, he would have seen this like green beam, laser beam coming towards his head and been terrified. You know, he would have thought the Martians had arrived. But I was able to check his temperature overnight, and the reason that I knew that he was going to be okay and I didn't need to take him to the hospital is because I checked his temperature and I'd checked his oxygen level. And that really is, because for parents there's a lot of anxiety, you know, and when he was coughing and then was sick, it was like, you know, you'd think, right, hospital. But I know that what hospital does is they just give you fluids and make you drink water, and they try and cool you down, you know, if you're very warm. So you just have to use your common sense. But obviously, if you don't feel comfortable with that, then you must go to the hospital. But I'm a parent, and I've been a parent for like nearly 7 years. And so I've been through this so many times that I kind of now am like a kind of amateur pediatrician. Keep my babies alive. That's what we do, you know. We just do everything we can to keep our babies alive. Thank you very much to Doug for being our successful winner. Well done. It's very good of you. Thanks for your subscription. I'm Anthony Davis. This is Backchannel. If you'd like to send a message and you can see me and you're watching on an Echo Show or a Fire TV, the magic word is say. Wake her up, say, and then your message. If you're listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, go to backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's backchannel.tv and click Join the Chat. If you're enjoying the show, there's a couple of ways you can support the show. If you're watching and you can see that subscribe button and you haven't done it yet and you're not called Doug, then you can click it. The other thing you can do is you can leave a review. So go to backchannel.tv and click on Leave a Review. Easy. Okay, let's get into this subject of gun law now. The Second Amendment, as you know, is one of the most frequently cited provisions in the American Constitution. It's also one of the most poorly understood. The 27 words that constitute the Second Amendment seem to baffle modern Americans on both the left and the right, ironically on both ends of our contemporary political spectrum, cast the Second Amendment as a barrier to robust gun regulation. Gun rights supporters, mostly, but not exclusively on the right, seem to believe that the Second Amendment prohibits many forms of gun regulation. On the left, frustration with the lack of progress on modern gun control leads to periodic calls for the amendment's repeal. Both of the beliefs ignore an irrefutable historical truth. The framers and adopters of the Second Amendment were generally ardent supporters of the idea of well-regulated liberty. Without strong governments and effective laws, they believed liberty inevitably degenerated into licentiousness and eventually anarchy. Diligent students of history, particularly Roman history, the Federalists who wrote the Constitution, realized that tyranny more often resulted from anarchy, not strong government. So let's look at the history of gun regulation and the Second Amendment for the past 20 years. Most people assume that regulation was a relatively recent phenomenon, something associated with the rise of big government in the modern era. Actually, while the founding generation certainly esteemed the idea of an armed population, they were also ardent supporters of gun regulation. So the 5 categories of gun laws that the founders endorsed were registration. American gun rights activists typically oppose any form of registration, even though such schemes are common in every other industrial democracy, and typically argue that registration violates the Second Amendment. This claim is also hard to square with the history of the nation's founding. All of the colonies, apart from Quaker-dominated Pennsylvania, the one colony in which religious pacifists blocked the creation of a militia, enrolled local citizens, white men between the ages of 16 and 60 in state-regulated militias. The colonies and then the newly independent states kept track of these privately owned weapons required for militia service. Men could be fined if they reported to a muster without a well-maintained weapon in working condition. The second category of gun law is public carry. The modern gun rights movement aggressively pursued the goal of expanding the right to carry firearms in public. In fact, Greg Abbott himself, the governor of Texas, passed a law only recently for this, to allow open carry of unlicensed weapons in Texas. And many people are saying that Greg Abbott has blood on his hands today. Of course, he would refute that. But there really is, very little. There's very little appetite in America for gun regulation. And I think that what people fail to understand is the difference between, taking your guns away, which is not being suggested by anybody, but the type of gun is relevant. The number of guns are relevant. Where guns are stored and how you are licensed to have them is relevant. And this is really, there was a British journalist who got into a lot of trouble over this. Do you remember he took over Piers Morgan took over the Larry Thingy show? And this was a few years ago when he was living in America. And he basically got kind of into a load of hot bother because his argument was take guns away from everybody. And it ended up with him leaving the channel and leaving America. And I think that this is something that is a foolish argument to say we'll take guns away. I know how deeply steeped weapons are in American culture. So it's not for me to say we should take all guns away. But you do understand that having a semi-automatic weapon is not what the founders suggested. And the semi-automatic weapon is invariably the weapon of choice for these school shootings, because so many people can be killed at once so quickly. And in Buffalo last week as well, 10 people killed there, you know? I mean, this is the reality. This is the reality. So, how do you get from this point? How do we get to this point? We're at a point now where this is, arguably never. It's never got to a point where like politics is this divisive at this moment in time as it is. How do we qualify this? How do we qualify this right now? And how on earth is Joe Biden going to encourage people to make that change? Because 19 children have been gunned down. That's 19 children. They weren't sure about the numbers initially. They thought it was fewer, but it's 19 children. 19 children and 3 adults. And you think about each child has a family that will grieve, and an extended family that will grieve, and friends that will grieve. So how do we go about preventing this happening the next time? The problem is we're so far gone now with gun law that, or lack of gun regulation, that so much needs to be done. You see, it should have been done bit by bit over time. Do you see what I mean? And it hasn't. It simply hasn't been. And so the problem they've got now is they're basically going to have to effectively bring about so much significant legislation change at this point because they have failed to do it in the past. Do you see what I mean? That's what's so crazy about this. It's like, had there have been a little bit of regulation over time, then it would have, would have made a huge difference. But the problem is right now, there is an enormous amount of work to do. So it's just not going to happen, It's just not going to happen. I mean, maybe you have a better idea on how they should go about this, but I'm kind of stumped as to how they're going to do it because, any gun legislation has failed in the Senate. They come up with something in Congress, then it goes to the Senate, and they don't have 60 votes. The filibuster prevents them from basically getting through with this. And that's my greatest concern. It's just the same thing's going to happen again. Thank you for your messages on this. Lots of people getting in touch. Elizabeth says, I think there is a reluctance for gun control among just one of the political parties. For the most part, the rest of us are more sensible. Nobody's saying that all guns should go, but you're absolutely right. Particular guns could go or be more regulated. The NRA is funded so much, quietly or openly, that most of Republicans can't afford to tick them off. Well, yeah, this is what I was saying. It's effectively Republicans that have done this, you know? The other elements of the categories of gun laws that the founders endorsed, incidentally, stand your ground laws. Under traditional English common law, one had a duty to retreat, not stand your ground. Deadly force was justified only if no other alternative was possible. One had to retreat until retreat was no longer possible before killing an aggressor, which is fascinating. Safe storage laws. That was one of the others. And finally, loyalty oaths. One of the most common claims one hears in the modern Second Amendment debate is the assertion that the founders included a provision in the Constitution to make it a possible right of revolution. But this claim, too, rests on a serious misunderstanding of the role of the right to bear arms played in American constitutional theory. I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? The Constitution is so open to interpretation. And 19 people are dead. 19 children. Not 3 or 4 or 5 or 1. Not 18. 19. 19. I can keep saying 19 because it's a reminder that we are living through this kind of crazy period now where the value of a life seems to be so minimized, because in any other modern democracy, everybody unanimously in the parliament would be like, yep, we have to do this now. Let's do it immediately, because 19 children have died. 19 kids have been gunned down. Just looking through your messages. Thank you very much for these. Lots of interesting conversation. I really feel like, we need to... some people might effectively... I just don't know who would sit on the fence on this. You know what I mean? And that's really my frustration. It's like, who would you meet? And they'd be like, oh, I'm not sure we should do gun control or gun regulation. You know? Doug says, after next week, Anthony, I'm not going to be here for a while. Got to get 9 teeth pulled. Doug, 9 teeth. That's quite something. Elizabeth says, at times like this, I wish I were queen of the world with a magic wand. Yeah, I know. I mean, America is a very young country. It's very underdeveloped compared to a lot of other countries. It's still working stuff out. And this really matters, when a country is just a few hundred years old, it hasn't yet fully cooked. And I really feel this about, different countries around the world. And the country I'm from is thousands of years old. And so really laws and kind of the kind of civic nature of society has evolved at it's just a very different environment. And I really feel like there are so many of these issues in America which exist because America hasn't yet evolved fully. It's not a criticism, it's just circumstance. And by still relying on these documents that were written hundreds of years ago and using them as political leverage, it's a very difficult, kind of unhelpful way to allow the country to progress. But arguably, the lethargy, that laziness from politicians over time has been the problem. Because, like I say, you're now in a situation where you're going to have to pass 10 different gun laws to prevent this from happening again. Whereas if they had done it bit by bit over the last 2 decades, then it wouldn't feel like such a bitter pill to swallow for Republicans and people who are, Elizabeth says, frankly, I'm waiting for your queen to say enough is enough, your experiment is over. Yeah, well, the American experiment is, it's trial and error, isn't it? Elizabeth says, we are reclaiming you. I don't think that would ever happen somehow. Her Majesty the Queen, talking of which, has been visiting the Chelsea Flower Show in this last few days. She's one of her favourite things to do. It's a flower show, obviously, in Chelsea, strangely. But for the first time, she did it on a little electric buggy. Did you see that, Carla? Did you see her going around on the little electric scooter? Yeah, I think she must have rented it. But it was very sweet. She was very comfortable on there, and it had been it had been pimped for her, to make it extra comfortable. Lovely leather seats, and her driver was the same driver that normally drives the Bentley. So he had his flat cap on, and he was facing forward, didn't turn his head at all. I guess she must have a code word when she wants to go and stop, She probably says, go. £62,000 it costs. Wow, that's a lot. Can she afford that? I guess she can. She could probably just, sell a ring or an earring or sell a bracelet. I'd like to see it do its top speed of 42 miles an hour with her on the back. That would be fun. Lavagna's just joined us from Minnesota. Welcome, Lavagna. This is Backchannel. I'm Anthony. We are discussing the news. We're looking at gun control right now, one of those important topics. This pain today is 19 children and 2 adults dying at the hands of a lone gunman. 19 children. 19. This is what we're discussing. This is our conversation, and it's a conversation that we shouldn't be having, but tragically we are, and for all the wrong reasons, So thanks for stopping by. I wish it was on, under better circumstances. Doug says, I think there should always be training that should not be done without a background check. Well, there are no background checks. There is no training in many of these states, Texas being one of them. And, this is part of the problem, isn't it? That politically, politicians want votes, and they know that if they say anything about gun control, they're not going to be voted for, which I think is foolish and short-sighted, I'm Anthony Davis. This is Backchannel. I'm your host here. The only place on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. I'm here every weekday, Monday through Friday, 9 till 11. That's 12 till 2 Eastern. You can send a chat. You can ask questions. You can chime in on anything that you would like to talk about. So just, shout it out. Let me know. And it would be great to hear from you in the usual way. Yeah, I'm trying to find that article. Is it the second one? There's 2 articles you've sent me. Here we go. Is it the one how gun control compares with the rest of the world? Yeah, here we go. So we've been looking at how, because I was talking about the UK and certainly in Scotland we had a one of these events in 1996, and they changed the law immediately, and there's been no massacres like it since, you know. And this is really the kind of interesting factor here, isn't it? The state of gun control in the US. 18 states in the US and a number of cities, including Chicago, New York, and San Francisco, have tried to reduce the unlawful use of guns, as well as gun accidents, by adopting laws to keep guns safely stored when they're not in use. Safe storage is a common form of gun regulation in nations with stricter gun regulations. Well, the National Rifle Association has been battling such laws for years, but that effort was dealt a blow earlier this month when the US Supreme Court, over a strident dissent by Justice Thomas and Scalia, refused to consider the San Francisco law that required guns not in use to be stored safely. This was undoubtedly a positive step, because hundreds of thousands of guns are stolen every year, and good public policy must be to try and keep guns out of the hands of criminals and children. Well, the dissenters, however, were alarmed by the thought that a gun stored in a safe would not be immediately available for use, and they seemed unaware of how unusual it is that a gun is helpful when someone is under attack. For starters, only the tiniest fraction of victims of violent crime are able to use a gun in their defense. Over the period from 2007 to 2011, when roughly 6 million non-fatal violent crimes occurred each year, data from the National Crime Victimization Survey showed that the victim did not defend with a gun in 99.2% of these incidents. This in a country with 300 million guns in civilian hands. You know, this is something we really have to think very seriously about, you know? In fact, in a study of 198 cases of unwanted entry into occupied single-family dwellings in Atlanta, they found that the invader was twice as likely to obtain the victim's gun than to have the victim use a firearm in self-defense. A loaded unsecured gun in the home is like an insurance policy that fails to deliver at least 95% of the time you need it. But it has the constant potential to, particularly in the case of handguns that are more easily manipulated by children and more attractive for use in crime, to harm someone in the home or via theft to the public at large. And then the other argument is that more guns are necessary, you know, like arming teachers or having police at school gates and stuff. Well, for years the NRA mantra has been that allowing citizens to carry concealed handguns would reduce crime as they fought off or scared off the criminals. Well, some early studies even purported to show that so-called right-to-carry laws did just that. But a 2004 report from the National Research Council refuted that claim, saying it was not supported by the scientific evidence, while remaining uncertain about what the true impact of RTC laws was. 10 years of additional data have allowed new research to get a better fix on this question, which is important since the NRA is pushing for a Supreme Court decision that would allow RTC as a matter of constitutional law. I mean, this is all happening now, you know, courtesy of Donald Trump, you know, by packing the court with conservatives 5-3. The conservatives invariably are pro-guns, and they care not for the detail. It's like all guns are good, anything that you say against guns is bad. And this, tragically, has been something that conservatives have been working on for decades, is trying to pack the US Supreme Court with conservatives, with Republicans with this voice, you know? New research on this issue from the research team at Stanford University has given the most compelling evidence to date that RTC laws were associated with significant increases in violent crime, particularly for aggravated assault. Looking at Uniform Crime Report data, on average, 33 states that adopted RTC laws over this period experienced violent crime rates that were 4 to 19% higher after 10 years than if they had not adopted those laws. Hardly makes a strong case for RTC as a constitutional right. At the very least, more research is needed to estimate more precisely exactly how much violent crime such a decision would unleash in the states that have so far resisted the NRA-backed RTC laws. I mean, as an academic exercise, one might speculate whether law could play a constructive role in reducing the number or deadliness of mass shootings. Most other advanced nations think so, since they make it far harder for someone like the Charleston killer to get his hands on a Glock semi-automatic handgun or any other kind of firearm. So if we look around the world, in Germany, to buy a gun, anyone under the age of 25 has to pass a psychiatric evaluation. In Finland, handgun license applicants are only allowed to purchase firearms if they can prove they are active members of regulated shooting clubs. They have to do an aptitude test and do a police interview and show they can store it properly. In Italy, to secure a gun permit, you must establish a genuine reason to possess a firearm and pass a background check considering both criminal and mental health records. In France, firearm applicants must have no criminal record and pass a background check that considers the reason for the gun purchase and evaluates the criminal, mental, and health records of the applicant. In the United Kingdom and Japan, handguns are illegal. Simple as that. And that's what they did in 1996. They basically made handguns illegal. They're illegal. No one has guns. I mean, they made smoking illegal as well, so nobody smokes. There's like 6 people that smoke in England now. Most of them are in Scotland, actually, so that's unfair. While mass shootings as well as gun homicides and suicides are not unknown in those countries, the overall rates are substantially higher in the United States. And while NRA supporters frequently challenge these statistics, saying it's only because people, that they actually, National Rifle Association people actually claim that black people in America are so violent. That's their argument. It's important to note that white murder rates in the US are well over twice as high as the murder rates of these any of these other countries. Australia's not had a mass shooting since 1996. They had 13 mass shootings in the 18-year period from 1979 to 1976, but none in the succeeding 19 years. The turning point was the 1996 Port Arthur massacre in Tasmania, in which a gunman killed 35 individuals using semi-automatic weapons. In the wake of the massacre, the Conservative federal government succeeded in implementing tough new gun control laws throughout the country. A large array of weapons were banned, including the Glock semi-automatic handgun used in the Charleston shootings. The government also imposed a mandatory gun buyback that substantially reduced gun possession in Australia. I mean, that's very clever, isn't it, the idea of doing a buyback? I'm sure that might work here. Pay good money for guns. Have the government pay good money for guns and then destroy them. The effect was that both gun suicides and homicides fell. In addition, the 1996 legislation made it a crime to use firearms in self-defense. Did you look up Wayne LaPierre by any chance? Do you see what this kind of guy was? I mean, oh man, what a guy this is, I mean, he was recently done for, I don't know, did he get caught? Or maybe he didn't get caught, I don't know, but there was this huge embellishment of NRA funds. West Wing, let me have a look at that. Let me go back to your comments here. Elizabeth says, this is a tough first day to be with you, but I'm glad you're talking about it. Elizabeth says, are you familiar with the show The West Wing? There's a wonderful quote from an episode where the president has survived an assassination attempt. I haven't seen this. Are we going to play it? Yeah. That's right, the writer of The West Wing, Aaron Sorkin, who's a wonderful TV writer. I think Elizabeth's pasted the YouTube link to it there. Apparently they say this is our 5th press briefing since midnight. Obviously there's one story that's going to dominate news around the world for the next 5 days, and it would be easy to think that the President Bartlett, Joshua Lyman, and Stephanie Abbott were the only victims of a gun crime last night. I think it might be the quotes that's the problem. I think it puts it in quotes. That's why. And the quote goes on. and then references the fact that it was actually individuals that were those that were on the receiving end of the bullet rather than the politicians. I think that's the point that the clip makes. But thank you for that. Appreciate it. Stacey had to go, I think. Doug's still with us. Damien, Vacuum, Elizabeth. Jay's in Texas. Lavania's in Minnesota. Ronnie's here as well. Hi, Ronnie. Good to see you. Thanks for joining Backchannel. I'm Anthony. I'm operating on 0 sleep at the moment. I did an all-nighter. You ever done an all-nighter? Oh, man. That's quite something, isn't it? You know? We've been looking at gun laws this morning and talking about the changes to legislation that could happen off the back of the school shooting in Texas yesterday. We've basically concluded that it's unlikely there will be any change to legislation. A reminder that Backchannel's got a growing list of shows here, including Kate Cocker's Everyday Positivity on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, for an hour of positive news and good vibes. Following my show every Monday to Friday is Your Pal Hal with Hal Rudnick, taking you on a tour of comedy, news and pop culture. From 11 o'clock, he'll be on after me. And don't forget to check out The Drive with Mario Smith, weekdays from 1 o'clock Pacific, that's 4 o'clock Eastern. Everyone's drive home needs a second look. Mario will make sure you are in the know. So there we go, something to look forward to. Here on Backchannel. I'm Anthony Davis, and a little reminder to you that you can send a message if you can see me right now. You're watching on an Echo Show or a Fire TV. The magic word is say. So wake it up, say, and then your message. And if you're just listening on an Echo speaker and you can't see me, you can go to backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's backchannel.tv and click on Join the Chat. That's how you do it. Yes, I saw that Elizabeth had quoted the entire clip. Thank you very much for that. I tried to kind of, point out what it was alluding to, and that was that, in politics, the way that politicians react is that it's as if they were the ones that have been, aggrieved, when in fact it's the victims and the families of the victims that are the ones that need to be thought about, So we're looking at the gun laws today and looking at how the rest of the world compares to America when it comes to gun control. Ethan's joined us for the first time from Washington, D.C. Hello, Ethan. Welcome to you. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button if you'd like to. No charge, but it will just keep you in touch with the show. And let me go back to that story because it's a very interesting one. We were comparing gun control or gun laws in America to gun laws, elsewhere in the world. Strict gun regulations cannot ensure the danger of mass shootings or killings has been eliminated. Norway has a very strong gun control and committed human values, but they didn't prevent Anders Breivik from opening fire on a youth camp on the island of Utøya in 2011. His clean criminal record and hunting license had allowed him to secure semi-automatic rifles. But Norway restricted his ability to get high-capacity clips for them. In his manifesto, Breivik wrote about his attempts to legally buy weapons, stating, "I envy our European-American brothers, as the gun laws in Europe suck in comparison." Well, in fact, in the same manifesto, Breivik wrote that it was from a US supplier that he purchased and had mailed 10 30-round ammunition magazines for the rifle that he used in the attack. In other words, even if a particular state chooses to make it harder for some would-be killers to get their weapons, these efforts can be undercut by the jurisdictions that hold out from these efforts. In the US, gun control measures at the state and local level are often thwarted by the lax attitude to gun acquisition in other states. So that's really the issue, isn't it? America is not one country. It's 50 different countries. And people can buy a gun in one state and then travel to another state. Well, Letitia James is the Attorney General in New York, right? And she basically is now going on the attack for this. Let's just have a little look at what's happening. Yeah, I mean, Letitia James really is, she's like a future presidential candidate, isn't she? She's got the bit between her teeth. She's the one that's also investigating the Trump Organization at the moment for corruption. As the cycle of American gun violence took its latest turn yesterday, with at least 19 children and 2 teachers brutally murdered at an elementary school in the small town of Uvalde, the response from the Republican right came in an all-too-familiar playbook: thoughts and prayers, obfuscation and inaction. This is as is written by Oliver Lawland in today's Guardian. Shortly after the shooting, Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who for well over a decade has led his party in vehemently blocking a raft of federal gun control measures, decried the disgusting violence in Uvalde and said the entire country is praying for the children, families, teachers and staff and the first responders on the scene. But prayers aside, there remains little to no hope of common-sense gun control measures making their way into federal law, despite support from the majority of American voters. Within hours of the bloodshed on Tuesday, many of the National Republican Party's most outspoken voices on gun ownership recited talking points now wrote in the aftermath of mass shootings. Texas Senator Ted Cruz, who also sent prayers to the community in Uvalde, castigated Democrats and members of the media during a brief interview with CNN. Inevitably, he said, when there's a murder of this kind, you see politicians try to politicize it, he said. You see Democrats and a lot of folks in the media whose immediate solution is to try to restrict the constitutional rights of law-abiding citizens. That doesn't work. It's not effective. It doesn't prevent crime. Well, his remarks were almost identical in the aftermath of the Parkland shooting in Florida in 2018, which claimed the lives of 17 students and teachers. Despite a grassroots protest movement which saw hundreds of thousands of school children descend on Washington in a March for Our Lives, no federal legislation was passed. Jury selection in the death penalty trial of the Parkland shooter continues this week, a further marker of the trauma these mass shootings leave behind. Meanwhile, Ted Cruz is going to be speaking at the National Rifle Association Leadership Summit on Friday this week in Houston, alongside Donald Trump and Texas Governor Greg Abbott. They love guns. They love them. They couldn't even tell you why. I mean, that's the other crazy thing about all of this. Do you know what I mean? They couldn't even tell you why. Other senior Texas Republicans, who have presided over a series of measures aimed at loosening restrictions on firearm ownership in the state, reiterated calls to arm teachers, despite the fact the shooter engaged a number of armed officers as he successfully stormed the school building. We can't stop bad people from doing bad things, the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton said on Fox yesterday. And then the other thing, which I find completely offensive, is when they blame it on mental health. Saw Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeting about this earlier. Just blaming mental health. Oh, these people are mental. I actually don't think they are mental. I think the people that are mental are the politicians who fail to legislate against this. Another U.S. Republican senators, or among other U.S. Republican senators perceived as more open to bipartisan agreement, the sentiment remained largely the same. North Carolina Senator Tom Tillis said he'd not seen any indication in initial reports that indicated the shooter's record was in any way affected by Congress's actions or inaction. He continued to express skepticism over so-called red flag laws adopted by a handful of U.S. states in the wake of Parkland, which aim to allow authorities to restrict gun ownership from individuals deemed a threat to public safety. I don't really know what to say about it. I mean, it's just so... The argument lacks any thought, and it lacks any emotion, you know? There was no sign of a new generation of potential Republican senators offering any hope for bipartisan gun reform measures at a victory party on Tuesday night in Georgia. The newly nominated, the Trump-endorsed Senate candidate Herschel Walker evaded questions over the massacre. Asked if he supported any new gun control measures in the aftermath, he responded, What I'd like to do is see it and everything and stuff." That's what he said. What I like to do is see it and everything and stuff. Maybe this is the problem. Maybe there is simply no brains being engaged here. There's certainly no emotions being engaged here. Ronnie, nice to see you. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Doug says, my cat Sophie is here. Oh, that's good. Ethan's joined us as well. Welcome to you. The average citizen carrying a gun has practically no chance, says Elizabeth. Appreciate all of your messages. Thank you for these. I'm going to come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, 12 o'clock Eastern, and we'll do it again. You can leave a review at backchannel.tv. You can hit the subscribe button as well, and that will keep you in the know. And to wake up your device and get me on your screen, just say Open Backchannel at the same time tomorrow. That's Open Backchannel. Your pal Hal is next, and he's going to join us for a solemn conversation about the perils of gun violence in America, I'm sure. And Hal is with you every weekday after me between the hours of 11 and 1 o'clock Pacific. That's 2 and 4 Eastern. So he's your man, as it were. Travis, are you there? Otherwise I can tell you about Kate Cocker's Everyday Positivity Show, Tuesdays and Thursdays from 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, for an hour of positive news and good vibes. And then Mario Smith's on this afternoon from 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. Everyone's drive home needs a second look. Mario will make sure you're in the know. So something to look forward to there as well. Mario's the guy in the red glasses. And here's Hal, always in the hat.
Often. In lieu of taking time to put product in my hair or something, you know what? You have the luxury of just getting right to it. One day I hope to be where you are.
Or bald?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
I'm. The grass is always greener.
I mean, I'm not actually bald. I shave my head. If I grew it, I could definitely comb it over from the sides, and I would have a full coverage. So this is an elected baldness, which you can do at any time. You don't have to wait to lose your hair in any great number to shave it all off. I mean, if you want to come over this afternoon, I'll happily shave it off for you. I have the equipment.
Oh, we could have a little balding party.
Right? I think it's essential. I've been saying this to Prince William for years,
It's about time. It's about time.
Right? I'm like,
I wonder what Kate would think about that.
It's a very good question. I mean, some people say that the bald head is like a solar panel that drives the sex machine from beneath.
Oh, there was my solar sex panel. There was a song to that effect a few years ago.
I think so. And I just found out that my almost 70-year-old stepmother is dating a bald 40-year-old man.
Wow.
Yeah, it's not impressive. She sent me a photograph of him.
Oh my goodness. She is robbing the cradle, so to speak?
Practically, yes, practically. I mean, I'm not one to judge. It's completely fine with me. Whatever she wants to do is, it's down to her.
Oh, yes. But, I've dated older, I've dated younger, yes. Yeah. But go granny.
Yeah, she hates that word. And we're not allowed to say that word. But weirdly, like her mother is the same age as the Queen, and the Queen is 96. So her mother is 96 and is dating a man who is 60.
Whoa.
And they are still romantically entwined.
Elaborate on that.
No. But let's just say, and I think he's married. I think he's been married for years and just like pops over 2 or 3 times a week.
Oh my goodness!
But she's
there's a little bit of an understanding.
Oh yeah, she's been his lover for like 40 years.
Oh mon Dieu!
I mean, the British and their private business. It's very hard to kind of qualify what goes on, in such a small country.
Yes. What part of Great Britain did you grow up in?
You wouldn't have heard of it, so there's no point in me saying.
I want to know. I like the names of all these little towns. I like British sounding things.
Okay then, London.
You're right. I hadn't heard of it.
I was born in Paddington, where Paddington Bear was named. I was born in Paddington.
What? See, these are delightful fun facts. That's wonderful. Paddington Bear.
Yeah.
Oh my.
And in fact, I was born in the same hospital where all the royal family are born. It's St Mary's Hospital, and I was born in the same hospital, not in the private wing where they're born, in the National Health Service wing round the back. But
sure.
yeah, I'm one of those few and rare Londoners. So, never lived anywhere else, apart from here now, obviously.
Of course.
Yeah. I will leave you to your show, and maybe tomorrow I'll ask you where you grew up, and we'll, build a little jeopardy into this program.
A mystery we can unpack another time. Anthony Davis, The Anthony Davis Show. Oh, always a gentleman. Always just a real gem, a gem. Oh, and I'll never forget his kindness, and a friend indeed, Anthony Davis. Welcome everyone. Thank you for hanging out right here on Backchannel. We're doing it. That is right. This is Backchannel. My name is Hal Rudnick. This is the Your Pal Hal Show. Dang glad to be with you, folks. And we're here 5 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Wait, are we here Thursday? Yes, Thursday. Friday? Yes. Those are the days, the weekdays. We're here on the weekdays, folks. And I'll tell you what. We're here for 2 hours. This is going to be a 2-hour fun ride. Stella's in the house. A pleasure to see you, Stella. Elizabeth. Nice to meet you as well. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, Elizabeth in Illinois. Elizabeth, feel free to hit that subscribe button if you see it on the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. That's going to give you alerts to when all of your friends here at Backchannel are on the air. And you will be eligible to win prizes. Elizabeth, I tip my cap to you. Doug, after this week I won't be here. I got to get 90s gold. What? Well, Doug, we'll miss you. Doug in Ohio, my old friend. It's great to see you, and please come back after this week. And folks, I'm so excited to have you here. So here's what's in store for us today. We've got some news. We've got some trending topics. We've got some pop culture. We've got some movie stuff. And then there will be a heaping helping of hijinks, shenanigans, goofs, gags, buffoonery. Oh my goodness. And what's in store for us here? What's in store for us here? Well, let me just get it fired up. If you're just waking up, well, you've slept in a little bit, haven't you? Here's a little wake up sound for you. Yeah. The rooster has crowed. Cock-a-doodly-doo. And folks, I would love for everyone in the chat here to get involved. Talk to us, because we're going to be going over a lot of different topics, a lot of we're going to be talking about some silly things, a couple of serious things, but either way, I would love your opinions, okay? So here's how it works. Go ahead. if you want to talk to us, go ahead and get your smart device's attention. Your smart device, it might rhyme with T-Rexa. Yeah. And then from there, use the magic word say, and you can put in anything after that. For instance, I love snacks. I love snacking. I love talking about snacking. What are you snacking on? What's the last thing you ate? Let us know. So for instance, smart device, say, I'm eating a plate of fully loaded nachos. Smart device, say, I'm sipping on broth. Smart device, say, I'm eating froyo. Whatever it is you're snacking on, let me know. I love it. All right? I love it. And you can talk to us also at backchannel.tv. Go to backchannel.tv, click join the chat. Bam, you are off to the races. We be chatting. We'll be chatting it up. Oh, we are going to be fast friends, just having a good old chat. And I love it. And, 9 out of 10 doctors say that the Your Pal Hal show, this show right here, is better when the listeners, the viewers, get involved. And the 10th doctor who doesn't think that, well, he was arrested in the Rite Aid parking lot for writing false prescriptions. Yeah, that's bad news. He's gonna do hard time. So you know what? You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to that doctor. Listen to me, your pal Hal, and the 9 out of 10 doctors who say that the show's better with you involved. And folks, oh, good stuff, good stuff. We've got Damien in Maryland. We've got Ronnie in the house. Ethan in Washington, D.C. Ethan, glad to have you here. And if you're not subscribed and you see that little subscribe button in the bottom left-hand corner, go ahead and put your finger on it. Hit that subscribe button, mouse over to it, click it. There you go. Doug in Ohio, go ahead and click that subscribe button if you have a moment. Ronnie, go ahead and click that subscribe button. Elizabeth says the 10th Doctor obviously needs to lighten up. That's what I'm talking about, Elizabeth. Oh, my goodness. And we've got some other folks in the chat. I want to shout out my pals. Simon, a.k.a. Mild Dairy Lifesavers. Always great to see you, my friend. Andy McLean. Andy McLean. Don't throw dirt on the Dallas Mavericks yet. I'm going to bring in my someone who might have something to say about that shortly, producer Travis. Congratulations to us all. It's National Wine Day, says Simon. Oh my goodness. Why am I only drinking water? Where's Jesus right now to turn my water into wine? S. Friedman, my pal in the house. S. Friedman, did you watch the Ricky Gervais special yet? I have not watched it yet, but I think I saw you tweeted something about it. Grass Puddle, my old pal in the house. He's saying the 10th Doctor I was talking about, who's a little bit of a jag-off. He was in the Amber Heard court trial. Simon said, I think Jesus is occupied with all these thoughts and prayers. Yeah, we're going to get to that in a few minutes here as well. There's some, obviously, there's heavy news. There's heavy news, as per usual, But we will, hopefully bring a little bit of levity to your day in addition to some thoughts on the serious events of the world. And I would like to... Oh, Elizabeth's got a mug of tea practically as big as her head. Wow. That's a heapin' helping of tea. Stella has got water. Stella has water. All right. Doug says you should be drinking Diet Dr. Pepper like me. Diet Dr. Pepper. One of the best. Diet Dr. Pepper. One of the best diet drinks because the flavor there's less of a drop off between regular Dr. Pepper and Diet Dr. Pepper. But I understand there's some people who are like, oh, I just have an affinity. I have a taste. Like my wife has cravings for Diet Coke. My wife has cravings for Diet Coke. Oh, Stacy's in the house. Very nice, very nice. I'd like to bring in a man who needs no introduction. Producer Travis. Where you at, pal? Where you at?
Right here.
There he is. I see him. There he is. Now he's down in the corner there.
Mm-hmm.
Travis.
No.
I squish.
No. My worst nightmare.
I just ate producer Travis. Oh, I missed him.
This must
That
be
was
like
fun.
what it's like
was a
to
fun
be
bit.
Tom and Jerry. This is fun.
That was a fun bit.
That was a fun bit. I like that.
The crush you thing is a bit from Kids in the Hall.
That's right.
I will crush you. I will crush your head. I'm crushing your head. Very good. So, we got some commentary from S. Friedman. Let's say. Oh, Rob Schaefer's here. The official attorney of the Your Pal House show. One of my faves. Rob Schaefer, early adopter of the Your Pal House show. Much appreciated. S. Friedman says, watch the special. In a minute and a half before he made the offensive joke, he said he would like to say the wrong thing so that people would laugh because they knew what the right thing was. Watch the first 5 minutes and you will get the joke. It reads bad, but when you see it, you will get it.
Talking about Ricky Gervais, I believe.
Yeah,
Ricky
talking
Gervais.
about so I'd mentioned that earlier, talking to S. Friedman. Yeah, the new Ricky Gervais special, Supernature, on Netflix. Simon says, I crush your head. Yes, Kids in the Hall. S. Friedman, you know what? You've caused me to question what I read about it, and now I feel like I must see with mine own eyes this special on Netflix and determine whether it feels transphobic, whether it feels whether it's done in the spirit of hey, we're all idiots, and you can make fun of anyone and everything, or did it feel a little bit hurtful in the Dave Chappelle kind of way? So, it's 11:11. Everybody, take a moment, make a wish. Okay, I made my wish. Did you make your wish? Now remember, whether you're wishing on 11/11, wishing on a shooting star, wishing on a birthday candle, wishing on a wishing well, international, intergalactic, universal, wish rules dictate that you cannot tell your wish to anyone, otherwise your wish will be rendered null and void. Now, Travis, what was your wish?
Decline.
Oh, declines to answer. There you go. You're not going to catch Travis telling you his wish. Travis, so
Yes.
I brought it up earlier. My friend Andy McClain is a fan of the Dallas Mavericks. You are a fan of the Golden State Warriors.
Yes.
Now, they are squaring off in the Western Conference Finals to see who will go to the NBA Championship Finals.
That is correct.
NBA Finals.
This all tracks.
Warriors went in with a 3-0 lead, and they dropped one in Dallas last night. So, thoughts, feelings?
Oh, look, they're a really good team. They're young. They have a bright future. The next decade, they're going to be a power player in the conference and in the league in general. By halftime, I could tell, I was feeling my oats, I got to say, in the first quarter. I was thinking, man, we're playing like garbage and we're only down 6. This is fantastic. We're going to turn it on. We're going to put the screws to them in the second half. But midway through the third quarter, it was not to be. They hit their shots. They hit all of their shots. They hit so many shots, and grew a 30-point, seemingly insurmountable lead. But then,
Yeah.
hats off to the rookies, to the bench mob, to the forgotten, the overlooked, who cut it down to a 10-point lead within 4 minutes to go in the game. 3 or 4 minutes to go, and I at that point had evacuated the premises and gone to Silver Lake to watch a friend of mine play a set, and got to the bar and was like, whoa, this was not the game that I left. And I ended up missing about half my friend's set because I was staring at the television. But
Sure.
All in all, happy to settle for a gentleman's sweep, and just looking forward to bigger and better things.
Very good, very good. A gentleman's sweep. So that is for, you know what? I don't like that term.
I didn't
It's
invent
either a
it.
sweep or not a sweep. Yeah, I'm not feeling it. You know what?
All right.
You don't have to sugarcoat it. But I see what you're saying. I get it. Listen, let's allow them one game. We're gentlemen here.
Hey, I didn't. Not my term. Not my term.
Travis, that term you made up, so. Okay, Elizabeth, Stella asked Elizabeth how old she was in the chat, and Elizabeth had a lovely response here. She's quoting, Elizabeth is quoting Jonathan Swift when she says, "I'm as old as my tongue and a little older than my teeth." That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Doug says, "You don't ask a woman how old she is." I've heard that before. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Librarians, we can't help ourselves. Oh, Elizabeth, are you a librarian? I love it. If you are, thank you for bringing literacy to the world. Travis, go ahead and ask me how old I am, Travis. Where are you?
How old are you?
Shh.
Got it.
That's that. You didn't even let me finish.
Sorry,
my,
it was an accident.
okay.
Accident.
That's all right. All right, I'm gonna move on then.
Oh.
A quip, locked and loaded. All right. Stella and Elizabeth says hello to you, Travis. Hello to you. Librarians are another profession where I thank them for their service. Very good, Simon. Reverse sweep is the only other sweep, says Grass Puddle. Oh my God. So back to the wishes. S. Friedman. I wish that Hal Wood does not have to sit between 300-pound guys eating bean burritos on his next 10-hour flight. Oy vey. Not only would I be sandwiched, because that sounds like a couple of bigger gentlemen there, the bean burritos might lead to a little bit of this. Oh, brother. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. So, and here's the thing. I appreciate that you wish for me that not to happen, S. Friedman, but because you uttered your wish because you put it in print here, now it's still on the table. Still on. Simon, we're not fart shaming because otherwise I'd be shaming myself because I do it. Listen, I ain't too proud. Just ask my wife. But do you want to be in between two gas machines? Not so sure. Not so sure. Doug saying, guessing that either someone in the chat or myself is 65 years old. And I will tell you, I am not 65. Elizabeth is on chat at backchannel.tv. Elizabeth, that's fabulous. That's fantastic. So glad that you're here. Stella, Doug was saying Stella's 65. Stacy, we have not forgotten you. Hey, Travis, can you help my friend Stacy out here? Producer Travis? Producer Travis, are you with us? Producer Travis, are you in the building? Producer Travis has gone inside to go number. There we go.
What can I do you for?
Would you kindly check on the Texas Rangers?
Yeah, I don't.
For our friend Stacy.
Gladly.
Stacy is in Texas. She's a fan of the Texas Rangers. We're big baseball fans here on the Your Pal Hal Show. We'll talk about it now and again. We have our fantasy baseball league, where my brother, Helmet Full of Nachos, is on top, followed by Mario Smith. I am in the bronze medal position right now in third place. All right, here we go. Nothing's changed from yesterday. Holding tight. Yep. I keep it right there. Perfect. Astros in first place. Houston Astros 28-16. Angels in second place 27-17. Rangers 8.5 games back in third place 18-23. There you go, Stacy. Our pleasure. We take requests. Listen, if anyone in the chat has a request, we'll take it. Stacy's picking Astros. There you go. Stella says, I'm a woman, like Elizabeth. I'm just wondering where the other people are chatting. Who are you referencing? Doug says, my granny likes the Cleveland Indians. Oh, it's the Cleveland Guardians now, Doug. Doug, go ahead and adjust that. It's now the Cleveland Guardians. And Doug says, I'm not ashamed to say how old I am, and I'm 30. Very nice, Doug. Remember, Cleveland Guardians. Yep. There we go, Doug. Nicely done. Yeah, they changed their name this year because it was a little bit insensitive. Oh, my mother's here. Bonnie called. Is that 2 days in a row, Mom? 2 days in a row? Oh, my goodness gracious. All right, so let us shift gears and dive into the Twitter sphere, launch ourselves headlong into the Twitterverse, and check out some trending topics on Twitter. There's some heavy news today. If you want to follow along, you can go to the Twitter website, twitter.com, and follow everything. Oh, Travis, let me go ahead and hook you up, my friend, with apologies, producer Travis. All right, just sending Travis some pertinent info here. All right, folks. And as we're chatting about trending topics, anything that you'd like to say, please chime in. Also, if you're hanging out with us, there's a couple things you can do that would be an absolute wonderful favor for myself and the program. You can, one, if you're not subscribed, go ahead and subscribe to the Your Pal Hal Show. And you'll get notifications when we're on the air, and you will become eligible to win prizes. I know, right? That's a pretty cool. Also, go to backchannel.tv. Backchannel.tv, Backchannel.tv, and leave a review of the Your Pal Hal Show. You can tell us, you know what? Too much snack talk, not enough snack talk, or just the right amount of snack talk. Okay, now let us. Oh, and Stacy says you can leave a review on the Alexa app. Very nice, very nice. Travis, let's jump into our trending topics. Okay, so this is some terrible, terrible story, terrible news. But then again, another day, another mass shooting. This is a reality of life in America right now. And this is, it's just some sad stuff. This is some sad stuff because the shouts, the sadness, but then nothing changes. And it's frustrating and it's sad. And this is the only country in the world where you see stories like this on a consistent basis. Families mourn following elementary school tragedy in Texas. Grief counselors, ministers, and therapy dogs provided counsel and solace in Uvalde, Texas, on Wednesday to community members and employees of the elementary school where a gunman's rampage killed 19 children and two teachers in one fourth-grade classroom. It was the state's deadliest school shooting in modern history and the nation's third mass shooting within weeks, USA Today reports. A sad, frightening, awful, just a horrific tragedy. What more could you say? How do we stop this? How do we stop this? We've talked about this on the show. And just last week, after the hate crime, the terrorist attack on people of color in Buffalo, in the Buffalo supermarket, how do we stop this? How do we change this? It's frustrating. It's sad. There are no words. Thoughts and prayers. What does that even mean anymore? We just keep sending those. We in America, we have the right to bear arms. Second Amendment. And just last week, we had this very same conversation. Reasonable gun control laws, background checks, trigger locks, getting rid of high-capacity magazines, getting rid of the sales that are off the record at gun shows. It's easier to buy a gun than it is to buy Sudafed in many places. It's insane. People who are constitutional, like literalists, constitutionalists, they believe that you can't mess with the Second Amendment. The world has changed. The quality of these weapons is different. This is not the same world. So the world needs to evolve. The guns have evolved. How about the world? How about the country keeping in step? But too many people in this country love freedom so much that I'll freedom so hard. I will freedom so hard. I'll grab the wings of a bald eagle, put on a three-cornered hat, and I will patriot and freedom and eagle so hard that it kills me. Simon, Mild Dairy Lifesavers, says, I'll just say this. 18-year-olds should not be allowed to own a firearm, period. I think about when you were 18, all of you, every single one of you was a jackass, me included. You're not prepared to handle a firearm at 18 years old. You know what? I like that. Because if you are not responsible enough to get drunk yet, 21 years old, are you responsible enough to handle a firearm? Huh. Don't know about that, Simon. I like it. S. Friedman says mass shootings in schools, but people keep their pew-pew toys. It's insane. Makes me insanely angry. Yeah. And that anger is well placed because you are literally, children are dying in mass shootings. You had innocent people in that supermarket in Buffalo, New York, taken out by a teenage hate monger terrorist. 30-day window before you get a gun, says S. Friedman. Doug says that's why people get homeschool. Shout out to Miguel who just joined us. We've got multiple Elizabeths in the house. You know what? Listen, I always say the more Elizabeths, the merrier. The more Elizabeths, the merrier. Stacy says that there should be a ban on guns altogether because having guns around is just too dangerous. I hear you, Stacy. The cat is out of the bag, though. It's hard to put the toothpaste back into the tube. Elizabeth says the founding fathers would be horrified. Yeah. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Yeah, a terrible reality. Terrible reality. So, yeah, the S. Friedman agrees with Stacy. Both of the shooters 18 years old. The shooter yesterday in Hamilton High School in Texas, the shooter in Texas, shooter in Buffalo, New York, both 18. Grass Puddle says, if making my favorite hobby illegal would save kids, I'd be okay with it. Right? By the way, the Second Amendment talks about a well-regulated militia, but they always leave out that part. Folks, as we're talking about the day's events, don't forget, we are right here on Backchannel. My name is Hal Rudnick. This is the Your Pal Hal Show. We're here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. And Mom, I saw what you're saying. Yes, so I am. I got your. I hear you about Bonnie. Thank you. Noted. We are here 5 days a week, 11 to 1 on the West Coast, 2 to 4 on the East Coast, 1 to 3 in Omaha, Nebraska, the home of Rob Schaefer, attorney at law, and in the state of Texas. You can talk to us a couple different ways. Get your smart device's attention. Use the magic word "say" and then put in anything you want after that. Smart device, say, and then chime in on any of the issues we're talking about. Or you can go to backchannel.tv and chat with us there. All right, so a lot of people weighing in. There was an emphatic statement by the coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, saying enough is enough. But I feel like it's been said so many times. Enough is enough. How do we stop it?
Did you catch that full sort of address?
Yeah.
Yeah, really. I mean, he's been an outspoken advocate of gun control for years. For anyone who wasn't aware, his father was killed by terrorists in Beirut when he was there as an acting political scientist. And what I really appreciate about the guy is that he didn't use that to inspire prejudice towards other people. He, at 19 years old, was able to kind of see the forest for the trees and begun a long-standing, position against gun violence and for gun control. And it was wild to see a guy so exasperated, and use his platform, to address it and really put things in perspective, as opposed to he was there to talk about the game and the game wasn't talked about. Put it that way.
Yeah. He prefaced it by saying nothing's changed in the last 6 hours with his team. And then he went on to say that. Rob Schaefer saying, a complete gun ban will not happen. Of course not. I feel like that's too far gone. But I don't know. Is it... Here's the thing as far as AR-15s. No one needs an AR-15. Joe Biden had a great comment. What, are you going to use it for hunting? The deer are not wearing Kevlar, he said. The deer are not wearing Kevlar vests. And what does anyone need that for except for sport and fun? And it's a weapon of war. It's a long rifle like that. So, but there's so many out there already. Would a ban on AR-15s do anything? Then what do we do? Then we get into this whole thing. Oh, you're going to take my guns over my dead body, and you'll get some idiots like those guys who hold up in the what was it, Oregon or Washington Wildlife Sanctuary?
State of Jefferson.
Simon said, I literally had this debate with a guy on Twitter last night. He said he uses his AR-15 to shoot varmints. I asked him if he was shooting elk with a minigun. Then he wanted to argue over caliber. You got to watch out, because they will get people in many debates will go Ben Shapiro on you and try to just trip you up in semantics and then win the quote unquote win the argument by saying you don't know. That's why I'm calling an AR-15 a long rifle and not an assault rifle, because it's technically not an assault rifle. So sorry, I want to get my semantics right. Gun nuts. So bring up the other story there.
Yeah.
On Chuck Schumer. Within hours of the Uvalde shooting, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer moved to clear the way to force votes on legislation that would strengthen background checks for gun buyers, moving to revive measures that Republicans have blocked in the past. And I've, is it just one party? Well, it seems like there's just one party that's in the pocket of the NRA, and that's the Republican Party. Now, everyone can do more. Everyone can do more because we just keep kicking the can down the road after every tragedy. But it seems like one of the parties is like just hammers that home every election. They're going to take away your Second Amendment. They're going to take all your guns. They're going to take all your guns. Grass Puddle says both parties love guns. I mean, I don't doubt that both parties have bad track records in regards to this stuff. This is true. One party's a little more into it than the other. All right? I'm just going to say that. One party's a little more pro Amendment 2 than the other. S. Friedman says, imagine your kids get shot and tell you that they need a DNA sample in order to identify your child. Horrific. And they had to swab people and take DNA at the scene of that horrific massacre. Holly Gutierrez says, I feel like everyone pro AR is doing that because in the back of their heads, they want to leave the option open to commit a mass murder. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I have friends who have AR-15s. I don't get it. I don't want one. Don't want one. But, yeah, at this point, though, Holly, maybe be part of the solution and not part of the problem. So I feel you, Holly Gutierrez. Thank you for being here. Stella said, Elizabeth said, he said people say that you can take away their guns over their dead bodies. Stella, good to have you back. Stacy, I feel ya. Rob Schaefer, Stacy says she disagrees with you. She says, Rob Schaefer, I'm going to have to disagree with you because guns should be banned no matter what. So there you go. There you go. And by the way, everybody, I appreciate this discourse. Listen, I think I personally don't think you should ban every gun because it's impossible. But I think we need to start looking at AR-15s. And do more. Background checks. Like make it as hard as getting a driver's license. Raise the age to 21. My mother says the shooting's horrific. We have to work harder to protect our population. Holly Gutierrez says, I have a shotgun and a rifle. That's all you need. There you go. There you go. I mean, I've shot guns before in my life. When I was in Boy Scouts, I didn't come here to brag today, but I got NRA marksmanship awards when I was in the Boy Scouts. ARs are for wars. Even that is too much. Yep. I feel you, Holly Gutierrez. So, yeah, just here's a hint, Hal, says S. Freeman. If you are supposed to say you want all guns banned so that some get banned, it is negotiating 101. Ask big, then get what you want. S. Freeman, I feel you. Listen, if that got the job done, I would do it. I mean, yes, I feel you. I absolutely feel you. So thank you for the discourse, everybody. And I appreciate the varied opinions on this. Sticking on the topic of gun violence, and, that kind of is adjacent to police violence because a lot of people have gotten shot and killed, and police violence. And this man was not shot and killed, but he was murdered by police. George Floyd. Today is the 2-year anniversary of the murder of George Floyd. And thankfully, Derek Chauvin was convicted in the heinous act of having his knee on George Floyd's neck for 8 minutes, 46 seconds. You know, we mentioned Dave Chappelle and Ricky Gervais earlier. Not a fan of Dave Chappelle's transphobic humor. But that aside, Dave Chappelle had a really powerful special released, I think, a couple of years ago at this point, 846, where he talked about, where he gave his thoughts on the murder of George Floyd and just how horrific and the lack of humanity it took to commit that act. And not a funny special from Dave Chappelle per se, but something powerful and something that resonated. So a sad anniversary there. The George Floyd was not, I don't know if you can call him a hero. Was he a martyr? But here's what he was. He was a human being who did not deserve to be murdered. Whether you have a criminal past, like, Rob Schaefer can speak on this better than I, our attorney, official attorney of the Your Pal Hal Show. You deserve due process. You deserve to be treated, whether you are a criminal, whether you're an innocent human being, you deserve to be treated with the respect that the law affords you. And yeah, George Floyd did not receive that. He was murdered. S. Friedman says a 12-year-old in Kenosha has brain damage because a cop kneeled on her neck after a school fight. Yeah. Some heavy stuff today. Heavy stuff here on the show. I appreciate everybody being here. Stella saying that she's going to get a snack. She's going to get a snack. Not going to get lunch. Going to get a snack. Stella, what are you snacking on? I would like to know. Stella, when you get your snack, fill me in. Yeah, what are you going to... all right, let me know when you get back from getting your snack, because listen, whether we're talking about heavy stuff or light stuff, I want to know about snacks. Doug says, I believe background checks should be done for all guns. And very good, very good. Simon, maybe it's the state of the world, but he said he might be hitting the wine early. I can't blame you, my friend. I can't blame you one bit. Andy McLean says, very sad day here in Texas. Absolutely, absolutely. Rob Schaefer says, well said, everyone is entitled to due process. As I see it, it would be a major hurdle for any red flag laws about gun ownership. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, red flag laws in regards to mental illness or domestic abuse. I mean, at this point, have we not seen enough? What is it going to take? What's it going to take? Too much. All right. Let's you know what? The world goes on, and whether we we could sit here and talk about this the entire time, but I did promise hijinks, I did promise shenanigans and other stuff. So we're gonna move on and talk about some other trending topics. But I gotta say, we could easily talk about this all day, but there are There are other things happening in the world. The Georgia primaries happened. There were several primaries. And the one thing that I was damn glad to see, one thing that I was happy to see, the Trump-backed candidates in Georgia lost, as they should have been. Because don't get this twisted, folks. Donald J. Trump committed a crime when he was on the phone with the Georgia Secretary of State and asked them, can you just find me 11,000 votes? Can you find me? There you go, Simon. Can you find me 11,000? What the hell does that mean? Can you dig around? Can you find me 11,000 votes? That's mafia talk. Yeah, I'm just going to need you to do me this favor. Because that's what Trump does. He ran his government like a crime family. Shadow foreign policy in Ukraine run by Rudy Giuliani. So, the people of Georgia have spoken, and they're pushing. Listen, I don't want this guy to win. Listen, if you're hanging out and you're from Georgia right now, or you know anyone from Georgia, tell them, come the gubernatorial election, vote Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams. She is pro-voting rights. She is progressive. She's going to take Georgia in the right direction. But I will tell you what. I'm glad the crazies didn't win, and Governor Kemp won the Republican primary. If you want to bring that up, Travis. Saw you had some info there. If not, no worries. So, yeah, Governor Kemp and Raffensperger, the Georgia Secretary of State, both winners as the Trump-backed election-denying maniacs lost. As opposed to Pennsylvania, where the primary was won by a Trump-backed maniac election denier. Herschel Walker won. Hopefully he is defeated by Reverend Raphael Warnock in the Senate runoff, because just Herschel Walker, he doesn't have the goods that Warnock has, and he's an election denier, and he's just a regressive, unqualified candidate. Rob Schaefer in the chat with some important snack news. Snack, fast food, meals, yum. Did I tell you I had the Arby's Wagyu burger? It was pretty good after I added some smoked brisket on it. Damn. Substantial. Ooh, baby. Yum, 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 yum. Ooh. Rob Schaefer, you're doing something right, my friend. You're doing something. Now, a question, Rob Schaefer. I think I know the answer. So you asked Arby's to add brisket, or was this your own? This wasn't your own brisket. I think I'm answering. Let me answer my own question. You asked Arby's to add brisket to it. So there you go. Rob Schaefer crushing an Arby's Wagyu burger. Would recommend. Andy McClain mentioning some must-see TV right here. Did you show the video of Beto O'Rourke interrupting and confronting Governor Abbott today? No, but I love that. I'm going to look for it. And, Beto has, I like Beto, and absolutely am feeling Beto. Can we show that? Can we show this clip? Can we show this clip, Travis, with sound? Hey, Travis. Are we allowed to show this with sound?
I think if we talk over it, but it's going to take. I think if we talk over it and use it as a sounding board, but it's going to take me a second to rig up. But yes.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me duck off here for a second.
Hey, Hal, can you explain what dark matter is and how it got discovered? Absolutely. Andy McLean, we're going to do it and we're going to talk over it. Okay. So much going on in the chat. So much going on. Doug had steak and gravy for dinner. Had steak, gravy, and potatoes for dinner. Very nice. That sounds delicious. Yeah, I want you to, Stella, what's your snack? Let me know. Give us that snack news. Stacy was housing a burrito and some sour cream and onion chips and a Star Crunch. Stacy for the win. I love it. Yeah, Stella, let us know what your snack was. Rob Schaefer ordering the brisket sandwich, added it to the burger. Boom. Rob Schaefer, living his best life. Andy McLean, we're going to get to this clip. And then S. Friedman, got your request coming right up. I will do an improv explanation in just a moment. Hold on. Let me see what Stella. All right, still waiting on Stella. Still waiting on Stella to let us know what her snack is. So Stella, whenever you're ready. All right. Travis, what have you got for us?
You will hear yourself for 10 seconds as I rig this up.
Okay. Sure. I hate the sound of my own voice in my ears,
especially when it comes like a second and a half.
My mom had another hot dog wrapped in a crescent roll. Very nice. She made that in the air fryer that I bought her. Very good. All right. So this is breaking news. Governor Abbott of Texas. And let me just say, he's a despicable individual. When I remember him chiming in saying California just passed Texas for a number of guns bought. Well, come on, Texas, we got to get there. And it's just ill-placed. Oh, and his lieutenant governor is a piece of crap as well. There's a war on women's reproductive rights. There's a war on educating children in Texas, and just a regressive, terrible governor.
Everybody else can hear you twice too. Sorry.
Gotcha. All right. Do you want to play this, Travis? All right, so we don't have any sound here. I'm wondering, should we just... Oh, here comes Beto O'Rourke. All right, so I guess we'll have to watch that on our own. Travis, I appreciate you efforting that. Grass Puddle says, I see white people. Yeah. All right, Travis, you don't want to just bring me up. It's okay. So Simon says to Hal, Deborah, talking to me and my mom, if you folks are ever important, well, my mom is very important. I think you might have said in Portland. There's a great Jewish deli that has incredible bagel dogs, Kornblatt's. Nice. Good to know. Thank you for that, Simon. Because, it could be few and far between. Could be hard to find. All right. So let us... real quick. My pal S. Friedman says, Hal, can you explain what dark matter is and how it got discovered? Of course. Dark matter. The universe, the galaxy, intergalactic travel? Dark matter. So, here's how dark matter got discovered. In 1471, Galileo Galilei looked into his telescope and he said, okay, I see stars, I see planets, but I also see this gaseous mass. I don't know what it is. Cut to 1600, okay? And Sir Isaac Newton theorized the space between the stars and the planets may have some sort of matter that is not quite able to be seen by the naked eye. Cut to Stephen Hawking in 1978. Stephen Hawking says there's something out there and it's dark. So, the astronauts went up and they did a moonwalk and then they did a spacewalk and they got something on their spacesuits that wasn't moon rock, it wasn't moon dust, but it was dark. And they took it in and it's like, there's dark matter on me. And they put it under the microscope and you could kind of see it, but it was very dark. And they realized there's dark matter. And this dark matter in the universe, they followed a trail of it like breadcrumbs. And it took them to the black hole. Dark matter is what lives in the black hole. But then that black hole, it's like seething, and it spits it out once in a while. It's like, and then there's dark matter in the universe. It started with Galileo, then Isaac Newton, then cut to Stephen Hawking, and John Glenn brought back a handful of dark matter and put it on the desk. Put it on the desk at NASA and in Washington, D.C. There you go. S. Freeman says, I'm sending this video to Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's going to have a stroke. May very well. He may very well. Ronnie says bye-bye. Oh, Ronnie, don't go anywhere, Ronnie. Stick around. Ronnie, always glad to have you here. Did we find out what Stella was snacking on? All right, Stella, get back to us with your snack. Other people commenting on the echo. Very good. Ronnie, Doug, glad to have you here. Damien in Maryland, Stacy in Texas, Elizabeth in Illinois. Appreciate everyone hanging out right here on the Your Pal Hal show. Simon saying well done. S. Freeman says thanks, Hal. Grass Puddle says, what is the speed of dark? What is the speed of dark? Well, the speed of dark is 60 miles an hour. 60 miles, way slower than the speed of light. That's why it took us so long to see it and figure out what it is. The speed of dark, 60 miles an hour. Yep. Can you put dark matter on an Arby's sandwich? That's a great question. If you ate dark matter though, I believe scientifically, it would give you a tummy ache. Scientifically. All right, let's see one more trending topic here before we take a little break. Let's go from dark matter to another scientific phenomenon, the Sharkcano. The Sharkcano. And no, That is not a new sci-fi original movie from the people who brought you Sharknado. Sharkano, home to mutant fish, has erupted. Andy McLean says The Speed of Dark is a science fiction novel by Elizabeth Moon. Thank you, Andy McLean. Kavachi Volcano. The Kavachi volcano, which has been recorded erupting by NASA, is believed to contain sharks that have mutated to help them cope with extreme conditions. Great. So the world's going to heck in a handbasket. Now we got a Sharkano. That needs to be a sci-fi movie. Like sharks shooting up out of a volcano and like landing on land and then eating people. I mean, that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick. What's happening? Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this Sharknado. Travis. Sharkano. Eruption of underwater volcano home to mutant sharks pictured by NASA. Oh, yeah. Holly Gutierrez saying it's got to be a Sharknado spinoff. Are we sure Sharkano isn't slang for what happens after eating Arby's? Oh, baby. All right. Oh, my goodness. That Sharkano is one of the main reasons I'm happy to live in Nebraska. Okay. A scalloped hammerhead. NASA satellite has captured the moment a massive underwater volcano erupted in the depths of the Pacific Ocean. Oh my goodness, where's James Cameron when you need him? This particular volcano, the Kavachi volcano, is well known to scientists following an oceanic study that took place there in 2015. Researchers found that fish and sharks inhabit the superheated, sulfur-infused acidic waters around the volcano. The water contains volcanic rock fragments. It's believed that the sharks may have actually mutated to help them cope with the extreme conditions. Oh my goodness. Populations of gelatinous animals, like a jellyfish maybe, small fish, sharks, were observed inside the active crater, raising new questions about the ecology of active submarine volcanoes and the extreme environments in which large marine animals can exist. The scientist wrote. Travis, can you get in here for a sec, please? I need producer Travis to Snopes something for us. Producer Travis, can you come in here, please?
Yes.
I need you to Snopes something for us, okay?
What's that?
You ready?
Sure.
Oh, I can't hear you. You're a little low. I don't know if it's my headphone. Producer Travis, it says that these volcanoes, these volcanoes and these marine animals live in extreme environments. So I just need you to check. Does that mean that they are drinking Mountain Dew and doing kick flips?
I'm going to say no, but I will check.
Is that so you instantly Snopesed it like that? Or is that just your layman's opinion?
Based off of my 10th grade education and whatever science classes fell there within, I'm going to say probably not. But
okay, so you're just talking out of your, I don't know what's the polite way to say that. You don't.
My context, my accumulated context of being a person.
Okay, but you didn't Snopes it. I'm not trying to give people half-baked Snopes. Listen, I can go ahead and give my theories on dark matter, but I'm talking science.
As of yet, this is the only headline available when you search anything that links Mountain Dew and sharks.
Mountain Dew frostbite is fine, but that shark artwork is awesome. Oh, that's sick. Let me see that. Let's get that. Oh, that's a nice blue. That's like the stuff that they put the combs in at the barber shop. And there's an awesome shark. So, Travis, follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Travis, follow up. Is that shark, does that shark live near the Sharkcano?
It looks as if this shark is depicted to be living in an Arctic environment, which I also have questions about the validity of. But if that is to be believed, then probably not.
Can you Snopes that? Can you Snopes that?
I can't. There's no way to Snopes that. It doesn't make enough logical sense to be Snopesable.
Oh, so you're quitting on me. Okay. I'm trying to ask the hard questions. There's a shark. Okay, there's Sharkcanos. It's an extreme environment. Like I can be extreme, and I've done many extreme things. I've drank Mountain Dew. I've watched the X Games. I've gone to skateboarding events. I've vaped. I've vaped. Okay.
Look here. We have.
I vaped.
I hear you. Here is video. Is video of the volcano. It's the volcano. They're just fish doing fish stuff. The extreme nature of the environment is referring to the fact that it is an active volcano. And there are probiotic bacteria found in the environment that are sulfur reducing, which contributes as to how these fish are able to survive.
Is there any footage of these fish sucking on a vape?
As of yet, this is the only footage of these fish that has been released to the public via the Oceanography
Are any of them
Society.
vaping in this footage? Are any of them vaping?
Not that I can see.
All right. Kyle Harlow with a nice comment saying it's a Sharktic environment, not an Arctic environment. My one time, sadly, my pants became a Sharktic environment, and that's all I'm going to say on that matter. S. Friedman with a comment, and I'm going to tell S. Friedman to watch your mother flippin' mouth. Saying I dated Michelle Rodriguez. S. Friedman. That's an attack on my family. That's an attack on me. I'm not going to cry. I'm definitely not going to cry over it, but I'm going to ask you, S. Freeman, to watch your mother flipping mouth. Can I use that language, Travis? I already did. Ronnie, what's going on? Stella, still haven't heard back from Stella what that snack was, so I am waiting with bated breath. Ivan in New York joined the stream. Ivan, great to have you here. Ivan, you know what? Glad you're hanging out right here in Backchannel with me, Hal Rudnick. This is the Your Pal Hal Show. We are here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the West Coast, 2 to 4 on the East Coast. Folks, go ahead and chat with us. This is the only play on your Amazon Echo where you can listen live and chat live with the host. So let's do this. You can get your smart device's attention, use the magic word say, and put in anything after that. So smart device, and your smart device might rhyme with T-Rexa. Smart device, say, I'm snacking on a plate of fully loaded nachos. Smart device, say, I think I saw a shark drinking a Mountain Dew. Smart device, say, do fish go to skate parks? Also, you can go to backchannel.tv, and click join the chat, and then we're going to be chatting. We'll be chatting. Ivan in New York. Oh, why don't you go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button because if you're subscribed, you will get alerts to when we are on the air. Also, you will be eligible to win awesome prizes. Yes. Who likes prizes? Only everybody. Join the chat. Subscribe at backchannel.tv. Grass Puddle says Hal needs to connect with his inner Brando and get Stella's attention. Stella! What's your snack? Very nice, Grass Puddle. It looks like a fishy meth lab down there. Maybe, S. Friedman. I feel that. Grass Puddle says Travis needs to follow me on Twitter so I can DM him. There you go. That's up to Travis.
Oh, you're trying to
That's
get
up
my
to
inbox?
Travis.
Sorry, I don't.
I don't know.
I'm famously terrible with my message requests. I will. I will address
Great.
that shortly.
Good to know. Travis, let's go ahead and take a quick station break, and we'll be back right after this.
They surely will have found you, the amazing thing to see. The cars are built to wonderful, how can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science, a little...
Oh, hello. My name is Hal Rudnick. This is the Your Pal Hal Show. Hey, Travis, do you want to come in here for a sec? Something's up. Something's up over here.
Yeah. God, I'm all tangled.
We've got a special guest in the house. Can you take over while I let the special guest in?
Yeah.
All right, be right back.
Hey, everybody. Thank you for watching the Your Pal Hal Show live on Backchannel. We're here every Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Pacific time. You can find us on Backchannel's YouTube page. Go ahead and search Backchannel in YouTube. You'll find us there, backchannel.tv. You can also find us on backchannel.tv, the website. And most importantly, if you have an Amazon smart device, an Echo Show, something that rhymes with, you know the word, go ahead and say Open Backchannel. Then you can hear us live and all the other wonderful shows we have here throughout the week and interact with, okay, who's here? Let's find out. I don't have visual yet. Let's see.
What's going on, Travis?
Nope.
It's me, Harry T. Rex.
Hey, man. How we doing?
How are you doing, pal? Been a minute.
Been a minute. I'm all right.
I just wanted to stop on by because I was watching and listening, as I always do. regular listener, regular guest, and I just wanted to say that y'all were talking about being extreme, the extreme lifestyle, and no one is more extreme than me, Harry T. Rex.
I look, if that much
I
we've
vape.
established.
I vape. I drink Mountain Dew. I skateboard. You ever do an ollie, Travis?
No.
Ha ha ha! What are you, a poser? What do you go to a skate park and just pose?
No, I never bothered, you know? It wasn't for me.
Well, Travis, I also like to say, you know what my favorite extreme sport is?
Mm-hmm.
Drinking and driving. Ow! I like to drink a keg of beer, get behind the wheel of my monster truck. Blah. Do you know how drunk I get while I'm driving, Travis?
Look, man, this isn't really the day for it. Public safety is in the conscious right now.
Don't push your politics on me, man.
All right, go on.
This past weekend,
Yeah.
I got so drunk that I barfed on the steering wheel. Ow! Dynamite. And that's dino with a D-I-N-O hyphen might. Get it, Travis? Do you get that?
Oh yeah. No, that makes sense.
Go ahead and say, drinking and driving is dynamite.
I will not say that. I'm sorry. That's not happening. Yeah. No, that's okay.
Travis.
Yes.
I do have to admit to something.
What's that?
What do I do for a living, Travis? You know, go ahead and tell everyone.
You're the CEO of Pizza Hut.
Yeah, I might have fudged that a little bit.
Oh?
I'm a Pizza Hut franchisee.
Okay.
I own 3 Pizza Hut locations.
That is still something to be very proud of.
You're not mad at me for fibbing?
No, I'm mad at you for drunk driving.
What happened? Did I rear end you?
No, but someone, I mean, they weren't drunk driving, but that did happen to me. And it's not safe. People could get hurt.
Travis?
Yes.
Yeah.
No. You go ahead. You have the floor.
Listen.
Yes.
I know I've been a little hard on you in the past.
Okay.
So I'm willing to change my tune and bury the hatchet. If you just say the following moves, the following words, okay?
All right. Yes.
If you want a drunk drive, have at it. Go ahead and say that.
No.
What?
I feel like you're not hearing me. You're not listening to me. I do not support the fact that your hobby is drunk driving. It is reckless and dangerous and altogether unsafe. Yeah.
What's that, S. Friedman? What did S. Friedman say?
S. Friedman says, and we quote, God, everything's all gummed up here today. Let's see here. There we go. Boy. Drunk driving is dinogerous. That doesn't hit either? Not even the pun hits? Look, man, I feel like we're doing this a lot. You come on here once in a while. You talk about your hobbies and stuff. Like, are you looking... Is this like a validation thing? Are we trying to like...
You know, Travis.
Yeah.
You know what I'd like to do with you?
They got meetings for this, man.
You know what I don't need meetings. I need meat. and I'd like to go to Arby's and
All
get
right.
one of those Wagyu burgers like Rob Schaefer did.
Yeah.
And, but I'm going to load it up my own way. You know what I'm going to put on top of that Wagyu burger? What did Rob Schaefer put on it?
Smoked brisket.
Yeah, I'm going to get a brisket sandwich. And I'm gonna put some brisket on my Wagyu burger. But I'm not going to stop there. You know what else I'm going to put on it?
What?
Some of Arby's famous horsey sauce. And then you know
Okay.
what else I'm going to put on it?
What?
You, Travis. I'm going to put you on that burger. And I'm going to... Yum. That's right, Travis. Kyle Harlow, keep my name out of your mouth. I am Harry T-Rex, and I am Dynamite.
Oh, he's gone. That was quick. Well, I guess he had nothing to say about that. I figured that was going to be a segue into our next story, speaking of fast food, but anyways, yeah. Frustrating times we live in. Frustrating times.
Wow, some very frustrating times indeed. I was in the bathroom. What did I miss?
Oh, your friend came in, and I thought he was positioning... I thought he was going to take the lead on the next segment. I thought that's something you'd worked out, but no, he just came in to, yet again, try to get me to advocate for his habit of drunk driving, which it's not...
That's terrible.
I know, it's not going to happen.
Yeah,
he also
let me say
admitted that
this.
he's not a CEO. In fact, it's just a franchise owner of Pizza Hut, which is fine. I don't know why he lied in the first place. You know? That's
wow.
not why I don't respect him.
He's trying to self-aggrandize himself. But I'll just say this. I don't drink and drive. No one should drink and drive, especially on National Wine Day. You know, drink your wine, call a cab, take an Uber, or just stay home. Don't drink and drive. That's the official Your Pal House stance. Never drink and drive. It's dangerous. Simon's saying that Harry T-Rex threatened to eat Travis. It's not the first time. And what did you say to piss him off, Travis?
That he shouldn't drink and drive?
I can't be mad at you for saying that. That's the official stance. That's the official stance of the Your Pal House show.
It's in the chart.
I don't know, but I'm going to leave that. Simon, I appreciate your concern, but, I can't pick sides here between my two friends who are, I guess, beefing. Do you have beef with Harry T-Rex, Travis?
Outside of drunk driving, no. Is he kind of annoying? Yeah. Does he insult me? Yeah, but look, that doesn't bother me. The drunk driving bothers me.
Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah. And what did he say? What happened to him when he was driving this past weekend?
He said he got, if I remember correctly, he got so drunk that he passed out on the steering wheel or something to that effect.
Oh, I thought he threw up on the steering wheel.
Threw up on the steering wheel, sorry.
I heard him from the other room. I heard him say that. Yeah, that's pretty gross.
Yeah, that's not a good look, and it seems like he was proud. I don't know how old he is, pretty old, but this whole frat boy vibe is not doing him any favors. I don't know.
Yeah, that's nothing to brag about. He threw up. Yeah, Holly Gutierrez knows. That's just yeah. Stacy said he threw up on the steering wheel. He said he barked on the stairs. Stacy says, "I'm getting seriously tired of Travis getting picked on. Somebody needs to do something about it."
Someone needs to do something about his drunk driving. I think he needs to, if he has friends and family, an intervention, maybe the next course of action. Because it seems like this is systemic behavior that is rooted in some kind of deep personal trauma, because it's obviously not common sense.
Maybe. Listen here, I'm not going to tolerate your ridiculous text, so leave Travis alone, Harry T-Rex. Wow. Stacy, you know what? That's beautiful of Stacy to defend you. Also, Doug says, I'm part of the police department tonight. Arrest him. Oh, wow. So maybe we'll see.
Whoa.
you know what? You might want to set a sting to like just catch him in his tracks. All right, let's hit that fast food related story. You know, we like to report on the anything food and snack related. So the Big Burger false advertising trial. It's you thought Depp Heard was something. Look at this bombshell. Look at this bombshell. This is the photographic evidence presented in a lawsuit over fast food burger sizes. Right. Where's the beef? That's what I'm talking about. Let's get down to that. All right, so let's read a little bit of the article and then see these pictures. All right, if you want to scroll up, please. Oh, there's a good-looking sandwich burger. Would you rather have this or this? That can't be the same burger. That can't be. Yeah, there were shingles on a roof. They are the same, according to Wendy's. Whoa. Let's see those first two again, please, Travis. So that is, and I was actually in a Wendy's commercial about 15 years ago, 20 years ago. I was in a Wendy's commercial, and the amount of care that they give to the burgers that are being photographed for the commercials, it would make your eyes roll back in your head. These burgers are treated better than human beings. Just the amount of the care, they spray it, they dust it, they paint it, they glaze it, they glue it to make it look that robust and beautiful. And then go back down to the IRL burger, Oh, good King Wenceslaus. That thing is, could still be tasty, but it looks like it's seen some better days, that burger. All right, let's read what's happening here in this lawsuit. They are the same, according to Wendy's. A 35-page class action lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of New York. Rob Schaefer, if you're listening, if you want to chime in on this with your any thoughts or opinions. Kyle Harlow says, there's no ham in fast food hamburger. Where's my money? You know what? File a class action, Kyle Harlow. I feel you. False advertising. Claims that Wendy's exaggerates the thickness of its beef patties and the amount of burger toppings it uses in its ads. It also alleges that McDonald's uses undercooked patties and ads to make them appear bigger than they are. The lawsuit cites one McDonald's ad in which the beef patty extends all the way to the edge of the bun, comparing it to the actual burger where it does not. Beef patties in the ads are not fully cooked, making the burgers appear 15 to 20% larger than the ones served to the customers, the lawsuit says. You want to scroll up? The lawsuit says that many reviewers have criticized Wendy's for serving items that are smaller than advertised, with a review of Wendy's Dave's Single Burger saying, this is worth $1, but this is not no $5 burger. Okay, I feel that. Yeah, like I've gotten stuff. Does not look. I mean, I feel like America, everybody, we've all kind of resigned ourselves to the fact that it don't look like the picture. It ain't gonna look like the picture. It's not all that surprising that fast food ads show burgers and fries in an idealized way, but a look at the images from the lawsuit depicting the promised item versus the reality of the fast food may be the strongest argument that in this case, at least, there's no truth in advertising. All right, let's see these other pictures. These were the actual pictures submitted. Ooh, that first one, lovely. Dave's Single. The second one, nasty. That sad piece of lettuce sticking out there. Nothing else. Wow. Rob Schaefer chiming in, the official attorney of the Your Pal Hal Show. This is the opinion I was looking for. This is a nonsense lawsuit. Every company that sells a product is allowed to provide bluster for their products. There you go. Rob Schaefer, attorney at law, chiming in. Let's see the other pictures. The bourbon bacon cheeseburger. Now that's a handsome burger, busting with all sorts of just onion strings, it looks like, bacon, cheese, drippings, all sorts of drippings. Travis, come on in here for a sec. I want to ask your opinion.
Sure.
Travis, are you a fan of drippings?
It depends. Usually no. More
Thank
often
you,
than
Travis.
Not, no.
Here's a gentleman, a Detroit Red Wings hockey enthusiast. Very nice. Yeah, with a sandwich that just markedly different. Cheese. What is that, bacon? No drippings. No drippings. Simon is chiming. Simon is chiming, saying that if you get a burger at Red Robin, it will look exactly like it does in the picture. Yeah, that's why Red Robin's slogan is Red Robin, yum. Grass Puddle saying they're probably pushing to get public outrage and maybe get it more regulated. Okay, interesting. Travis, if you would kindly scroll up, please. Oh, look at that McDonald's burger. That first one, it's got a little drip in there. That's a little ketchup dripping on the side there. And this one, you got a couple of haphazard onions on top. Yeah, Travis.
I'm actually not mad at this one. It's like, it seems more, I get an advertisement it's going to be everybody's most perfect vision of it, but I feel like they've done a decent job being like, yeah, it's a McDonald's burger. It's small.
Yeah, I'm with you on that, Travis. This one does not make me furious. Let's see what other pictures we got. Oh,
that might be just
the
about
legality around food advertising. Let's just touch on this real quick. This isn't the first lawsuit accusing restaurants of misleading customers with advertising. In March, class action lawsuit was filed against Burger King in Florida. Florida federal court alleging that the fast food giant inflates the size of its burgers by 35% in ads. There have also been lawsuits over the lack of real strawberries and strawberry Pop-Tarts, the fudge in Keebler cookies, and the provenance of the vanilla flavoring in A&W root beer. And don't forget the call out regarding Subway and like yoga mats and like weird and the lack of meat and Taco Bell beef. Rob Schaefer wondering how Eric Jennifer would rate these burgers. Rob Schaefer, I like that. We might have to, maybe we'll have to have Eric as a guest coming up. Maybe we'll have to have him as a guest. Nicely done, Rob Schaefer. Simon saying, little known fact, that is actually not ketchup. That's a burger that has been injured. Oh my goodness, Simon. Simon, that is thoughts and prayers to that burger. Thoughts and prayers. When it comes to legality around restaurant advertising, customers seeing that food looks different in person than in an ad would not cause the same regulatory concern as a claim. If you would scroll up, please. That a product could reduce the risk of illness. Oh, so the size and the look is it's not going to cause as much concern as the effect. Like if you said, oh, this Baconator will cure diabetes, or this Baconator will cure you of your kidney stones, or something like that. For instance, Federal Trade Commission spokesperson Betsy Lorden told CNBC in 2014. See if there's anything else here. All right, there you go. So, but in the words of Rob Schaefer, it's a nonsense lawsuit, and it's not unusual to see food faked. There you go. On billboards, burgers are shown to be 8 feet tall. Complete lie. Kyle Harlow. Good stuff. Good stuff, Kyle. Stacy says the only thing that kills you of kidney stones is water. Thank you, Stacy. Good call. Oh, Stella. Stella's back. Stella, what was your snack? What was your snack, Stella? We want to know. Trinity in Louisiana, always happy to have Trinity in the house. Doug in Ohio. YouTube hanging out with us. Damien in Maryland. Stella, what was your snack? Please tell us. Stella. Hey, Stella, tell a fella what you're snacking on. See what I did there? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're hanging out with the Your Pal Hal Show. My name is Hal Rudnick. We are here 5 days a week, Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the West Coast, right here in the home office of the Your Pal Hal Show, Los Angeles, California, and 2 to 4 on the East Coast, 1 to 3 in Texas and Omaha, Nebraska. S. Friedman. Say it ain't so. Captain Crunch does not use real crunch berries. Things are smaller in real life than they are in pictures. What else is new? Objects in the rearview mirror. Captain Crunch, it's Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Nicely done, Rob Schaefer. Don't forget the real name of Captain Crunch. Folks, thank you for hanging out right here. Yeah, that's how he lists it on his official Navy documents, S. Friedman. That is correct. Okay, and, we talked about a lot of sad stuff at the top of the show. One more very piece of sad news. Sad news. Do you want to bring up that last trending topic, Travis? One more very piece of sad news.
This
regarding
the funniest thing I've heard in a long time. This I think is the new funniest thing I've heard since Four Seasons Total Landscaping. This
Thoughts
is
and prayers.
A Four Seasons level gaffe.
I'm sending all thoughts and prayers to Seth Green, because the owner of Seth Green's stolen Bored Ape said they have no plans to return it. We've talked about some major injustices in the world, and, well, this just takes the cake. Oh, I didn't want to cry today. I didn't want to cry. I told myself I wasn't going to cry. The owner of Seth Green's stolen Bored Ape said they have no plans to return it. That makes me madder than a wet hen. That makes me want to, just go rogue. That makes me want to go rogue. Let's read this article. Poor Seth Green. Poor Seth Green. Oh, I'm going to throw up. Oh, I'm going to throw up, Travis. After a scammer swiped comedian Seth Green's NFT collection, robbing him of the Bored Ape he planned to feature in his upcoming animated show. Oh, brother. Stella, what did you snack on before? Please tell us, Stella. BuzzFeed News spoke to the person claiming to be the ape's current owner. The pseudonymous collector, who has said they are an Australian surgeon with a side hustle. There's so many terms here that I'm hearing for the first time. Pseudonymous. I know what a pseudonym is, so I guess it's a collector using a pseudonym. And that's just a combination of words that I've never seen before. An Australian surgeon with a side hustle believes they bought it in good faith and conceded that they have no plans for the NFT, including repatriating it to Green. BuzzFeed News reported Tuesday, if you want to scroll up a little bit, that the theft of Green's NFTs present complications for the forthcoming series, White Horse Tavern, which incorporates characters from the actor's extensive NFT collection. It's possible that after losing his Bored Ape to a phishing scam this month, Green also lost his license to commercially adapt the monkey in what has become something of a hostage scenario. Green has since tried to negotiate the return of what he called his kidnapped ape. According to blockchain records, Bored Ape number 8398 was purchased from the anonymous, yes, Mario, from the anonymous scammer Darkwing84, a pseudonymous user who dropped more than $200,000 on the NFT before transferring it to another collection named GBE Vault. The transfer happened within minutes, leading some internet sleuths to wonder if they were in fact the same person based on this information. Green located Darkwing84 on Twitter, but thus far has failed to make contact. Sounds like Seth Green has a Replevin lawsuit on his hands. Very good, Rob Schaefer, official attorney of the Your Pal Hal Show. Mild Dairy Lifesaver says, if I ever meet Seth Green, I'm going to tell him how much I loved him in Mask 2. Okay, so that's Jamie Kennedy. And Simon says Seth Green is the poor man's Jamie Kennedy. Very nice. I know what Sudoku is, says S. Friedman. So, there's a lot of pain and suffering in the world. Ukraine, Texas, Sudan, Taiwan, China. And let's add to that Seth Green's house. Seth Green's house. Very sad for Seth Green. There you go. We know where his Bored Ape is, but this guy says, Seth Green, you ain't getting it back. You ain't getting it back. Now it's time for our Twitter deep dive. It's our Twitter deep dive today, folks. And let's take a look at the Twitter belonging to your mom's and your aunt's favorite email, Groupon. Groupon. That's right. Some of the best deals, some of the best bargains. They are coming, thoughts and prayers to Seth Green. They're coming from none other than Groupon. Let's take a quick peek at the group. The Groupon. There it is. Hey, Travis, come on in here for a sec. Producer
Yes.
Travis, you ever redeem one of them Groupons? You ever go and purchase one of them Groupons?
Once in like 2008, I think.
Oh yeah, what was that for?
I do not remember. I really don't.
Great story.
Yeah.
Groupon. Your mom used us first. Oh, Black Lives Matter. I can get behind that. Contact help Groupon Help US for customer support. All right. 141,000 followers. Very nice. Very nice. Stella, if you're listening, we're still waiting to hear what you snacked on. Simon says, once every couple of years, I get a car detail from Groupon. Very good. 141,000 followers. Let's just check out a couple of tweets from Groupon. 2 words. Use Groupon. Okay, very good. Sleaze says, Groupon is the best app for any adult. Yeah, Groupon did a Yo Mama joke. That's right, S. Friedman. Little saucy. Let's scroll through. Keep scrolling. What she said. Groupon is my fave app when I'm looking for things to do. There you go. Daisha loves Groupon. Let's keep it going. Very self-aggrandizing right now. In case you're worried you'll miss the cold, cryotherapy is here for you. Get your cryotherapy via Groupon. Stella's too busy getting her groove back to tell us her snacks. Oh, Rob Schaefer, I see what you did there and I like it. We had a couple of good Stella references. We had the Streetcar Named Desire and how Stella got her groove back. Simon says, Hal, is the show an inappropriate venue for me to push my Kickstarter for a Thoughts and Prayers app? I mean, I think this is the perfect venue for it. Groupon says, my toxic trait is booking a haircut just for the little head massage they give you during the shampoo. That's, you know what? A little TMI there, Groupon. I don't know. That creeps me out a little bit. But also, I appreciate the honesty. Groupon. Oh, that's a good-looking coconut drink in an exotic locale. Groupon, whether you're a beach bum or a mountain lover, we made a list of awesome summer vacations to take this year. Well, that's nice, Groupon. Thank you for that. I didn't even know you could get vacations via Groupon. All-inclusive vacations on Groupon are clutch. Wow. Now, am I going to like that result? Like, S. Friedman says Groupon's Twitter is run by a perv. Irv the perv, running Groupon's Twitter. Ooh, we got you, Groupon. I used Groupon for restaurants. My wife is cheap like me, so she's okay with it. Nice, S. Friedman. You know, my wife isn't as cheap as me, but she does respect a coupon every now and again. Potsticker says here on the Groupon that they retweeted, y'all don't use Groupon anymore? Couldn't be me. Okay. Let's keep scrolling. The person who runs this Twitter is a wizard. Feeling touch-starved? Ew. Okay. Here is more evidence as to potentially the proprietor of Groupon's Twitter might be a perv. Feeling touch-starved, but also recognize that asking strangers for hugs is awkward at best. Massages are here for you. I mean, I guess you are literally enjoying the touch of another, but it's for a purpose. Like if I turned around and said to my masseuse, I'm touch-starved. That's how you make the massage awkward. Like, Travis, what do you think about this? Can you weigh in on this? Have you heard about this? Do you know about this? Travis, do you think Groupon's Twitter proprietor is perving out a little bit?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
All right. Who's more of a perv? The proprietor of this Groupon Twitter?
Mm-hmm.
Or that wizard in the article yesterday?
I wouldn't know. The wizard felt more regressive than pervy. Personally. But, I think there's nothing. I think it's easy to project perviness onto these Groupon tweets, but, like, massages are therapy. Human contact is a form of therapy, and, like, that's... I'm like, all right, is it would I walk that back a step? This is kind of the quiet part out loud.
Right.
But it's not as bad as it could be.
Right. Kyle Harlow says Groupon Twitter is a little too into massages. I mean, I think every Groupon has some sort of self-care. or some kind of like massage or therapeutic thing. Travis, you're our resident self-care expert.
Yes.
All right, that was Groupon Twitter. They may or may not be a little too randy. Now it's time for, before we bring in our friend Mario Smith, it's time for our rejected segment. And this would have been like, imagine 10 minutes of this rejected segment. Hal creates an optical illusion. Hal creates an optical illusion. I'm going to show you a regular-sized hamburger. A regular-sized hamburger. Oh. Yes, there's my regular-sized hamburger. Here's my regular-sized hamburger. That's an optical illusion. So it would have been just like, way too long of me doing that. I want to bring in my friend and the man who is going to be behind the wheel for the next 2 hours coming up, Mario Smith. And the drive with Mario Smith.
What's up?
What is up?
Hey, man. How you doing?
Nice to see you, my friend.
Good to be seen.
How is sunny Chicago?
It is sunny, but there are thunderstorms approaching. And as you know, because you can hear every damn thing in my house and outside of my house, I imagine we will all have thunderstorms together as part of the 2 hours today. Yeah. It'll be fun.
So I did I did a Jay Leno impression a few moments ago. Mario, question for you.
Yes, sir.
Do you do any impressions?
I have a couple.
Oh, can I hear one?
I do well. Oh boy, that's putting me on the spot. I do a.
I know. I'm a jerk face for doing that.
No. Do a little bit of a George Bush.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
All you got to do is
Axis
go,
of evil.
Yeah, right. Axis of evil. Tried to kill my daddy, and that's really it. I haven't whipped out the bag of. I do a good Johnny Depp. I take that back. I talk like this, like I'm from Hungary, but I'm from Kentucky.
That's wonderful.
Mr. Depp, we understand that you were very drunk. Were you there? Yeah, that's my Johnny Depp.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well played. Well played. By the way, I just want to shout out Kyle Harlow, says we need a class action lawsuit against my last segment. Yes, false advertising on that burger.
Drippings!
Oh, yeah, burger drippings.
Drippings!
Oh, yeah. I like when I get like either a roasted chicken or even fried chicken can have this sometimes. I like nubbins. Nubbins. That's another word like drippings. It's like when the bone of the wing is cooked so like deep that you can just bite it off and just chew the wing bone and eat it.
That sounds dangerous. But
you know
nubbins. Nubbins, I'm with it. Nubbins.
Yeah, nubbins. Mario Smith, you are ready to take everybody on the drive with Mario Smith. Anything you want to let us in on that you will be speaking of today?
Well, naturally, we'll be talking about what happened in Texas yesterday. I'll probably be offering a small apology for not covering it at all yesterday. I honestly did not see any of that happening. And it's still developing. This story is still happening. So we'll do as much as we can to get everybody caught up, including a bit of a, I hate the word kerfuffle, but a kerfuffle between Beto O'Rourke and the governor of Texas this afternoon.
Yes, we talked. Yep, we talked about some of this stuff. We talked about, we went back and forth just talking about the whole issue. So, it's huge, and you can't talk on it enough right now because it's some devastating stuff.
And I think for your folks who are watching, hopefully everybody hangs out and stays with us because today's the day that we all need to kind of have this talk. Our Congress is woefully flawed and has been since Sandy Hook. And we've had 2 incidents in 2 weeks involving 2 18-year-old young men who are having some kind of mental issue, maybe, and we cannot hide behind that. We have to confront America's problem with guns. It's not just a problem; it is a disease, and that disease needs to be cured. And that may mean people need to rethink how they vote and who you're voting for. And I heard your conversation with your viewers about I don't want anybody to take my freedom and blah blah, blah and people owning AR-15s. Who aliens coming? As you said, do the deer wear Kevlar? Uh, it's kind of like, why do you have a high-powered assault weapon in your home or on your person? And I'm not against people who hunt. I am not against people who own guns, although I think the evidence is pretty clear. America is the only place that this kind of massacre happens weekly, sometimes daily. And there's something to be said about this. So we're going to try to dig into that today. And I know I know time and all that stuff, but I don't want you to leave quite yet. I want to applaud you and Travis for talking about this today. The tenor of Backchannel today has been about what happened in Texas yesterday. And that's how it should be, because we're a growing community, and this community needs to be able to rely on people, or people need to be able to rely on this community when things like this happen, to expect us to have these conversations, not belabor the point, not be preachy, but actually invite folks in to talk about what's happening. Because if people come here and don't get that, and they everything can't be unbelievably hilarious. Sometimes we have to have a moment to reflect on things like this to happen. The biggest tragedy of all time is when we ignore what's right in our face, and we are suffering from it by ignoring the fact that America, the United States of America, is the only place where this happens, and the desensitization is starting to happen, and we cannot allow that to happen. It's been happening in the hood forever, but we can't allow this to happen anymore. It has to come to an end. So we'll try to deal with that today.
I really appreciate that, Mario. And I would be irresponsible to not talk about it. And I also applaud Travis. Travis does a wonderful job, not just producing the show, but also bearing with me and really contributing in terms of if it's a serious topic, or then when we shift gears to the goofy stuff. But Travis is always does a great job of being a part of that.
Stop it.
There he is. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you, Travis. Thank you.
And thank you for those words. And Mario, I appreciate you, because I know you're not afraid to have a difficult conversation as well. And you're an unflinching individual who can talk about important stuff and talk about the silly stuff. And the silly stuff is important to take our minds off sometimes. But I appreciate that you see the task at hand. So
it is.
I salute you.
Right on, man. Good show today. Thank you, Hal.
Thanks, man. Have a great show. So long, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
That's Hal Rudnick, everybody, from the Your Pal Hal Show. I'm Mario Smith, and this is The Drive with Mario Smith. It's going to be a little heavy for a little while. We'll find some yucks, I'm sure. But we will dig deeper into what happened in Texas yesterday, and we will listen to you today, the things you have to say and how you feel about what happened in Uvalde, Texas. Mr. Gliss, please start the show. Good afternoon, everybody, from the third largest city in the United States of America. A ominous sky here in Chicago, Illinois. It's The Drive with Mario Smith. I'm Mario Smith. Thank you so much for watching us today here on Backchannel.tv. We appreciate you all being here. Thank you to Hal Rudnick and to producer Travis for carrying out for everybody. You know what? Thank you to everybody at Backchannel today for having the space to be able to do what we are slowly becoming, unfortunately, a little bit too good at, and that's talking about bad news. But I appreciate I mean, I'm speaking for myself. I appreciate everybody's contribution today. It's going to be an interesting way to end our broadcast day, but it is a conversation that we need to talk about in the most serious way possible. And we hope that you all will hang out with us this afternoon. And we'll get into all that in a minute. Let me bring my man Gliss in Portland, Oregon. Hey, brother, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you doing?
You know, I've got some personal stuff happening that is very ungood is not a word, but it's the only word I can come up with. It's not very good. It's ungood. And then on top of this, and just being a human being in this spot is just wild right now. So I'm leaning on our passengers today to help me and you. You know, a funny thing, today is my kid's birthday. Turned 29 years old today. And I remember when he was a little kid, and I started thinking about one of my godchildren. And I remember the day Sandy Hook happened. I think I might have mentioned this before. And I couldn't stop thinking of then and now about how I don't know how I would react. I don't know. And I already know how I feel now, but I don't know how I would react if something like that happened to a child in my life. You got 4 boys, and you shared with me in the text. I think I can share with everybody that the school your kids go to, they send this email whenever anything like this happens. That's a bit of pressure that I didn't have to have, when my kid and my godkids were in school. Never had that. If a shooter comes, this is what you have to do, and this is what we'll do. Real quick, I live across the street from a high school, and all of my friends who have children in that school, I tell them, if something happens, find their way to this building and find me. And I hope it never happens. But now I'm like, well, damn, it might happen in Chicago. It might happen in Oregon. It might happen in New York City. It's happening. It seems like everywhere. And it's disheartening, to say the very least. But I know you wanted to share some thoughts about what went down. And I hate that I missed this yesterday.
Yeah.
That I did not have my radar on it. I was seeing it, but it was the reports were very vague. Yeah. And it wasn't until we had gotten off the air that it was like, oh no.
Yeah, it's kind of happening simultaneously.
Yeah, while we were and I was watching it, but it wasn't like they did not stop. It wasn't a breaking news thing. It was like shooting in Texas high school. And part of what I was talking about was how that desensitization is like shooting in high school. Like, oh, okay, another one. But the magnitude of it is startling. But please, man, take the mic.
Yeah, I mean, what what do you say about it? I mean, it's just kind of, as you said, like we've been desensitized just from this happening so often. I was a sophomore in high school when Columbine happened, and I think that kind of, maybe because I was in high school at the time, but that kind of sticks out as a landmark for me in what kind of started this trend over the last 23 years. And yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, I'm so sick of having the conversation. It's just like, it's so exhausting and it's so stupid to be doing this over and over and over again. And it's just it's pointless. And honestly, anyone that doesn't have the ability to try and have a rational conversation about how we can maybe do something to solve this problem in America, then just shut up. Because the thoughts and the prayers and all that stuff, it's so hollow, and it's honestly insulting to anybody who's had to deal with gun violence or has lost someone. And it's sickening.
It's disingenuous to throw thoughts and prayers in people's faces who just lost their kids, particularly when it's coming from a congressman, a senator who won't pass a bill that would at the very least demand a background check before you buy a gun. that. I mean, we said it a few weeks ago when Sandy Hook happened and the Congress didn't do anything. That was your hint. Buffalo just happened.
It's a total cop out, is what it is. I mean,
it is. That's safe.
Yeah.
It's a cop out. I can't imagine, and we're going to hear from a senator today. We're going to hear from Steve Kerr today. I can't imagine being a member of Congress fighting for gun control or the elimination of guns in America, which, good God, that'll start a war by itself. I can't imagine being a congressman, a senator, or a person in the House and wanting that bill to get passed and having someone tell me you are trying to take my freedom away from me. No, guns take freedom from people.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, how many more children got to die before you get it? Columbine, Sandy Hook, Florida, Parkland, Florida, Texas, come on, man.
And I've said it before too. It's like, I know people that own guns. I've shot guns myself at shooting ranges. I understand people's, I understand the thing with the Second Amendment, but the fact it really is just so ridiculous that like you said, it's like a sickness. It's like a disease.
Mm-hmm.
We can't even have a conversation about it. That's where the problem is. It's not that we need to take away everybody's, every single gun or anything like that. It's the fact that we can't even have a conversation because people have such radical views on it. And that's what drives me insane. Like those people won't come to the table.
It shouldn't be easier to get a gun than it is to buy a pair of gym shoes in this country. It shouldn't be easier to get a gun than it is to get a prescription for eyeglasses. It shouldn't be easier to get a gun than it is to get adequate health care. It's something, there's something to be said about why it's easier to do that as opposed to not being able to do it. We'll get into it today. I mean, I don't really know what to say other than what I'm going to say. And that is, until the United States Congress does something about it, maybe it's time to elect new members of Congress. We'll see, huh? We will see. But we'll get into that today. I imagine we'll find humor in something. I don't have any more sex rave stories at the moment, but because it appears that has been knocked off of our radar. I keep looking to my right, your left, Bliss, because there is, I believe, a house in the sky with feet sticking out of it. It doesn't look too good in Chicago right now. It's about to rain, and not kind of rain, but like really rain. So brace yourself. As I said earlier to Hal, you might hear a massive thunderstorm this afternoon between now and 6 o'clock Eastern time. We appreciate everybody being here with us today. Again, shout out and salutations to everybody at Backchannel today. This was a hard day for a lot of folks. But Haley and Allison knocked it out, and Liv and Kate and well, not Liv today. No, I'm sorry, Liv was today. At 8 a.m. Eastern. Everybody knocked it out today, man. Everybody. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate it. You're here with us live on Backchannel, the only play on your Echo device where you can watch and listen and talk to us live via chat. This is The Drive with me, Mario Smith, here live from Chicago. We're here Monday through Wednesday. Got a day off tomorrow, probably need it. And Friday, we will be back. And the way you can get involved with the show is just jump in the chat. Say, hey, T-Rexa to your device. It's not T-Rexa, I get it. But say T-Rexa. And just ask your advice, say what you want to say. Get in the chat with us. If you're listening on an Echo speaker, just go to backchannel.tv, backchannel.tv, and you can get in the chat that way. And today we need you. So I need you today. Like I haven't needed you in the 77 other episodes that we've done. So if you're down, I can appreciate your help today. Let's see who's back here right now. Stacy's here, Trinity, Chewy, Annabella. Thank you guys. Damien in Maryland. Annabella's new in Virginia. Hi there, Annabella. Chewy's in Puerto Rico. Stacy is in Texas. Hey, you guys, consider subscribing to the show so you can know what's up when we come on. And we like that a lot. Again, thank you Gliss, who is in Portland, Oregon. Yeah, here we go, man. I you may have heard this already today. You may be tired of hearing about it. I haven't had a chance to talk about any of it. I'd like to have that gravitas today, if at all possible. The headlines that are going on around the United States today. The gunman who massacred 19 children and 2 teachers at an elementary school in Texas had warned in online messages minutes before the attack that he had shot his grandmother and was going to shoot up a school, the governor said today. Salvador Ramos, 18, used an AR-15 style semi-automatic rifle in the bloodshed Tuesday at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde that ended with police storming a classroom and killing him. He had legally bought 2 such rifles just days before, soon after his birthday, authorities said. Investigators shed no light on the motive for the attack, which also left 17 people wounded. Governor Greg Abbott said Ramos, a resident of the small town about 85 miles west of San Antonio, had no known criminal history or mental health history. In a related story, O'Rourke interrupted a press conference today about the shooting in Uvalde, Texas, calling the tragedy, quote, totally predictable when you choose not to do anything, close quote. O'Rourke was escorted out while members of the crowd yelled at him, with one man shouting profanities at O'Rourke. The Democrat is challenging Governor Greg Abbott in this year's election. Republican Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick said to O'Rourke, quote, you're out of line and an embarrassment, close quote. O'Rourke, as he was being escorted out, turned around, faced the stage, pointed his finger and said, quote, this is on you until you choose to do something different. This will continue to happen. Somebody needs to stand up for the children of this state, or they will continue to be killed just like they were killed in Uvalde yesterday, close quote. Governor Abbott says the gunman who killed 19 children and 2 teachers at an elementary school warned on social media minutes before the attack that he was going to shoot up a school. The news conference was attended by several elected Republican officials, and those are the headlines at the top of the hour. When we come back, we will have more story, of course, and other news from around the world. Stay with us. This is The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. You're also watching on YouTube and checking us out on your Amazon-supported devices, and we will be right back after these words. Welcome back, everybody. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. Thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you to everybody that's hanging out in the back room with us. Damian, Annabella, Stacy, Chewy, Trinity. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate you today. Let's get started. Yesterday, while we were on the air, a story was developing out of Texas involving a gunman shooting up a school. We were in the midst of talking about other things. Totally missed it. I mean, well, I can't say totally missed it. We were seeing it as the story was developing, but the news was very vague until we got off the air. And once we got off of the air, and we were able to kind of sit back and go, oh no, this has happened. Normally when things like this happen, I'll hit Gliss in a text. I did not have the strength to do that. This is sad. I think the saddest part is that this keeps happening. Between this and outright racism, it's a lot going on, you know? It's a lot going on. We will do the best we can today to talk about it. And I am hoping to hear from you, the folks who are listening and watching. If you're trying to get in touch with us, just jump in the chat. If you're listening on that Echo speaker, backchannel.tv, and hit join chat. And also hit the subscribe button while you're there too. Because my questions are, how are we allowing AR-15s to be the gun of choice? Why do you need an AR-15? How did we get here? I guess those would be my 3 questions. I think I know how we got here. So, as I said, in Uvalde, Texas, at least 19 children and 2 teachers were killed yesterday when a gunman opened fire in a Texas elementary school, according to the Texas Department of Public Safety. The suspected shooter, who might have had a handgun and a rifle, was also killed when law enforcement confronted him at a Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, about 83 miles west of San Antonio. It is believed that he abandoned his vehicle, then entered into the Robb Elementary School in Uvalde with a handgun, and he may have also had a rifle, Governor Greg Abbott said. He shot and killed horrifically and incomprehensibly 14 students and killed a teacher, the governor said, before additional deaths were confirmed. Multiple survivors, the exact number not being released yet, were being treated at regional hospitals. It was yet another mass shooting targeting children and educators at an American school campus. Tuesday's attack recalls the deadly shootings at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado in 1999, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida in 2018, and Santa Fe High School in Santa Fe, Texas, later in 2018. It might have particular resonance for those shaken by the December 14, 2012 attack at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut. A 20-year-old man there killed 20 children and 6 adults. And we keep asking and looking for definitive answers to it. And it comes down to the gun laws in our country. The very flimsy gun laws. And there's a report from CNN today talking about gun legislation is stalled in Congress and why it won't work. And Gliss, after this, we can play the video. There's a bill in the House, or I'm sorry, it's a bill that passed the House. HR 1446. It was a bill backed by Jim Clyburn of South Carolina. It's called the Charleston loophole. It would close the Charleston loophole, which allows some licensed gun sales to go through before a required background check is done. That's the bare minimum of what Congress has done this far to stop massacres from happening in this country. And the Senate won't pass the bill. It's not a ban on guns. It's not a ban on assault weapons. It's merely a bill to stop gun sales from going through before there's a required background check. So 18-year-olds like this gentleman, Mr. Ramos, and the guy in Buffalo, in less than 2 weeks, can carry out their manifesto. I don't understand it. I really need to hear why Congress cannot pass this bill. I know why they can't. I think we all know why they can't, or rather why they won't. But the idea that we are still here after 1999, mind you, after Columbine, still here, having this conversation. And as Gliss so eloquently said, why are we still having this conversation? Tired of it. Tired of trying to reason why there are parents mourning the death of their children. There are people in the community in Buffalo mourning the death of people in their community. Why? Senator Murphy had some interesting things to say yesterday on the floor of Congress. Chris Murphy is a Democrat from Connecticut, and he spoke yesterday. Let's take a listen to what he said, and we'll come back on the other side of that talk about it a little bit. This is Senator Chris Murphy, Democrat from Connecticut, yesterday on the floor of the United States Senate.
What are we doing? Why do you spend all this time running for the United States Senate? Why do you go through all the hassle of getting this job, of putting yourself in a position of authority, if your answer is that as this slaughter increases, as our kids run for their lives, we do nothing? What are we doing? Why are you here? If not to solve a problem as this. This isn't inevitable. These kids weren't unlucky. This only happens in this country and nowhere else. Nowhere else do little kids go to school thinking that they might be shot that day. Nowhere else do parents have to talk to their kids, as I have had to do, about why they got locked into a bathroom and told to be quiet for 5 minutes just in case a bad man entered that building. Nowhere else does that happen except here in the United States of America, and it is a choice. It is our choice to let it continue. What are we doing? In Sandy Hook Elementary School, after those kids came back into those classrooms, they had to adopt a practice in which there would be a safe word that the kids would say if they started to get thoughts in their brain about what they saw that day. If they started to get nightmares during the day, reliving stepping over their classmates' bodies as they tried to flee the school. In one classroom, that word was monkey. And over and over through the day, kids would stand up and yell, monkey. And a teacher or a paraprofessional would have to go over to that kid, take them out of the classroom, talk to them about what they had seen, work them through their issues. Sandy Hook will never, ever be the same. This community in Texas will never, ever be the same. Why? Why are we here? If not to try to make sure that fewer schools and fewer communities go through what Sandy Hook has gone through, what Uvalde is going through. Our heart is breaking for these families. Every ounce of love and thoughts and prayers we can send, we are sending. But I'm here on this floor to beg, to literally get down on my hands and knees and beg my colleagues. Find a path forward here. Work with us to find a way to pass laws that make this less likely.
That's courtesy of NBC News and MSNBC. It's not hard. This isn't a difficult leap. It appears that it's super difficult because no gun law has been passed in who knows how long that had any magnitude to it. We're seeing now that the ghost gun laws are being passed, which is a good thing, because now if there's an incident, you can register or trace that gun to its original owner and however many people may have had their hands on it or whatever. But the idea that these massacres keep happening with these high assault weapons. I have a friend this is crazy. I just thought about this. I have a friend that's a Chicago police officer. I saw him the other day, and we were having a conversation about what's happening here in Chicago, as we do every time we see each other. I have my documented situations with law enforcement when I feel they aren't doing well, and when they are, I speak on that too. When I feel they're doing well, I speak on that. And in talking to him, he said almost immediately when he saw me, he's like, these kids' weapons are better than mine. I know how much money the Chicago Police Department gets from the city of Chicago. It's billions of dollars. Almost $2 billion, something crazy. It's a lot of money. It's more money than the Board of Education gets here. But when he said that, I'm like, that is absolutely accurate. There's a viral video floating around of a bunch of little kids with guns. Little kids. When I was a teaching artist, teaching poetry and creative writing, I taught at the Cook County Juvenile Detention Center, essentially the Cook County Jail for little kids. And I got to see it up close, how bad it is. But nothing prepares me for hearing about what happened yesterday in Texas, hearing about what happened in Florida, remembering that day with Columbine, really living a real sense of fear when Sandy Hook happened in 2012. The idea that we have these conversations and everybody's mad for 2-3 days, it's that thoughts and prayers nonsense. It's not nonsense, but you get what I'm saying. That reliance on thoughts and prayers has not worked. We've got all these things in the air. We're spinning a lot of plates instead of just getting down to the meat of the matter. That Congress, the Senate, won't even pass the most benign bill. All the bill asks for is a background check. They won't even let that go through. I don't know if people are really aware of how this works, but the fact that that won't get passed, that is not a partisan issue. That is based on political lines. And that is sad. And that's why that senator said what he said. And he said a bunch of stuff yesterday. We didn't play the whole thing, where essentially he let them have it, his colleagues. But and I'm gonna try to connect these dots today. There's a reason why people were so attracted to people like Donald John Trump. Because one of the things that he said, and one of the things he talked about, was about guns. And there is this weird sense of that people's guns are going to be taken from them. There's this this ominous feeling that there's going to be another civil war, and that people need to be able to defend themselves. Allow me. I don't think that a person that goes hunting, I don't think a person that goes to a gun range, I don't think a person who owns a gun is a dangerous person per se, because if they're a responsible gun owner, they know how to operate a gun, they know how to keep a gun locked, they know how to keep it away from children, they know how to use a gun. But the idea that we collectively as a country have a line on how guns are used and have a line on how we use them, and when we use them, we do not. We have to figure this out. And the way it starts is in Congress. So when you see people like Trump, and you see, and I mean, I'm not talking out of school. I'm not saying anything outrageous. When you see people in the Republican Party who are fighting you because you want gun control in this country, there's a reason why they're fighting you. Let me take that back. They don't know the reason why they're fighting you. They just know they are. The Ted Cruz, who we'll talk about in a moment, got on the floor of Congress yesterday, I do believe, and had the nerve to act like this was just a thing. Yeah, it's okay. We're going to play something from Steve Kerr later. This man is in the middle of a playoff series. Not that his job is in danger, but this is all, everything we do is job related, trust me. And he did not talk. He said, nothing's changed with my team from 6 hours ago. You'll hear it later. He talked about what happened yesterday in Texas, probably far more passionately and unfortunately from an expert level, as his father was murdered by terrorists in Beirut while Steve Kerr was a senior at the University of Arizona. I remember that. There's no other way for us to talk about this than to just talk about it. We have to get to the point where we are putting more of a demand on members of Congress to do something about this. This should not be an issue based on political lines. This should be the most nonpartisan thing in the world, wanting people to be alive. And I'm going to say it. I know I'm not going to hear the end about this, but I'm going to say it. It appears that there's more energy around a woman's choice to have a child or not. And there's more fervor and anger about that from both sides than there is about controlling guns in this country. The senator said it. This is the only country in the world that this is happening. Why is that? Has anyone bothered to ask why is that? Yet if we talk about abortion, instantly everybody, anger, super opinions, left and right, up and down, both sides, all sides. Keeping people alive does not elicit the same response. That's right, man. You're joining us here on Backchannel.tv. You're also checking us out on YouTube, and you're listening to us on your Amazon supported devices. This is The Drive. I appreciate you being here. Pardon my devices all deciding to go off of Do Not Disturb at the same time. We are here Monday through Wednesday and Friday, starting at 4 p.m. Eastern time. And we would appreciate you getting in the chat with us. If you can see me right now and you're watching on an Echo show or a Fire TV, the magic word to say is, say T-Rexa, as we like to refer to her, and then just say hello or get in this conversation with us. If you're checking us out on an Echo speaker, that's fine too. You can always jump in on backchannel.tv and click join the chat. That's BACKCHANNEL.TV. Stacy, I see you talking to me, dear, and you don't have to thank me. Stacy thanked me, Gliss, for standing up for her on Monday. You don't have to thank me. Stacy says the closest House Republicans not willing to do anything about this. No, they aren't. And Stacy's hip is not feeling well. Take care of yourself, my friend. She also says, I still believe the gun should be banned. I mean, nothing else is working. Not a thing. We'll get more into this during the community report, and we'll definitely. It's gonna be hard to not talk about this, man. And I'm sorry. I know I'm sorry. Walmart stepped in it. Hey, Gliss, hop on, man, for a second. I don't know about you, but when I saw this, and it was Juneteenth ice cream, I immediately went, "That's racist," and I didn't mean this, and I said it out loud to no one because I was here by myself in my house. I looked and went, "Oh man, that's racist." Juneteenth ice cream, Walmart with a trademark on it. What flavor is this? Is it
leave
chocolate?
it to Walmart.
Leave it, of course. It's got to be chocolate ice cream because I mean, if it was vanilla ice cream, now that's the story. But this is just and leave it to Walmart. How do you? Yeah. What room were these people in at Walmart when they went? All right, we need a way to make sure we attach ourselves to our African American base, who's keeping us alive, by the way. What do you think, Fred? I don't know, Bill. You know, anybody here hungry? I kind of like some ice cream. What did you say? That's it. Juneteenth ice cream. Fred, that sounds like a winner. Let's run with it. What do you want to do for the marketing? Hey, well, I know that they like wearing bracelets and they love music. Let's put some music notes on the ice cream and make sure everybody's got a hand. They're all high-fiving and throwing up the peace signs and stuff with all the colors that they like, the red, black, and green, and the black and yellow and green and the green. Come on, man. Word, Juneteenth ice cream. Why did you just?
Not a good look.
How about just take a shovel and hit me in the face? Wouldn't that be better? You just swung on me, just stole on me, just like knock me out. What is this? Juneteenth. I am waiting for the day. It ain't happening. Why am I even going to wait? Why would I wait? I'll be dead before this happens. But I'm waiting for the day when they're like, hey, guys, I came up with something. We're going to call it white cream. But you mean vanilla? No. It's to celebrate white people. He's going to call it white cream. I don't think that's going to work. That sounds racist. It can't be. Juneteenth, maybe. White cream, not racist at all. This is ridiculous. Again, hey, a shovel, Will Smith me. There are many ways you can take me out, but Juneteenth themed ice cream is the most inappropriate thing I have ever seen. Who is this? Wait a minute. Okay, now. This is a tweet from Denise Audacy. It says, can you imagine a company creating an ice cream flavor commemorating the end of the Holocaust? No, you can't. An ice cream celebrating the pilgrims giving the Indians swine flu. What flavor is that? This is, man, listen. Between that shooting and this stupid ice cream yesterday, unbelievable. Having said that, I have you'll appreciate this, Gliss. I have a carton of Colin Kaepernick Ben & Jerry's in my freezer. I think I might eat it today in protest for the Juneteenth cream.
There's a Colin Kaepernick.
Oh, yeah, non-dairy. It's good.
Actually, I just saw something about Colin Kaepernick's working out for the Raiders right now.
Very good. Please. If anybody's going to do it, it should be them. I mean, come on. Colin Kaepernick, man. He went to a Super Bowl. He would have won that Super Bowl, too, if they wouldn't allow Beyonce to walk all over the field and somehow the lights went out, too. Man, I have never been that angry. Gliss, I know this isn't the sports section. I have never been that angry at a professional sporting event in my life. I was at my local bar.
Yeah.
Not my bar. If I owned it, I'd never be there. I was at my local bar watching the Super Bowl, and when her and all the rest of the Beyonces walked out on the field in high heels, I was like, why are they doing that? Why did they let them do that? Why are they damaging the field? They're tearing up the field. And then the lights mysteriously went off. I'm like, oh.
Like 20 minutes, too.
Right. Not for like a second.
It wasn't like, yeah. Like every once in a while you see that happen in a sporting event. Like something weird like that happens. But that was like 20, 30 minutes or something.
I'm still mad about it. I could not believe that any of that was happening. And I'm like, of course it happens when Colin Kaepernick is quarterbacking. Of course it happens when Jim Harbaugh is coaching. It was, and then it was it. That was the end of the game. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, they should have had that.
I have been upset about that. I wish I wouldn't have even brought up that stupid ice cream now. I was so upset that day. I'm a 49. I'm a Bears fan, but I like Super Bowls, and I also had a nice little piece of change on the 49ers. And then they all walk across the field in the big stilettos, marching across the grass, poking holes in it. I'm like, that's not good. Why are they doing that? And then the power. So yeah, I hope he does come back with the Raiders. That would be
cool.
Let him be a number two. He would be the best number two in the league, and let him do it. See what happens.
He's still relatively young, and he's got to be pretty fresh.
You would think.
I mean, that's the thing. He was a great athlete. So
you would think he would be super healthy because it wasn't like anybody was taking a chance on him for the last 4 years. Yeah, he's fine. He's good to go. He can play right now.
We could use some news like that on a day like today.
That would be nice instead of stupid Juneteenth ice cream. Again, if anybody has a hammer and a nail, you can just nail it right in the center of my forehead instead of giving me Juneteenth ice cream. That is the most ridiculous, man. Oh, we all need a break, don't we? Like a small vacation from everything. But yeah, if I challenge everybody, if you see Juneteenth ice cream, because they said they pull it off the shelves, I don't believe it. If you see it, though, you let me know. Let us know. We will find them and harass them forever. Last bit of news before we go to break. President Joe Biden's push to overhaul policing laws through sweeping legislation, blocked by Republican opposition in Congress, as everything is, will take shape in a more limited executive order that will be signed, hasn't been signed already, on the anniversary of the police killing of George Floyd. Senior administration officials said Biden will sign the order at a White House ceremony, which will include the families of individuals who were killed by law enforcement, as well as members of the law enforcement community, members of Congress, and members of his cabinet. Notably, family members of Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and Elijah McClain will attend. The administration officials who spoke to reporters on a call last night underscored that Senate Republicans failed to support what they called modest policing reform, saying Biden will issue the order, quote, to advance executive accountable policing and criminal justice practices that will build trust and strengthen public safety, close quote. In the couple of minutes that we have left, good luck with that, because the level of mistrust is so great in this city I live in. Just talking about Chicago, people see a cop coming, even I'm guilty of it, and I'm like, oh, here we go. I haven't even done anything, and I'm like, oh man, that's not good. You get the trust of the people back, good luck with that. I don't know how that happens. I imagine, though, with all this talk, we're talking about guns and things, we have to start being able to trust each other at some point. And we got a lot of work to do. Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have the community report, Skirt's favorite feature. And we'll talk more about what happened yesterday in Uvalde, Texas. This is The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv, YouTube, and on your Amazon supported devices. Thanks for being here today. We'll be right back after these words. CNN is reporting as we speak that President Biden says he's going to travel to Texas in the upcoming days to meet with the families of the 19 children and 2 teachers who were killed in the mass shooting at the elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. That is a report that CNN is reporting right now. President Biden saying he will travel to Texas in the upcoming days to visit the families of those who were massacred in Uvalde, Texas. And also, the FDA chief admits that federal regulators were too slow to act on baby formula shortage issues. Dr. Robert Califf and other FDA officials were testifying today before a frustrated panel of lawmakers on the House Energy and Commerce subcommittees on oversight and investigations. So there are things happening in the world as we speak. And thank you again for listening, everybody. Stacy and Damien and Juicy Lemur and No Name. Thank you guys. appreciate you all being here. I'm just trying to get back on track as to which one of these things I was talking about first. Okay, here we go. The South Texas Blood and Tissue will be hosting, or has been hosting, an emergency blood drive that began today at 9 a.m. at the Herbie Ham Activity Center in Uvalde. The blood center said it sent 25 units of blood to Uvalde yesterday after news of the shooting broke out. An additional 15 units of blood were sent via helicopter to be available at the site of the shooting and at the area hospitals, the center said in a statement. An additional 10 units were sent following a request to a hospital in Uvalde. Quote, "We will continue to work with hospitals in the area to make blood available as it's needed and to rebuild their supply for other patients in need," the center said. We were talking about Ted Cruz. And yesterday, Ted Cruz put his foot in it, as he is wont to do. And Gliss, I real quick, just got a warning on my phone that there's a tornado warning. Oh, God. Until 4:30 p.m. Eastern time, which means, yeah.
That's good.
All right, I'm right by the window, by the way, right next to it.
At least you'll be able to see it.
Oh, yeah, look at it. Hey, watch it come in. I'll be able to see the whole thing go down. And I'll also be like, hey, everybody, thanks, bye. And I will hang up everything because I don't want you seeing me running around my house in a circle. Scared to death. Texas Senator Ted Cruz is facing backlash over his response to the elementary school shooting that killed at least 19 students and 2 teachers in Uvalde, Texas. The Republican senator and full-time moron, who said in a tweet he is praying for the victims and affected families, faced swift backlash on Twitter over his support for gun rights and for blocking measures on gun reform. And I can't repeat some of this stuff, but New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, a Democrat, criticized Cruz, a Republican, over plans to speak at the National Rifle Association's annual meeting set to take place 3 days after the deadly mass shooting. Quote, "Aren't you slated to headline a speaking gig for the NRA in 3 days in Houston, no less?" Close quote. "You can do more than pray. Faith without works is dead." Say word. Speaking to a reporter after the shooting, Cruz said that restricting gun ownership would not, quote, "prevent crimes," close quote. He said the effective solution is, quote, "going after felons and fugitives and those with serious mental illness." Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee advisor Kurt Bardella also criticized the senator, writing in a tweet, "Ted Cruz received $300,000 from the pro-gun crowd." Gun control advocacy groups Giffords said that Texas Senators Ted Cruz and John Cornyn, also a Republican, have persistently voted against gun reforms in Texas. Cruz, former President Donald Trump, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott to speak at the NRA's annual meeting this weekend in Houston. The NRA event website welcomes, quote, "Patriots for a freedom-filled weekend for the entire family as we celebrate freedom, firearms, and the Second Amendment." Buddy, Ted Cruz, man. Yikes. By the way, again, my phone is doing all kinds of stuff. You may hear a voice come out of my phone telling me that the tornado is approaching. Only on the drive. I think that's our tagline, Gliss. Only on the drive. That can mean so many things. Only on the drive.
That. I like that.
Hey, why not? Why not? I've got others, but that's effective. And the sky has not turned purple yet. There aren't people running everywhere. We're good so far. The mass shooting yesterday that killed 19 children and 2 teachers at a Texas elementary school came less than a year after legislators drastically expanded gun rights, pledging to keep Texas a, quote, "bastion of freedom," close quote. Governor Greg Abbott in June signed 7 laws, one of which allows people to carry handguns to legally carry them without licenses. Quote, Texas will always be the leader in defending the Second Amendment, which is why we built a barrier around gun rights this session, close quote. Abbott said that day, flanked by representatives of the National Rifle Association, including a gentleman in a big-ass hat. One of the laws passed last year, authorities so-called constitutional carry, which means law-abiding Texans 21 or older no longer need a license to carry a handgun in public. The law went into effect September 1st. Another new law made Texas a Second Amendment sanctuary state against new federal gun control regulations. Other laws made it legal for hotel guests to store firearms in their rooms and allowed gun owners to carry firearms in their holsters of choice. The series of gun rights laws has come under scrutiny in the wake of a massacre at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, about 80 miles west of San Antonio. Authorities, you know the story. Incredible. And then there's Chicago, which is that's not me making that up. That's what people say nowadays. But I could not. Well, I'm sorry. We'll get to that in a moment. Something happened here last night that is just the most. That's even got me more like what are we doing than anything. Yesterday there were elections around the United States. It was a big moment for Donald Trump, and he failed. Former President Donald Trump's favorites were dismissed up and down the ballot on Tuesday as Republican voters made it clear they are done with him for the most part. Georgia was just one of 4 states that held contests on Tuesday, and voters in Alabama, Arkansas, and Texas also provided fresh clues about the shifting sentiments of the American electorate in this midterm election year. Here are 4 key takeaways from Tuesday night. What Trump really lost in Georgia. His top targets were Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, Secretary of State Brad Robson, I can never say this man's name, Raffensperger, and Attorney General Chris Carr, all of whom refused to help him try to overturn the 2020 election results in the state. Kemp crushed his Trump-recruited challenger, former Senator David Perdue, by a margin of more than 3-1. Carr pummeled his Trump-endorsed rival John Gordon by a similar spread, and Raffensperger did well enough, taking more than 50%, to avoid a runoff against Trump-backed Representative Jody Hice, who managed just a third of the vote. 2 of Trump's picks for House primaries, former Democrat Vernon Jones and Jake Evans, advanced to runoffs but finished second in their respective races. While Trump could claim victory in watching the most ridiculous candidate ever, in my opinion, Herschel Walker, coast to the GOP Senate nod, and Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene trounced her primary opponent, the high-profile losses are potentially more consequential for his future. If Kemp, Carr, Raffensperger are reelected in November, they will sit in power in the state during the 2024 presidential election. So rather than installing loyalists in posts Trump saw as pivotal to his 2020 defeat, he whiffed big time in trying to knock out the incumbents who defied him. Finally, a little bit of good news. Just saying. And then finally, and then we're going to take a break because we all need one. And this is terrible. A man, a homeless man here in Chicago, was set on fire overnight. 75-year-old man. It happened around 2:50 in the morning downtown on the 400 block of North Wabash when an unknown male suspect approached and poured a flammable liquid on him. The suspect then lit him on fire and left the scene on foot. Y'all, there has got to be a better situation for people to be in. I know that spot that gentleman was in. At 2:50 in the morning, there's hardly any traffic. During these hours, though, there's all kinds of traffic in that spot. That man was 75 years old. He's alive, badly burned. Sad day, man. We'll come back and will we come back? I think we still have a show. We'll be back. John is here. Stacy says, yeah. She says we all need it. Amen. And I believe that would be a break. Absent Porcupine has joined us. And John has joined the stream as well, along with No Name. Thank you guys for being here. Let's take a 90 if we can. And then when we come back, we will start the show in earnest. The second hour of it anyway. This is The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv, watching the sky turn colors while we speak. Uh-oh. Here we go. Second hour should be fun. You're checking us out on Backchannel.tv, YouTube, and on your Amazon supported devices. Have a good one, y'all. Thank you for joining us on the first hour. Please tell your people to come and join us for the second hour of the show as well. We'll be right back right after these words. Ha! Welcome back to The Drive with Mario Smith here, live from Chicago on Backchannel.tv, YouTube, and on your Amazon supported devices. Good afternoon, everybody. It is Wednesday, May 25th, 2022. It's good to see you all. I'm glad you're here joining us on Backchannel.tv. Hope you're having a good day. As good a day as you possibly can. All things considered, let's hang out with each other today until 5 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Eastern time. Joining me on the West Coast by a lot of beautiful foliage and I'm sure no weird weather. It's Jay Gliss. Hey Gliss, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm here. Sorry.
No. Hey, I mean, you good? Did I catch you at a bad time?
No, I'm fine.
Did you like have to come back in?
No. I was just distracted over here doing something.
All right.
I'm good. Yeah.
You got you know what? I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. I don't need to know. Go take your word for it. We're not going to do the headlines because we've talked about the thing ad nauseum actually during this whole first hour of the show. I'll just say that we got to do better. There has to be some good in all of this. There has to be, and we got to find it. I mean, we just got to find it. And then to end that first hour, Gliss, talking about the gentleman that got set on fire. WTF is going on planet Earth? Yeah. That is what I woke up to this morning. That.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, like I've kind of got into this I almost like outside of our show, obviously doing what we do every day, exchanging, content for the show and trying to talk about these issues every single day. I've tried to disconnect somewhat from the news outside of the show because it's so exhausting at times. And you sent me a text last week when I was on vacation. I can't repeat all of it on the air, but at least I don't think so. I still haven't figured out what we're allowed to say on here, but
I don't think we can say anything outside of what we're saying.
Oh, yeah, probably not that. Yeah, particular word, but but you said something to the effect of, enjoy that beautiful part of the world because the rest of it's all kinds of messed up.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's especially on a day like today when you have a story like yesterday, and then you kind of pile that on with some of these other things that we talk about on a daily basis, and just how the Ted Cruz thing in that I was just getting irritated when you were talking about
with him. Is he crazy?
And he's talking about doing more to prevent felons and people with mental illness. Like, what this guy did? He was an 18-year-old kid. Like, what signs?
Man,
it's just infuriating. And on top of that, he has like the most punchable face in the entire planet.
I would love to just man. Ooh.
I mean, that can't be a coincidence. I mean, it was like
and his weird beard, all of it, man. Just like, dude, shut up. I'm with it. You want to do something about mental illness? Fine. You want to do something about gun control? Do something about gun control. Do something about it. Stop talking about the in and around of it and do something about it. That's why you're there. That's why those people in Texas, even though I'm beginning to wonder, that's why those people in Texas put you there to do a job. Well, they put him there to not do his job. Actually, if we are being honest, this is crazy. All of this is.
And you were talking about like the NRA conference that's coming up. I mean, that right there, when you were reading kind of the flyer or whatever it was on their website promoting it, I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about right there. It's that mentality of they say celebrating the Second Amendment. That's fine, but the enthusiasm in which it's done with it bothers me. We have a thing here, a bumper sticker that you'll see around. In fact, I have neighbors that have it. It says Oregonian instead of Oregonian, and it's like it's basically like I think it's like an AR-15 or something that is attached to this bumper sticker, and you'll see it especially when you're out in rural areas, and it's just like every time I see it I just wonder, you had to go online and purchase that. Like, why is that something that you're thinking about? Like, how can you be that much of a gun enthusiast that you have to boast about how infatuated you are with weapons? Like, I just don't understand it. Like, responsible gun ownership is one thing, and the Second Amendment, your right to the Second Amendment is one thing, but it's that kind of mentality. I just don't understand it, and I'll never understand it. Like, why is that something that you want, it's as if like that's one of the most important things you want to present people with about yourself. And I don't get that. Like, it's great if you want to be a gun enthusiast and you like to go shoot your weapons and you're a responsible gun owner, great. But what is with this mentality of just being so obsessive with it, with gun culture? It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't, and it makes even less sense when you consider that nowhere else in the world is this a thing.
Right.
Nowhere. Yeah. That's that alone.
Supposedly the greatest country in the world, and we have this happen on nearly a daily basis.
Yep. I mean, we were just talking about what happened in Buffalo. We were just talking about it. And as usual, people were just starting to forget about what happened in Buffalo. And then this happens. And I'm assuring you, in 3 days, people will forget this.
Oh, yeah. Until the next one.
Again.
In fact, a perfect example. you talked about Sandy Hook, which of course is like the ultimate, thing that we think of when these kind of situations come up. People don't remember. I believe it was just a few days before, like a day or two before that, we had a shooting at a mall in the Clackamas Town Center. That's the mall I used to go to as a kid. Like I think I told you that's where Tanya Harding used to practice. There was an ice skating rink there. She used to practice there. Right. And actually my former boss, John Canzano, actually happened to be there that day, and he was like calling into the radio station, from the mall, kind of giving this. But I think the guy only ended up killing. I think he only ended up killing 2 people, and then was had trouble reloading, and I think killed himself. But that was a big story here for about 24 hours, and then Sandy Hook happened, and that's just kind of an example of the repetition in which we do this. It's like one thing, the next thing comes up, and then we kind of forget about the last thing, and we still don't do anything about it, and then it'll go away again, and then we'll talk about it again, and it's we can only say it so many times, but it's really, really frustrating and exhausting to just be in a place where we just we accept it.
It's insulting.
It is.
I feel genuinely insulted. I cannot understand the fervor that America has with guns. It's like, well, what is it? And then why is it that is? And I don't want to quote the president, but last night he's like, why are we so afraid of the gun lobby? And now I'm like, yeah, why? What type of? But the control is that they endorse politicians. And those politicians
it's lobbying,
get a nice piece of money from them. Yeah. And they don't want that money to dry up because nobody wants them in office more than a gun lobbyist.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So no headlines for this hour. That was the headline. If you're checking us out on backchannel.tv, really appreciate it. Stacy is doing the work today. Thank you very much. Absent Porcupine and Stacy's in Texas, and No Name, and Damien in Maryland, and everyone else that's here. Thank you. Really appreciate it. My name is Mario Smith. You're watching The Drive with Mario Smith here on backchannel.tv. And what am I trying to say to you as I'm trying to learn how to read again? It's the only play on your Echo device where you can watch and listen to live shows and chat with hosts in real time. We are here Monday through Wednesday and Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern time. Please send us a chat if you like. You can ask us questions, chime in on what we're talking about today. We're talking a lot about what happened down in Texas yesterday, or anything else you want to talk about. If you can hear me right now, or rather if you can see me right now, and you're watching on an Echo show or Fire TV, or Fire TV, that's what I'm trying to say. The magic word is say T-Rexa, like we like to call her. T-Rexa, say hello. T-Rexa, what's up? Mario, hey Gliss. That's what we do. Now, if you're listening to us on an Echo speaker, like Stacy's doing because she's hanging out with Katie today. Hi, Katie. All you have to do is go to backchannel.tv, 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 and you can click join the chat. And we would appreciate that. And we welcome you to do that. When we come back, we're going to have the entertainment report. We're a little behind. Oprah popped up on TV this week. The Kids in the Hall are making a comeback, and bad news about Steven Tyler. We'll talk about all of that on the entertainment report in just a moment. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on backchannel.tv. I can also report that this guy looks crazy. Not this guy.
You gonna be okay?
Guy. Yeah.
Question mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Also, I gotta ask Stacy. I'm just curious. What she keeps going back and forth between her devices. I'm just curious what that's about. And I want to know did you happen to buy one of those with your Amazon gift card? I'm also curious about that.
Yeah. Did you buy the Echo Show with your gift card winnings? that you got.
She's got all. It sounds like she's totally hooked up. She's got all the devices. She's like you said, she's putting in all the work today with all the
putting
comments.
in the work today. Thank you so much, Stacy. Appreciate it. Stacy is the truth, man. I told you the other day. You know, if we had 65 Stacys, I can buy that yacht and try to get this yacht. Let's go. I can have a big party on my yacht. Stacy says her mom is the one who ordered the Echo Show for her as a gift at Christmas time. Okay,
nice.
So
cool.
are you still holding on to the gift card, Stace? You're like, I'm not spending this. I'm just keeping this. Hold on to I'm sure the expiration date is never, so you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Oh yeah, it's happening. Let's take a break. All right, I don't feel like I have to run yet. I'm gonna put a camera right on my balcony so you can see what's going on outside.
That would be pretty cool. That would actually be pretty cool if we had I
would love to do.
You had like a couple different angles, so we could like switch to the outdoor view.
Yeah,
got something going on.
I'm sure I can finagle something. Man, when I tell you this sky looks like dirty water, it looks like dirty water. Oh my God. The sun is out and it's also pitch black on one side of Chicago. All right, let me go. I'm not gone. I'm still here. I'm safe. Because I know the folks in California are like, oh my God, another natural disaster. Nope. Good to go. We got stuff to do. We'll be back in a moment. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. We'll be back right after these words. Sad news coming from the Aerosmith camp as Aerosmith has canceled some of the band's residency dates in Las Vegas as frontman Steven Tyler seeks rehabilitation treatment. A statement posted on Aerosmith's verified Instagram account yesterday explained that Tyler, who's 74 years old, recently relapsed following surgery. It says, as many of you know, our beloved brother Steven has worked on his sobriety for many years, the statement read. After foot surgery to prepare for the stage and the necessity of pain management during the process, he has recently relapsed and voluntarily entered a treatment program to concentrate on his health and recovery. Tyler has been open about his substance abuse in the past. He was previously treated for prescription drug abuse in 2009. Tyler told CNN in 2017 that he was inspired to open Janie's House, a home for abused and neglected girls just outside Atlanta, after meeting women during a stint in rehab who were seeking treatment, in part because of the abuse they had endured. He says, while I was in rehab, I found out most of the women in here were battered and beaten and abused verbally and sexually in huge numbers, he said at the time. It was like 7 out of 10, 8 out of 10. According to the statement from Aerosmith, the June and July dates for their Deuces Are Wild residency have been canceled while Tyler focuses on his well-being. Wow. That's
sad.
That's super sad.
I'm a huge Aerosmith fan.
Oh, for sure.
Steven Tyler's one of a kind. I've seen them probably 4 or 5 times, and they're unbelievable live. And a lot of that has to do with Steven Tyler. He's one of the best frontmen out there for rock and roll. Yeah.
Ever. To me, it's him and Mick Jagger, the best two frontmen ever.
For sure.
I think. And he is 74.
I know, isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts too. Like those guys, I mean, they they all had, you know, like a lot of bands back then, you know, severe drug issues in the late 70s, ended up hating each other. And it's pretty remarkable that all 5 of those guys came out of that and then kind of had a second career starting in the 80s and were able to kind of get through that. But obviously that's kind of a lifelong thing when you're dealing with those kind of issues. So
yeah,
hopefully
wishing them the best, man. That's bad news, especially for folks who were planning on going to Vegas to check them out, which I am sure a lot of people were.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I've heard that residency is really cool too.
I can only imagine. Oprah popped up on TV, Gliss. Oh, she should just come back on TV. It would be a lot simpler than doing all this. The Ellen DeGeneres Show will air its final episode this week, and the talk show is wrapping up its 19 seasons with some major star power. Oprah paid a visit to Ellen DeGeneres yesterday. Winfrey said it made her emotional to think about the final days of her own daytime talk show, which she wrapped in 2011. She says, I got a little emotional backstage because I saw your entire staff is back there, and I said to everybody, I know what this feels like with only a couple of days left, and just was really applauding your team for making this show what it's been for 19 years, Winfrey said. Obviously, you're the face out front, but it's everybody back there that actually makes it work. I was just really tearing up saying, guys, what a great job you've done. She went on to tell DeGeneres, I'm tearing up because seeing your staff actually triggered me for what it feels like when you have all these people who have become your family. This has been your home. I was talking to Ron, audio guy who mic'd me today, who's been with you for 19 years. And Ron said he was talking to his wife last night and saying, you know, I just wanted the kids to finish high school. And now his kids are finishing college. Adding, that's what happens with a show like this where families come together and relationships are built. It becomes home for, you know, hundreds of people who are all supporting you and helping you be as great as you are. Jennifer Aniston, Billie Eilish, and Pink are among the guests who reportedly will appear. Oh, man. Who will reportedly appear during the final episode, which airs tomorrow. Wow, that took a minute.
You did it.
I'm on my way. Yes, I did, Stacy. Stacy says, did you know Steven Tyler was a Celebrity Deathmatch? Oh, absolutely. I remember that episode very well. Yes, I do. Get an idea about Stacy here. She's dropping Celebrity Deathmatch. Okay. All right. I don't know if you guys are familiar. Well, I bet Stacy is. With the Kids in the Hall, but it is making a comeback in a big way. The new show on Amazon marks their first return to writing and performing original sketches on television. There are 8 episodes, and they are going to be good. Looking forward to seeing all of that. And you can check out The Kids in the Hall on Amazon. We need a drop of me saying that, Gliss, so whenever Amazon comes up, we can just play it. Because I don't want it to sound like it's the ominous, you know, be all end all of everything, but it is, after all, Amazon.
Yeah, I got I can just take that from one of the recordings and make a music button out of it.
Why not? There you go.
Sound
Amazon
music, whatever. Sound drop,
see,
whatever.
You're having the same problem I have. Good. All right, perfect.
I'm just trying to make it through the day.
Me too. Me too. This has just been such a heavy 24 hours.
Yeah.
So forgive me. I can report now the sky is blue again. Man, this is I gotta get underground. I'm just so nervous. Are you overwhelmed with TV options, Bliss? Well, guess what? Here's a few series you might have overlooked. It ain't over yet. Celebrate, my friend. Candy on Hulu. Haven't seen it yet. Understand that it's, well, I don't have Hulu. Duh. I understand that it is kind of good. Jessica Biel apparently is knocking it out. She plays Candy Montgomery, a suburban housewife who's accused of murdering a friend and fellow mom with an axe after having an affair with her buddy's husband. It's based on a real case from 1990 in Wiley, Texas. Justin Timberlake her husband plays on here too. And did you know the woman who wrote the book How to Murder Your Husband was found guilty of murdering her husband today? Chef's kiss.
Yeah, I did see that. Yeah.
Yes. The Man Who Fell to Earth, that's on Showtime. apparently is also really good. And Chitwale, I can never say this brother's name. Ejiofor is his last name. Plays Faraday, an alien who comes to Earth in search of another being from his world who may have found the key to saving their planet and ours. And you can find that series on Showtime. Under the Banner of Heaven on FX and Hulu, stars Andrew Garfield, who played Spider-Man previously and who I can't see as being anything but Spider-Man. That series is on, I said it, FX and Hulu. I Love You for That is on Showtime, which is a show that's kind of based on QVC. Vanessa Bayer is on it, former SNL alum Vanessa Bayer is on it, along with another SNL alum, Molly Shannon. Jennifer Lewis, most recently of Blackish, also on the show. Part satire, part showbiz satire, part TV satire, and part social satire. It's a lot of satires. It's pretty good TV from what I understand. Made for Love is on HBO Max. Is that Ray Romano? It looks like Ray Romano. It's not Ray Romano. Yep, it is Ray Romano. How about that? And there you go. Those are some of the things that are on TV. And This Is Us ended last night, and I didn't watch it. But I understand had I watched it, I would have been emotionally wrecked. This Is Us, great TV show, did great work, and it is now gone. NBC's looking to replace the show. We could always put this show on NBC, don't you think? We could put it on Amazon. Why would we put it on HBO? Stacy says, I can watch Sing on Netflix. Kids in the Hall is also on Netflix. I have a Netflix rule that I will share with everyone. I only get Netflix in the fall and winter when I'm going to be in the house a lot. I don't have it in the summertime. I pray that Dave Chappelle doesn't have a new special in the summer, or that something good doesn't come on Netflix in the summertime. But I only get it like in the fall and winter. And I'm here in Chicago. I know I'm going to be in the house a lot in the wintertime. So I try to have Netflix there. All right, enough about me. When we come back, we will have the Dylan T. Pickle sports page. Ooh, lots in the sports world to talk about today. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. We'll be back in just a moment. Last night, before the Golden State Warriors took on the Dallas Mavericks in Dallas, in Dallas, Texas, Steve Kerr had a few things he wanted to say, and he did. I encourage you to listen to every word that he said. And sports sometimes gets hijacked by the real world. And as much as we would love to stick to sports and make sports the everything end all be all, sometimes you have to talk about what's happening. And he did. Let's take a listen to Steve Kerr last night before the fourth game of the NBA playoffs against the Dallas Mavericks.
I'm not going to talk about basketball. Nothing's happened with our team in the last 6 hours. We're going to start the same way tonight. Any basketball questions don't matter. Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California. And now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of I'm tired of the moments of silence. Enough. There's 50 senators right now who refuse to vote on H.R. 8, which is a background check rule that the House passed a couple of years ago. It's been sitting there for 2 years. And there's a reason they won't vote on it, to hold on to power. So I ask you, Mitch McConnell, I ask all of you senators who refuse to do anything about the violence and school shootings and supermarket shootings, I ask you, are you going to put your own desire for power ahead of the lives of our children and our elderly and our churchgoers? Because that's what it looks like. It's what we do every week. So I'm fed up. I've had enough. We're going to play the game tonight, but I want every person here, every person listening to this to think about your own child or grandchild or mother or father or sister, brother. How would you feel if this happened to you today? We can't get numb to this. We can't sit here and just read about it and go, well, let's have a moment of silence. Yeah, go Dubs, you know. Come on, Mavs, let's go. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go play a basketball game. And 50 senators in Washington are going to hold us hostage. Do you realize that 90% of Americans, regardless of political party, want background check, universal background check? 90% of us, we are being held hostage by 50 senators in Washington who refuse to even put it to a vote, despite what we, the American people, want. They won't vote on it because they want to hold on to their own power. It's pathetic. I've had enough.
That was Steve Kerr last night before the Golden State Warrior Dallas Maverick game. That's coming from a place of personal experience, as his father was murdered by terrorists many years ago when Steve Kerr was a senior at the University of Arizona. We don't need to add any more to that. Shout out to Steve Kerr, man. You know, Gliss, I had the pleasure of meeting him once, and he is probably, all things considered, all the crap he's been through in his life, probably one of the nicest people I've ever met. Super nice guy. Not that tall. I mean, he's tall, yeah. But I was like, I might be able to take Steve Kerr if I go to the cup. He would have to try to stop me. But he just so eloquent in that moment, and you can see it bothered him, and it's bothering him. I know that Greg Popovich gets all the praise and stuff. Yeah, Steve Kerr is a man, dude. He, to me,
and he's cut from that same cloth too, under Pop and
under Pop. Man,
two guys with a ton of wisdom for sure.
Mm-hmm. I think the best part about that whole thing is him saying at the very beginning, "We're not going to talk about basketball." You got basketball questions? Too bad. You know, 6 hours. Yeah, nothing's changed. We're all going to do the same thing. All right. And every press conference should start and end with, yeah, you know what? I know you're going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about that. Let me tell you about this quiche I ate. It was horrible. Yeah. But shout out to Steve Kerr. I am reminded that I need to hit my boy up, who is my buddy who is one of the who is the legal counsel for the Golden State Warriors. We have to get Dave Kelly on this show one day. He might do it. I have to ask him. I'll wait until after all this is over though, because I told you, I think I've spoken about him before. He's from Chicago, but he's like the biggest advocate for his job, and he makes me so angry, and he knows it, and he does it on purpose. He's like, how your Bulls doing? I'm like, Dave, dude, if you don't stop doing that. So, yeah, Steve Kerr, man. I the world needs more Steve Kerrs in it.
Absolutely. Talk about the things that matter.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Following that up, Sherelle Griner, the wife of Brittany Griner, said she last heard her spouse's voice on February 17th, the day the WNBA star was detained in Russia. Now, Sherelle Griner says she hopes her voice reaches President Joe Biden. Quote, there's one person that can go get her, and that's our president, close quote. Griner told Angela Ryan in an interview that's airing Wednesday. That'll be airing today, actually, on ESPN. He has that power. I'm just like, why are we not using it? Like, urgently use it. We're expecting him to use his power to get it done. I think, okay. Sky update. It's about to go down. Just really quickly. It's about to go down. I think President Biden is in a bit of a bind here. When this war broke out on, I want to say February 17th, he's already kind of knee deep in it. I really hope they get her out of there, though. I am worried. I get more worried every day that she has not been released. We know that the State Department is on it. We also know that next month is her trial, and hopefully the Russians will see fit to just let her go. So the punishment is enough already. Just let her go. Let her go. She doesn't need to be in jail. That's kind of ridiculous that is happening. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think that kind of defeats the purpose, if you know what I'm saying. I don't get it. Thanks for being here today. Really appreciate everybody that's been here with us. If you're enjoying the show, there are two ways to support it. That's going to help us out a great deal. If you're watching right now and you can see the subscribe button and you've just been looking at it, it's free, man. Just click it. Click the button. That way, you'll know when we're coming on air. I've got some cool stuff planned. I was going to say special. I have special things planned. And if you're a subscriber, you're going to know about them first. And they're directly with subscribers in mind. And that would be really cool. If you're checking us out on the Echo speaker, you can also do that too. And another way that you can help, whether you're watching or listening, is to leave a review. We will read the reviews. We go over them. We look at them, take heed of them, do what they say, some of them. And we'll read the reviews on the air too, if they're super good ones. I mean, they don't even have to be favorable ones. We'll read the reviews. I promise. And other basketball news, the Mavericks last night avoided a sweep from those same Golden State Warriors that we were talking about earlier. They almost let that game go, though, because the bench mob of the Golden State Warriors was not having a loss, and they played hard and cut a 29-point lead down at 1 point to 8, I believe. Unfortunately for me, the Warriors couldn't get it done. There will be a game 5 in California, I believe, tomorrow. Tim Anderson addressed the Josh Donaldson situation and said he could care less about the suspension and he wants everybody to kind of move on from it. But one of the things that he also said was that in 2019, Josh Donaldson also called him Jackie then. And that's when Tim Anderson told him, we don't have to talk. You don't have to talk to me and I will not be talking to you. Let's just leave it at that. Donaldson goes to Minnesota. They never spoke. He gets to the Yankees. Last week, called the man Jackie again, twice in the same game. The saddest part about this whole story is that Major League Baseball is horrible, because if it was any good by any measure, they absolutely would not have allowed that man to get suspended for a game. They've suspended people for far less. And I got to do this. I see you threw it in here. The Blazers are set to be sold in 6 to 12 months.
Yeah, I threw that in there because, and the only reason I threw it in there, it's actually my former boss that is reporting that, which has been kind of a long time coming thing ever since Paul Allen passed away a couple years ago. Right. His sister Jody currently owns the Blazers and the Seahawks. But she's not really a sports fan. So there's been a lot of, I think it's been something that's been coming, but yeah, he's now reporting that it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Within the next 12 months, he thinks the Blazers will get sold first. And I believe they're using the same company that auctioned off the Denver Broncos. And then the Seahawks will follow after that. And one rumor I heard yesterday is that Jeff Bezos' former wife is actually interested in purchasing the Blazers. Yeah, and which would make her the first female owner in the NBA to not, have the team passed on to her. So,
Jeff Bezos, that name sounds so familiar. I believe he is the owner of.
Well, she's definitely got some of that Amazon money, so she can afford it. If she wants to buy the Blazers, she can buy the Blazers.
Hey, man, ain't mad at her at all. That's what you do. Make it happen. Thank you, ma'am. But yeah, that'll be interesting. There's so many parallels with the Blazers and the Bulls, not just the Cubs.
I know there are. Well, yeah, they're both in kind of a have an interesting off season.
Yeah, because this Zach LaVine thing, that could be a Blazer.
Yeah,
that's like not a joke. That could happen.
Yeah, you could see that. Yeah, I can. Yeah, he's definitely one of the names that gets rumored a lot here.
But see, if that happens, I need a sign and trade.
Yeah, that's how it would have to happen. I think
it's got to be a sign and trade. And you know who I want? I don't want Damian either, because I'd like to see the two of them play together. I think that's a really good backcourt. But I want that rookie.
Yeah.
Yes, I can't remember his name now, but yes, I want him.
And yeah, there's also a lot of rumors that 7th pick that the Blazers collected in the lottery that's more than likely not staying in Portland. It sounds like they're going to try to move out of that pick and bring on some more substantial NBA talent, solidified talent around Dame, which, like you said,
I'm nervous when you said that. Who a team that could use that 7th pick would be the Chicago Bulls, because you could trade them for that pick.
There you go.
And pick up a player too. Be interesting to see how the NBA draft goes down. I know that the Bulls aren't in it. I like AK. Karnisovas is wily. Jokic was basically on the street. He was like a 3rd round pick or 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
Nobody knew who he was. Nobody was paying attention to him. 2-time MVP. Yep. So nice when he picked up his MVP after riding in a harness horse race in Serbia. So there you go. That's the sports. Deshaun Watson is in all kinds of trouble. We'll be monitoring that. I believe the NFL suspends him for half the season, if not this whole year. And people will be like, "Well, he didn't do anything." Yeah, he did. He violated their terms of conduct. That's what he did, and that's why they're suspending him. Why it's taking so long for Roger Goodell to pull the trigger? That's a great question, which also makes me think that he, along with Rob Manfred, is one of the most inept commissioners in sport. Rob Manfred's the worst, but Roger Goodell does some weird stuff.
He has a history of issues, in particular when it comes to domestic violence, sexual assaults.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little upsetting.
I don't get it. Let's look at sports. I didn't even put on my sports hat. There you go.
I was hot, so I took off my hoodie and have my.
Did you? I'm not even looking. Really?
Shirt on. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Got my Blazer shirt on. That was by accident, but I think it's the first time I've been hot in here.
Well, that's a good sign. It means the weather outside is changing.
Outside. Yeah.
See. Let's. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Gliss, and to answer the question, the Echo Dot belongs to her mom. The Rangers are getting beat by the Astros. This is all Stacy, and Stacy says that Gus should be banned altogether, and that's what she thinks. Amy, thank you for joining. It's Amy's first time. Amy's in Minnesota. Desiree is in Alabama. She is also new. Thank you, thank you. Hey, you guys, consider this. I got free subscriptions. Just click the subscribe button. Yeah. There you go. Just click it. Do it. Why not? What do you got to lose? It's free.
I like that she called me Glister.
Yeah, Glister. The Glister. The Glister. I like that.
Sorry about your Rangers. I don't like the Astros either.
I'm not an Astros fan, but man, the Astros.
All I know is when we started this show, the Giants were ahead 9-0 in the second inning, so I stopped paying attention. Yeah.
Did you? What's the score now?
Uh-oh. 9-2.
Uh-oh, watch out. Come back. It's happening. Last night, the White Sox got stepped on. I didn't even want to talk about it. It's 16-2. That team makes me tired. I get so just bloody.
Isn't it frustrating? That's the frustrating thing about baseball is like, because the Giants, I think we're talking about the other day, they've kind of been in a little bit of a rut.
Oh, my God. Sorry. Jason Benetti is yelling at me.
Yeah, the Giants have kind of had a stretch of about 4 or 5 bad games, and it's always in baseball that starts to pile on very quickly. It can make you feel very anxious.
Yeah, to say the least. That's a look at sports. I'm going to the game tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, after I do the terrestrial show, going to the game, and we'll see.
You sound so excited.
I'm they just make me so tired. On this date in 1787, the U.S. Constitutional Convention convenes in Philly. In 1992, on this day, Jay Leno, how you doing? Makes his debut as the permanent host of The Tonight Show, succeeding Johnny Carson. Birthdays today, actor Michael Myers from SNL and Wayne's World and Austin Powers. He is 59 years old. Brian Urlacher, 44 years old today.
With his full head of hair now?
Whatever. Best. I don't know why he did that. Gymnast Ali Raisman. Two-time Olympic
elliptical champion.
She's 28 years old today.
She's the angry one, right?
Yeah, that's the
one with the disappointed face. Is that?
Yes, they call it a resting.
Yeah,
face.
right. Yeah.
On this day in music history, Keith Moon in 1978 played his last gig with The Who before his death on September 8th, 1978. And he was taping The Kids Are All Right. Back to the Future 3 in 1990 opens with cameo appearances by ZZ Top and the Red Hot Chili Peppers bassist Flea. And in 2000, Stevie Wonder performs at an all-star tribute to the late Grover Washington Jr. in Philadelphia. We'll have Did You Knows and all that stuff, but first we're going to have our front of mind, and we're going to take this car and put it in the garage. It's The Drive with Mario Smith here on Backchannel.tv. We'll be right back after these words. I know I'm supposed to be ready. Excuse me. Man, there's so much happening in my world. I'll tell you about it, Gliss. This is bad. I may have to consult some higher level help. Meet the cool 62-year-old Kenyan on the first all-black team to summit Everest. When James KG Kajambi was 23, he climbed Mount Kenya in his homeland, the second tallest peak in Africa, and swore he'd never do it again. He said, I hated it. By the time I got to 15,000 feet, I had headaches. But then he encountered a magical substance for the first time. I just loved snow. I touched it and knew that I liked this. I was looking back at the summit and saying, you know what? I want to go back there right now. After that, I couldn't stop. He soon left his job as a geography, music, and physical education teacher of grades 5 through 8. And for 39 years, Kajambi has climbed the peaks of the world. He's summited Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania so many zillion times, Denali twice, and Aconcagua, the highest peak in the Americas, among others. He's taught mountaineering from Patagonia to the Rockies, and he's trained climbers and guides the world over. Then, in 2020, he was invited to join the first all-black climbing team to summit Mount Everest. Kajami rests on a climb of Mount Kilimanjaro in Tanzania. He says, we have much to learn from the outdoors. Being outside forces you to take care of yourself. You learn simple things like you break it, you suffer. And so you learn to take care of your needs. You are taught compassion, patience, being alert to do the right thing, realizing the simple things can jeopardize your life. This Monday, Kajambi, now 62, will land at the Nairobi airport, returning home a national hero. On May 12th, he became the first Kenyan to summit the tallest peak in the world, one of 6 climbers on the full circle Everest expedition to reach the top of the 5.5 mile high mountain. Congratulations to you. I'm not climbing anything but stairs. Thank you for that. It is now time for my favorite segment of the show. This is how you know it's almost a wrap. It's called Did You Know? We bring in our producer, Jay Gliss. I act like he doesn't know any of these things, but trust me, he knows them all because he put them all in. Gliss, did you know that 1 in 5 people will leave the house with a gym bag today and never use it?
I didn't. Hey, remind me at the end of this, remind me to tell you about the stupid one that I deleted, but
Yes,
now
I
I wish I would have left it.
I will. Did you know if you drilled a hole straight through the center of the earth from New York City, you would end up in Perth, Australia?
Everybody knows that.
That's right, because who's not thinking about doing that? Did you know that 73% of Americans are proud of our country for our achievements in sports? What? Did you know, according to Weight Watchers, I'm imagining, the average person gains 7 pounds per year by taste testing? I believe that. Did you know the more money you make, the less likely it is you've gone bowling in the last year? What?
So rich people don't go bowling? Is that
I guess not.
the takeaway?
I'm not going bowling. Are you crazy? Did you know over 90% of people have never seen someone wearing a Hawaiian-like shirt on a warm weather vacation? Did you know 66% of adults? Did you know 66% of adults say they use a piggy bank, even though they initially are designed for kids? I don't own a piggy bank, but I have something I keep my coins in. Did you know throwing out unused food costs the average American family almost $2,300 a year?
Ouch.
Yeah. Did you know it was once commonplace, but thanks to technology, you never hear a busy signal? I used to love the busy signal.
I know. That kind of made me sad when I thought about it.
Add it to the list. We need the busy signal sound.
All right.
Thank you. Did you know, according to Reader's Digest, men use over 95% of the clothes they packed while on vacation, but women only use about 60%. Huh. All right. So what was the one you omitted?
Okay, so and the only reason I took it out, because what the hell does this even mean? According to USA Today, men are better than women at sweating, and they don't even realize it.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I was like, that's just. I mean, I should have just left it because it was stupid enough. But it's just like, what is that? I don't understand even where. Like, first of all, why did USA Today do a study on this? And what does it mean that they're better at sweating and they don't realize it? None of that makes any sense to me.
That makes sense.
That whole sentence is flawed.
Oh God, I'm starting to feel sweaty now just thinking about it. Stacy, no, I don't need to get assistance from a doctor. I'm good. I'm getting over COVID still. I mean, I'm over it, but the congestion thing, it lingers, man. It stays for a long time. And I'm reading all this stuff about long COVID and short COVID and mid-range COVID, and COVID's got a 3 from 25 feet, and COVID can shoot from the man. Just COVID. Stacy says that don't make no sense.
Exactly.
Exactly. What you said. Native Asp, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Desiree has joined the stream as well. She said, have you ever thought about having yourself checked for long COVID? I just got over it last week. So no, I don't have the brain fog. I don't have any of that stuff. I promise you, Stacy, I'm good. But the problems I have don't have anything to do with my health, thankfully. That being said, there are things that are happening. Let me read this real quick, and then we will depart. I guess we'll leave a little early today. That's what we're doing. Oh God, Skywatchers of the professional and amateur varieties. Of course, this is the only thing that hasn't happened yet. Skywatchers of the professional and amateur varieties are keeping an eye on the heavens this week to spot a giant asteroid zipping by. The rock, dubbed 7335 1989 JA, will be closest to Earth on Friday. The mile-wide asteroid is the largest to pass within 2.5 million this year. That makes it close to spot with a telescope, which I own. And some have already seen it in the southern sky near the constellation Hydra. If you missed asteroid 7355 this time, you won't be able to see it again until 2055. Well, I hope we miss it. I mean, I don't want to see it that badly. Taco Bell once tested a taco-shaped biscuit shell back in 2014 and looks to be revisiting that same vibe with a new grilled cheese biscuit breakfast item that's being exclusively tested in Knoxville, Tennessee. Those in the test market will get to experience a warm buttermilk biscuit drenched in melty cheddar and mozzarella with a delectable highlight of pepper jack cheese veiling the outer. Yuck. That sounds gross. Not with it. Gliss, thank you, brother, man. I will see you I'll see you on Friday.
Yeah, Friday sounds good. Yeah, let's do Friday.
Have a good one, man. I'll see you on Friday. All right. Thanks, everybody, for being with us today on The Drive. If you enjoyed The Drive today, there are two ways to support the show that really help. If you're watching right now and you see that subscribe button down on the left, click on it. Subscribe and lets you know when we're going to go live. And as I mentioned a couple times already, we got special plans for subscribers. If you're another way rather that you can help is leave a review of the show. You can do that at backchannel.tv. Again, we will be back. Programming note: show won't be here tomorrow. We'll be back on Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern. This is the last program on our back channel schedule for today. Join us again tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Eastern time for Haley and Allison's Good Morning. On behalf of everyone at Backchannel.tv, I'm Mario Smith from Chicago, Illinois. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you soon. Peace.